so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad shoulders and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors, that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The greatest nation in the world is fleeting. Divisions and fear flood our streets and accelerate us into chaos. What will the future of America look like if we continue at this rate? If we fast forward the clock.
The Chinese Communist Party has invaded America.
Just received word that the Chinese Communist Party has seized the city of Chicago.
Communism has now taken hold over most major cities across the country.
This is your nightly address, sanctioned by our leader, Xi Jinping. The one-child policy remains in stance. Violators of this policy will result in termination. Advanced surveillance has been installed within private quarters and businesses to ensure productivity and protection. Remember, these guidelines are in place for your safety and direct orders from our leader, Xi Jinping. Any detection of rebellion or coups will be met with immediate termination.
America has never hesitated to stare down evil and conquer it, and it never will. The courageous will always stand up to fight back and defend our independence. Throughout history, our heroes have fought for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we have achieved greatness as a nation.
I have agreed. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
It hasn't always been easy, but America has always prevailed.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America.
And we are not stopping now.
It's been a good year for a lot of folks on the job front.
Unemployment in America, 17-year low.
The Paris uprising goes nationwide.
Now is the time to take a stand.
You stand on the shoulders of people before you that allowed you to have freedom. The nation is not going to save itself.
With our future hanging in the balance, are you prepared for the fight?
afford what's being done to their paycheck, what's happening to their savings.
It's not complicated. They're liars. They lie all the time. They have total contempt for the rest of us. I believe we're in grave danger of losing our country. You have a president who, in the middle of trying to pressure Putin, is begging Putin to pump out more oil when oil is the largest single source of revenue for Russia. On the left, you have lots of vision and fanaticism, but they tend to be out of touch with reality. Well, first of all, thank you, all of you, for that amazing welcome. And I must say, I'm always impressed with what Charlie Kirk does, but coming from back there up through that kind of an introduction, it pretty well is amazing. And I'm delighted to be with you. And I want to thank each of you for taking time out of your life to work to save America, because that's what this is all about. And I want to put the struggle we're in a little bit of historic perspective. You know, because people get frustrated, they get upset, they get tired, they make loud noises. I mean, a lot of things go on. But the fact is, the struggle for freedom is permanent. It's every year. It's every generation. And as Ronald Reagan once said, liberty is literally one generation deep. And so we, too, have a rendezvous with destiny. And our challenge is to return our country to a culture and a policy that strengthens freedom, that preserves American independence, and that connects each generation back to the Founding Fathers and to the principles which have enabled everyday people to govern themselves. This was the first great experiment in which the individual citizen mattered more than the government. And part of the struggle we're in now is a permanent government and its allies in big business, big media, big education, all working to try to take power away from the American people. And so we're engaged in a great struggle, just as much as Lincoln was when he gave the Gettysburg Address, just as much as Washington was. We're engaged in a great historic struggle over whether government of the people, by the people, and for the people will in fact endure, whether our rights granted to us by our Creator will remain real, or whether a power structure breaking the law, violating every aspect of American life, will in fact gradually, steadily coerce us into tolerating a government against the people, a government for the elites, a government which in fact will not defend America and ensure our survival as a free country. So what you're doing here is really important. It's as important as that initial group who met in Ripon, Wisconsin to create the Republican Party. It's as important as that initial small group that met in Philadelphia to write the Declaration of Independence and who came back a decade later to write a Constitution. Because you are among the missionaries who will go out across the country. And this is one of the great things about Turning Point USA and the amazing job that Charlie has done in building a nationwide movement that understands you have to win the culture if you're going to win the politics. We have a project. We have a project which you can see if you go to AmericasNewMajorityProject.com. We've been doing it since 2018. And we found that when you ask basic questions of the American people, there is potentially an enormous majority. And that you represent not some struggling minority in terms of the country. You actually represent the country. For example, when asked, do you agree with Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. that it is the content of your character, not the color of your skin? That is a 91-6 position. Now think about that. Over 9 out of every 10 Americans agree that it is character, not color, that matters, and yet we have a woke left determined to reestablish racism in America. And their great contribution is moving it from being anti-black to being anti-white. But it's racism, pure and simple. And we need to be prepared to stand up and fight it and say it's wrong. One other example. 84% of the country agrees that parents have the right to know what is being taught their children. But the teachers' unions are such major contributors to the Democratic Party that even though more than 8 out of every 10 Americans agree parents should be allowed to know, it is a constant fight everywhere because all of the rules are rigged against parents and in favor of woke indoctrination, some of which, frankly, I think is sick. Some of this is not political. It's a mental health problem. And look, I may be old-fashioned, and maybe I don't quite get this modern world, but when I see a nuclear security officer with clearances stealing women's luggage, I think to myself, that's probably not really good national security. Now, I'm going out on a limb here. I recognize that the fact that that particular person, and I'm not sure which pronoun they have in between thefts, but, you know, you have to say to yourself, this can't be a serious government. But you know it's not a serious government because the President of the United States, despite his weekly visits back to Delaware, can't find the border. And he can't go and see how bad it is. And he can't understand what's happening because he doesn't want to. Not because he's stupid. You have to remember, a lot of the things that they do that we think are weird, they think are normal. They think pledging allegiance is weird. They think the Star-Spangled Banner is weird. They think that defending America is weird. But they have their own set of things. Now, I try to tell people regularly that if you really want to understand why the left can't deal with violence, whether the violence is by criminals, by terrorists, by nation states, it's very simple. People on the left saw The Lion King and thought it was a documentary. And they really believe that lions and zebras sing and dance together. And we try to explain to them, you know, lions eat zebras. And they go, no, you don't understand. You haven't seen the movie. And so we have a Secretary of State who thinks that the Iranians are fellow zebras who want to hang out together. They think that Kim Jong-un keeps firing off missiles because he's bored. It is extraordinarily dangerous. But here's what you have to remember. These are serious people, deeply committed to changing our country, and deeply committed to undermining America. Just a very simple test. Every time they get to choose between strengthening America and weakening America, they choose weakening. I was at Dallas when Reagan was renominated in the convention in 1984, and Jeane Kirkpatrick, then our ambassador to the United Nations, gave an amazing speech where she talked about the blame America first of Democrats, and that every time something happened, they would blame America first. And I realized last year that what's happened is they have metastasized into the undermine America first. So given a choice, for example, would you rather have oil from Texas or oil from Venezuela? Well, if you are a left-winger, the answer is simple. Propping up a dictator in Venezuela is a positive thing. Propping up a free people in Texas, that's pretty dangerous. And you can go through item after item like this, and you'll find again and again, they make choices that in fact end up putting murderers back on the street. The governor of Oregon, on her way out, just commuted the death penalty for every single person on death row in Oregon. Has no idea about details. We just elected a senator from Pennsylvania who had consistently voted to release murderers. And we're faced with this is one of the great challenges you're going to have. I think we're going to win the cultural fight, but we have not won the political fight. If you look at the gap between the number of Americans who agree with us culturally about values and what happens in political elections, you learn two things pretty quickly. First, the Democrats are a very effective machine. And you're in one of the counties where their effectiveness has been shown 2 elections in a row. We have no idea what the real vote in Maricopa County is, because every time you turn around, there's another number, there's another thing that went wrong. You know, 70% of the precincts couldn't quite vote. Now they found 25,000 ballots they can't quite explain. But it's all just among friends. And I'll tell you, that's not true. What you have is a Democratic Party committed to winning. They're committed to winning at any cost. I first learned this. I was telling Charlie the story on the show earlier. In 1964, I dropped out of college, and I ran a congressional race in North Georgia for a candidate. And given my general lack of luck, I picked the only district in Georgia that Goldwater did not carry. And it was an old-time Tennessee Valley Authority, Lyndon Johnson, FDR district. And we were running against the dean of the Georgia delegation. And we get to Election Day, and I'm sitting in Gainesville, Georgia, and I get this phone call. It turns out that Forsyth County, Georgia, which back then was very rural and totally Democrat, Forsyth County was not going to count their ballots. And I called the clerk, being a naive young college student who probably shouldn't have been allowed to run a congressional race at that point. And I said, "What do you mean you're not going to count the ballots?" He said, "Well, son, my people are tired, and they worked all day. And when the election was ended, I told them, why don't you go home, have dinner with your family, and we'll get together at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we'll count the ballots." And I said, "This is a presidential election. You can't not count the ballots." He said, "Well, I've already sent them home. I'm not going to call them back in." Well, being totally lacking in understanding reality, I said to him, "I'm going to come over there." And he said, "That'd be wonderful. I've always wanted to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. And my cousin, the sheriff, has a nice place you can sleep tonight. And then tomorrow morning you can join us at 8 a.m. and have biscuits and sausage and coffee, and we'll count the ballots." Well, I decided at that point that I would just soon not go and spend the night with the sheriff. But I've never forgotten it. Ever since, I've had a simple model. Conservatives have to win by a big enough margin that liberals can't steal it. It's that simple. And you see it in Chicago, you see it in Philadelphia. And it shouldn't shock us. It's a historic patterns. Now, some of you, and many of you, since you're here, you're still committed and you're so energized. But many of you have friends who go, "Oh, it's too hard. I don't know. I'm frustrated." Let me remind you of how this country became independent. George Washington was a very unusual person. As a young man, he went west and literally started the French and Indian War, what became known as the 7 Years' War, and ultimately had to surrender his command. Came back, wrote a pamphlet explaining why he had done the right thing. And as a member of the Virginia militia, he was asked, the British sent a large army over, and he was asked to be the advisor to the commanding general. And he said to the commanding general, you know, I don't quite know what you guys do in Europe, but I wouldn't have red uniforms marching 4 in a row down the middle of a road because the French and the Indians are going to shoot from behind trees. And General Braddock said, obviously, son, you don't understand European warfare. Well, they went down the road from Carlisle to what was then the West, which would be Pittsburgh. And they got ambushed. And very early on, Braddock gets killed. Washington takes command. He's a colonial and he's only a major, but he understands how to fight. He's on a huge horse. Washington himself was about 6'3". In the modern age, he would be played probably by an NFL offensive tackle. I mean, he's physically huge for his time, and he was on a big horse. So people shot at him. While he saved the British Army, he had 2 horses shot from under him and 4 bullet holes in his coat. About a decade later, he was at a powwow with a group of Indians, and one of the Indian chiefs said to him, you know, God must have something in mind for you, because we all shot at you. I mean, you were up here on this horse. He said, I personally shot at you 13 times. And we couldn't kill you. Now, I tell you that background because in 1776, Washington is asked to head up the Continental Army. Goes to Boston. They drive the British out of Boston. He takes 30,000 men to Brooklyn, and they start getting defeated by the British. They're beaten in Brooklyn. They're beaten in Manhattan. They're beaten across New York. They're beaten across New Jersey. By Christmas Day, he has shrunk from 30,000 soldiers to 2,500, a third of whom do not have boots. They have their feet wrapped in burlap bags. And Washington sits down with his generals and he says, look, if we don't win a victory, this army will disappear. And if this army disappears, every person in this room is going to get hung. So we really have nothing to risk. And he proposed that they cross an icy river in a snowstorm at night, march 8 miles, leaving a trail of blood for the ones who had burlap bags, surprise 800 professional German soldiers, capture them, and run like crazy to get back across the river. And it worked. It's absolutely a miracle. Now, as they're getting on the boat, as they're getting on their boats to cross the river that night, he has the officers reading from Thomas Paine's new pamphlet, The Crisis, in which Paine says, these are the times that try men's souls. And he talks about the fact that the devil doesn't give up, hell is not conquered easily, and you have to have courage. You have to be prepared to stay and fight. Well, they come back, they've won a victory. 3 weeks later, they got 15,000 troops. Because people show up, they like winners. Even with all that, 1/3 of the Continental Congress is trying to fire Washington because they're jealous of him. Think about this. He goes to Valley Forge, and he has like 2 axes and a shovel, because the people who are trying to undermine him want him to fail. And he succeeds despite that. Now, why am I telling you this? Because the struggle for freedom is permanent and unending. Yes, we have some people in Washington who aren't doing a very good job. Yes, we have some people that are not very effective. But the fact is, whether it's at the state legislature, the county commission, the school board, governor, senator, House member, ultimately presidential candidate, what it takes is a deep, passionate belief in America and a deep, passionate belief in freedom and the courage to do what is necessary to learn how to win. It took Washington 8 years, but in the end, we had a country. You are here because you recognize what Washington and Lincoln understood, that freedom is under threat, that our rights that come from God could be taken away from us, that there are people who don't share our dream, our values, or our hopes. And the answer in the end is, you have to go back home as missionaries. You have to reach out to your friends and your neighbors. You have to have the courage to stand and fight. And you have to have a deep belief that in God's good time, once again, as it has for over 250 years, freedom will win, tyranny will lose, and we will once again be the greatest, freest country in the world. Thank you, and God bless you.
Judge in the United States has looked at the evidence from the 2020 election. God is the chairman of the board at MyPillow. I mean, he's chairman of the board. Our president gave us so much hope where just a few short months ago, we had the best economy, the lowest unemployment, and wages going up. And I went from 10 employees to 500 employees in 40 days. There's an agenda behind it. It takes a little bit, but evil reveals itself and their true colors come out. With MyPillow, that came in a dream right from God. Thank you, everybody. I wrote a speech this time. It's very short. Melt down the electronic voting machines and turn them into prison bars. Thank you. That was my first tweet after sitting in Twitter prison for 2 years. But I want to take us back to January 7th and 8th of 2021. It's a very important couple days there. And that's when 1.2 million, not just here in our country, but around the world, people were deplatformed on everything from, and our great real president, Donald Trump also. But they were deplatformed on Vimeo, YouTube, Suckabucks, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, they were deplatformed. That's the day they tried to take our voice forever. If we lost our voice, we lose it all. It doesn't matter how much evidence you have of this or the elections. It doesn't matter. We've all learned that over the last 2 years. But one of the things, and you will hear, and it'll go down in history, the 2020 election was the most important election in history by what we've all learned. I take it back to MyPillow. When I did my first infomercial, I was living in my sister's basement, and the first infomercial came on, and we took in, I had 10 employees, like 40 days later, I had 500 employees, and I took in $100 million over 6 months, up from 100,000 the year before, and I woke up and I was $6 million in debt. And it was just devastating. I'm praying, God, what did I do wrong? But I started looking, and rather than just lay there and just to feel sorry for myself, and I started taking it all apart. What had happened? There was corruption. There was people that had betrayed me in my own company. There were people I trusted. And all these things then, over the next 2 years, I brought back in-house, and I learned from each one. I siloed out each problem, and what's the solution? What went wrong here? And I learned from it. I wouldn't be here today if 2012 had not happened with MyPillow. MyPillow wouldn't be here, hence I wouldn't have this platform of notoriety to put our word out. This platform God's given me is all your word. It's not just Mike Lindell. It's funny because God picked a guy that couldn't speak. If y'all read my book, I was an ex-crack addict, and I had fear of speaking. And I learned that it was actually a fear of rejection. You can't get rejected if you don't talk. And so God had a little sense of humor there that I never thought I'd be speaking to the masses. But when I'm saying about 2012 with MyPillow, I wouldn't be here. If 2020 had not happened, we would lose our country forever. What it has exposed is, and they said, well, Mike, who did this? I'll tell you who's done it. The CCP, the deep state, the globalists, and getting everybody ready for that, and the uniparty. Okay? This uniparty, the Republicans that were out there, they did nothing but block, and then we had, I call them traitors. You got your Doug Duceys of the world here. You've got Brad Rassenberger, Robin Voss of Wisconsin. You've got all these people that blocked, and it didn't make sense. You're going, why would you not want to look into this? Election integrity. Let's use a real word, election crimes. Crimes against our country, crimes against humanity, and crimes against the world. That's what it is. We had promises made back then, even with the RNC. As you all know, I'm running for chair of the RNC. And I'm not going to use this as a campaign because there's 168, 3 from every state that voted. I'm calling each one of them individually and let them know I've been in business a long time and I know how I can fix that. And then I know how to get the donors believing in our party once again. Because you have to, anything that I take as a product, I have to use it and believe in it before I ever put it out there. Why would I have anybody tell anybody about a product? And they say, Mike, you're the best salesman. Only because I believe in what I'm saying and believe in the product. And when I met Donald Trump in the summer of 2016, I did my due diligence there. That's when I went all in. I didn't know anything about it. I was an ex-crack addict. What did I know about politics, right? And it's just like if you're fixing the RNC, which I know I can, I'll be able to look a donor in the eye and say, hey, you can put in because we are going to save the country. We are going to save our party. I will say this, that I see this conference has been a message of hope. I was in Louisiana I was with Jimmy Swaggart Ministries yesterday, and I was hearing about this conference all the way there, messages of hope. I heard Tucker Carlson got on this stage and said, get rid of the electronic voting machines. I mean, and they interviewed me. They interviewed me out there. A couple of the first interviews I just did when I flew in last night. I got here this morning. They said, what's the biggest threat to our country right now? If you had to say the number one problem, well, it stands above all others. We need elections and not selections. We need our elections back. That's it. All the hard work that's put in campaigns and the resources put in and the blood, sweat, and tears. I don't care which party. I'm not even going to talk about parties now. Just to have it selected, a button hit, and boom, and you lose. You don't have to look too far, but go look at Brazil right now. We got to pray for Brazil. Pray that they're not there's 50-some countries that have been taken by the electronic voting machines. 50-some. All of South America, except for Brazil, they're on there, and they know, their people know, if they don't get this changed right now, they lose their country forever. And that's it. And that's reality. But what has been holding it back? When they planned all this, and I say that cabal, the uniparty, the globalists, the CCP, and the deep state, now you add the Democrat Party to it, and you got a bigger cabal. The Democrats warned us. I had a video here, but I didn't get it here in time. There was a video, and you can look at any of my social media platforms. The Democrats came out all the way up to 2018, from Kamala Harris to my senator, Amy Klobuchar, to all of them, saying we got to get rid of these machines. We have to get rid of these machines. We have to go paper ballots, hand counted, day up. That's all they preached about, but the Republican Party didn't listen. They didn't listen. But now that they're in hand, they don't care, so they're fine perfectly with fixed elections. I just met with, it was journalists from the Netherlands, the UK, France, and Germany. And this was about a month ago, and they all looked at me as they're interviewing me. These were actually good journalists, not like the ones that attack me every day, which I enjoy because they attack me. We're able to get the word out, right? Well, these journalists, they looked at me, they said, what's wrong with the USA that, why would they not want to look into this and see what happened to your elections and then go to paper ballots, hand counted? I said, I'll tell you what's wrong. There's a couple things is, people, they're afraid. What that happened to our country on February 4th, 2021, and I won't name the names of the companies, but a company sued Fox News. And that goes into lawfare. That shut down conservative media, Fox News and Newsmax, to speak out about our elections. So they were silenced. All judges in the United States, every single judge has kicked the can for standing. There's no, we've had more evidence who would fill this convention center. It's 100 of them. Everybody knows that. But the thing is, every judge has kicked the can on something called standing. Every single case. Because they're why? Because are they all corrupt? No. I believe they have fear. They're afraid. They have families. They have friends, families like all of us. The other judges that I say are bad have now started a new thing, especially with my legal team and everything I'm doing. It's called sanctions. They say you shouldn't have even brought these cases up in the first place. How dare you talk about bad about these machines? How dare you, Mike Lindell, talk about this? You got to pay sanctions. Ooh, you think I care? I got $8 billion worth of lawsuits. Put it on the pile. I don't care. And so thank you. I will tell you that, and by the way, these judges, I'll give you some hope here. There's over 50 lawsuits going on right now in the United States to help get our elections back to where they need to be. And you don't hear about that. You don't hear about all that. Because one of the most historic cases in history is going on right here in Arizona today. Okay? And it takes courage, and courage is contagious. And I want to talk about this. Let's go back to those 2 days where they tried to silence our voices. When you have a takeover of a country, the first thing they're going to silence you. They're going to silence you everywhere they can on every platform, and then they're going to put fear into the rest of the people that might have courage. And that's where we've been sitting for coming up on 2 years. But it's all changing, everybody. It's changing. Look at the social media sites. All the things that came up from 2020, you call them rhinos, I call them traitors, but they've been exposed, okay? They've been exposed. Platforms have been exposed. Jack Dorsey of Twitter's been exposed. Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook's been exposed. You have all these things, and things have changed. Our communication is getting wider and wider. You have Truth Social, you have Gab, you have Getter, you have Telegram, you have my platform, Frank Speech. By the way, you should all get that app right now. But we're getting the word out. And now, what a miracle at this time that Elon Musk buys Twitter and does these Twitter dumps. It's a miracle. Just a week ago, do you know a week ago, the 5th dump came out and it said, My Pillow, the word My Pillow has been flagged for 2 years by Twitter, by Jack Dorsey. That's my employees. That's my company. They have families that, it's just disgusting, but he's exposing all that. And so what did he do? And I planned my first tweet very well. You might have all seen it. It was melt down the machines and turn them into prison bars. And everyone said, well, Mike, when's your next tweet? It's going to come today, but I want to when I have all eyes, 7 million people at Prescience have already seen that. Okay, this was all for me. I just wanted something where they'd hear it around the world because we have to get the word out now. And I'm going to put a message on Twitter today. It'll be a video of hope. And I want to give you all hope right now. In these times, you got to embrace it. God gave us grace right now. We're living it. Just think if we would have never found out, if 2020 hadn't happened, it's over. It's over. Our country are going to go, what did we all turn far left? Did we all turn this stuff? We'd be talking to each other going, all right, who likes this stuff? I'm telling you right now, 80% of this country doesn't like this stuff, and the other half of them don't realize they don't like this stuff. And then you got this little bit on the far left that is just pure evil. But But we have all the tools right now in his communication, or the communication like this conference. You've got to get the word out. We have to get the word out of all the hope going on, all the lawsuits. I believe judges are going to get courage. I believe they're going to bring this country back. You got to pray for our judges. You get home tonight, you pray for our judges, that they will actually be judges instead of kick cans for standing or in fear. You know, if one judge stands up, look at the one in Florida that stood up on the mask mandate on airplanes. She stood up and changed our lives, right? And courage is contagious. You guys all have courage in this room. We need to reach out and just spread the word as these platforms. Look at what they've done. They've even weaponized the FBI. You've seen 80 FBI on Twitter watching people like me coming out and taking cell phones at a Hardee's. What the heck is that? You know, I'm going, oh, I thought you were. What are you doing with my phone? You know, I mean, going in and raiding a president and all the stuff they're doing now. That they've done, and sometimes, you know, it seems insurmountable, you know, that it just seems overwhelming. I'm sure to a lot of you. I was yesterday, people were talking to me, they're going, Mike, there's so much corruption. Where does it end? Where does evil end and good begin? I said, you know what? With God, all things are possible, okay? And I'm telling you all right now, so many good things are going on. This is the best time in history to be alive because God gave us grace. We do have all the tools to bring our country back together and have the greatest elections in world history. And I'm telling you, we're going to get way out here when we get to this great place. And don't y'all ask me today, Mike, when are we going to get there? Okay, this is on God's timing, not my timing. But when we get out here, we're going to look back. And every single thing that happened, even the bad stuff, you're going to look back, oh, that's why that happened, because it exposed this or this. And we're going to get to this beautiful place and that God's going to bring us, and we're going to be once again one nation under God, and we're going to put God back in our schools. And I believe right now we are just enjoy it, because we're in the greatest revival for Jesus Christ in history. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you.
I love you too. Testing. All right, so we're just going to riff because we didn't really plan anything. So we're going to talk about the Federal Bureau of Insanity for a little bit. So as the guy who started the Russiagate investigation, you know, you have an impressive group up here. You have congressional oversight. You have true reporting in the media. And we didn't have that back then. And as I said all along, all roads lead to Russiagate. And what have we seen? We have now seen, as a result of the Twitter files, what Devin and I and Congressman Biggs called a long time ago, the FBI in bed with big tech. And I've been blasting Elon, and it's fine. I don't really care. I don't need him as a friend. But this partial release of documents is almost a version of censorship in itself. We know the FBI was in bed with Twitter, with Facebook, with Google. They went and had weekly meetings at the authorization of Director Chris Wray and Attorney General Bill Barr. Those meetings were documented. Where are the FBI memorandums showing the direction of this DOJ and FBI telling Facebook and Twitter to rig a presidential election based on political orientation? If that isn't the biggest crime of the modern era, then I don't know what is.
Yes, I second all of that. And, you know, we can, whether we look at the Twitter files, basically confirming what a lot of us already sensed in our bones, which was that the issue of big tech censorship is not principally one of these various private companies taking it upon themselves to censor. There was an element of that, but the larger story is that the pressure was coming from the government itself, from the national security state itself. Russiagate was a national security state operation, and as anybody who's ever read the great news site known as Revolver News, we know, thank you, we know that the Fedsurrection was also a national security state operation. And if anyone's heard of Ray Epps, for instance, we need to go into the, no. If anyone's heard of Ray Epps, so the thread running through all of these things is that in our ostensible democracy, where allegedly the people are in charge, the chief bottleneck to progress for the will of the people instantiating itself in the government, the chief bottleneck to that is the national security state, which is why I say unless and until we can bring the national security state to heel, our politics in this country will remain largely fake and performative. We have to put them in their place.
Right on, Darren. That's exactly right. You know, and it's still going on. So I found out, I think that you might have seen this, it was reported last April that the FBI entered into a contract with a private firm to go start surveilling. It wasn't start surveilling, but to continue surveilling and geofencing people in the public, their social media accounts. They didn't have probable cause. They had no reasonable, articulable suspicion. There was no legal authority or rationale for them to do it, but they still did it anyway. And we are finding out what I think Cash and Darren and I have known is just being substantiated, is that they were meeting with Twitter on a weekly basis during the 2020 election. And that purpose was not because there was a national security threat. In fact, they were taking agents away from national terror or international terrorist surveillance and putting them on domestic political assignment. And when you think of that, what was the purpose? It was using the FBI, the DOJ, and other parts of the federal police apparatus to attack their political opponents. And the marriage of big government in that way with big tech is none other than fascism. That's what we've become, a fascist state. And if we're going to go back to a free constitutional republic, we have to dismantle the FBI.
And so, you know, as a former terrorism prosecutor who worked with the FBI, yes, there's a lot of good people over there. But Congressman Biggs is totally right. The headship at the FBI, from Chris Wray on down, is completely corrupted. Look at the cast of characters that have led our so-called premier law enforcement agency in the last 5 years. Comey, McCabe, Strzok, Page, Wray, Auten, Tito, and all these other guys who literally went into a federal court, lied knowingly to a federal judge because they wanted a certain specific political outcome. So how do you dismantle this FBI? And this is the one thing that I will challenge you all with, because you guys are here, step one. Step two, go tell 50 other people who aren't here what you heard about. And what you need to tell them is, as my friend Steve Bannon says, let's show them the receipts. We have them. The thing about the FBI is they are so arrogant, they write down their own corruption. So when Congressman Biggs and this awesome Congress goes in on January 1st, the subpoenas are going out the door for the FBI's documentation. And then it's up to y'all to take that documentation and show it to the rest of the world. And thankfully, we have brave warriors in Congress who know that Chris Wray is going to come in and say, oh, I can't find the documents. Andy will take their money. It's our taxpayer dollars that are funding these gigantic agencies to create a two-tier system of justice. And the only way to abolish it, as I call these government gangsters, is you take their money. And the only person that can do it are members of Congress. So we have to demand that of our representatives. And I'm glad I'm on the stage with one of the few guys that I know will follow through on that mission for the United States of America. There you go. Boom.
And if I can just add something, as long as we're naming names, and I think it's so powerful to name names because it's one thing to understand the problem conceptually, the FBI, but what they hate is when you focus a problem on a person. And we've heard about Ray, we've heard about Merrick Garland and these other casts of characters. There's another individual that maybe you haven't heard of who just quietly retired, just as quietly and suspiciously as he was promoted. And that is a scumbag called Stephen D'Antuono. Now, Stephen D'Antuono ran the Detroit FBI field office. He oversaw this fake entrapment operation known as the Whitmer kidnapping plot. And the day after these people were arrested as part of the plot, Christopher Wray promoted him to a top position in D.C., where he went on to oversee the January 6th investigation. In particular, he was the public face of the pipe bomb investigation, and this might be the reason that he quietly retired from a position that nobody retires from in the way that he did. Now, the great congressman here mentioned geofencing, that the feds have this whole dragnet of geofencing to discover the precise location of anyone who was, in D.C. basically on January 6th. And yet they have this surveillance footage that they released of this alleged pipe bomber on January 5th, January 6th. This is the only person that they can't find the identity of in their geofencing technology. I wonder why that is. And so if you want to learn more about this pipe bomb issue, which is really like they're calling January 6th the insurrection, this is the most terroristic element of January 6th, and it's the number one thing that nobody wants to learn more about. The Democrats are not clamoring for the full and unedited surveillance footage from the DNC of this pipe bomber. Why? And as long as we're talking about subpoenas, maybe we can think about subpoenaing the full, raw, unedited footage of the DNC pipe bomber, along with the chain of custody. And that's going to lead to a very, very dark place. I can say that.
Yeah, you're right about that. And we have to subpoena and get access to the entire 14,000 hours of the January 6th. Yeah. No more of this stuff that's been kind of edited and cropped and out where they can, they have a narrative that they're trying to craft. That has got to go away. So we hear about Twitter because that's been in the news lately. But it isn't just Twitter. You have Facebook, you have YouTube, that they were receiving pressure. You had the FBI go to Google, Microsoft, and other software companies telling them to delete URLs, web addresses, again, without any kind of police authority, any legal authority. They won't even tell us, all the social media and software companies, that they were basically bullying into censoring. We're going to bring them in, and we're going to have them sit right there, and if they don't want to answer or refuse to answer, no more of this. I mean, because Cash is exactly right. Christopher Wray will say, thank you, I'll have my staff get back to you, and you never hear from them again. Their staff's been transferred to Timbuktu or somewhere. We're going to say, look, if you aren't going to provide us with the answers, we're going to hold you in contempt. You have to hold people accountable. You have to hold people accountable when they do the wrong thing. And what's been happening in this country is to take us away from the constitutional republic we are. If you mess around with elections, you mess around with our trajectory, our freedom, the path that we should be on. And that's what they have done. And the reason they've done it is because, and I'm going to steal a little bit of this from our friends at Revolver, that's the grift of the Democrats. The grift for them is to get in power and use taxpayer funding to enrich themselves, maintain power. And the way they do it is they've now co-opted and weaponized every federal department and agency against the American people. God help us if we can't stop him. God help this country if we can't stop him. We've got to do it, pedal to the metal, and we start in January.
Yes, sir. But what Congressman Biggs and everyone in Congress on our side of the House is going to need is y'all. They cannot do this mission alone, and this mission cannot be undertaken by this FBI and DOJ for all the reasons we know. So yes, it always comes back to censorship and rigging elections. And the next time someone tells you that no election was rigged and you bring up Hunter Biden's laptop, just tell them this. What if that was Don Jr.'s laptop? What would we be talking about? Not the amount of criminality, but the decades in prison that individuals should be doing right now if we had an FBI and DOJ who's willing to follow the facts and the law. And now we know, and the world knows, thanks to some of the Twitter files, that that's exactly what happened. They selected with the FBI and DOJ at their direction to censor specific individuals and stories just before the biggest presidential election of our lifetime. And it did make a difference. You don't need to be a pollster to know that. Go around America and ask people if they would have changed their vote had they known the next president's son was one of the largest criminal actors in United States history, in bed with the CCP, the worst criminal actor on the global stage. No, of course they would not have voted for him. So how do we wrap up everything we're learning and help Congress and help the media with accountability? This is our mission together. It cannot happen alone in just one branch of government. You've seen what they did to us in Russiagate. They said we were lying for 5 years. You now know how corrupt. Just think of this. In the United States of America in 2016, the FBI and DOJ were hijacked by a political party using campaign contributions to hire a foreign spy and go to a federal court and lie just to federally surveil a political opponent. Exactly. That's not supposed to happen in the United States of America. Now, if you fast forward the clock and you thought that was bad, in about 4 hours, I'm going out to Real America's Voice with John Solomon, and you are going to see a level of corruption, a news story we're breaking today, that will blow your absolute minds. And this conversation is going to be critical to its reporting. So we need you guys to get out there and spread the word. And I'm telling you, if you haven't heard it before, all roads lead to Russiagate because it's the same government gangsters at the FBI and DOJ that corrupted us back then that are continuing to do so now. So you got to call them out by name.
I think there's one point here that I really need to jump up on because it's a very important one, is that when we talk about election rigging, it's not just what you think about in terms of ballot boxes. Manipulation of the information environment is election rigging. Deplatforming a sitting president of the United States from his chosen means of communication is election rigging. Censoring critical stories about family members of one presidential candidate immediately before an election is election rigging, and it may be the most outrageous form of election rigging possible, and it was being done with the collusion of nefarious operators within the government itself. And it's really critical. And just to give you a sense of not only what an outrage, but there's the injury which we're talking about, but there's also the insult to add to the injury, which gives you a sense, really, frankly, of how what a joke this country has become in many ways, is that the person who is in charge of censorship at Twitter, the most important communications platform in the world, arguably, was this guy called Yoel Roth. Remember, attach a name to a problem. This guy called Yoel Roth. What was his qualification? His qualification was literally having written a 300-page dissertation on the gay dating app Grindr. And this is the person who was empowered to lead censorship of the world's most important communication platform. If that's not ridiculous, if that doesn't give you a sense of what we're working with, I don't know what will. But it's ridiculous. We need accountability. We need to get tough. We need accountability on our side. And with all the money spent from the RNC, all the money on, cosmetics and these kinds of things which may have been spent, how about some money to support whistleblowers from the national security establishment? We constantly get these annoying emails. Hey, friends, send me more money. We need more money for, yoga pants. They spent $5,000 on yoga pants, the RNC did. How about a couple $1 million to support the next courageous whistleblower who's going to come out and tell us about the biggest scandal that we haven't yet heard of? We need to get smart. We need to get tough. We've had enough. And it's time to actually play for keeps, guys.
Bring it home, Andy.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can wrap this up here. Because I want you to know it's not just Russia hoax. It's not just election rigging. It's not just suppressing Hunter Biden's laptop. It's dissenting voices or heterodox voices on COVID. They suppressed that. They don't want you to know what happened in COVID. They were suppressing virtually everything that we in this audience and up here on the stage stand for. They were attacking the values, not just the values, but the virtue of the American Constitutional Republic. And that was being done because simply they wanted power. There is no place on earth that can sustain that type of government. Certainly not one that's supposed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people. This is America. It is the time for us to stand up, and we can't do it. I mean, Cash is right. And John Solomon's going to have it. By the way, it's going to be a barn burner. Watch that tonight. We need everybody here to understand what's happening as we speak. Cash was talking about we control it with money. That's how we can affect the places like the FBI and the DOJ and the state, this weaponization of the state. But as we sit here, a deal is being cut in the United States Senate for a spending package that's going to spend about $1.5 trillion in deficit all the way through till next October. That will take away, Boo is right, that will take away our ability to leverage that spending and defund these places that need to be defunded. Please let your senators know this is a no-go. They need to be loud. You need to be loud. And we need to be able to represent the people to start taking back the country. And the best way to do it is with the money you send in taxes. That's where we are. God bless each of you to do what we need to do. God bless this great country.
Thank you guys for having us. And if you want to have a little fun, I'm going to go see my friend Brittany Aldean and Cassie. We're going to take some cowboy photos. Come check us out. Andy's going to be there too.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
God bless America.
The Heritage Foundation is the most impactful conservative policy organization in the country. Every semester, our interns are a vital part of that mission.
5 years ago, I was a Heritage intern. Today, I work with our lawmakers on Capitol Hill to fight against radical leftism and for what real Americans care about.
We want the best and the brightest, which means we pay competitively, we develop talent, and give our interns access to some of the sharpest political minds in the country.
Interning at Heritage really gave me the foundation to go out into the world, go out into the media, to tell stories that really matter.
Former Heritage interns are currently working for the organizations, lawmakers, and campaigns fighting for America. They're shaping conservative thought, championing family values, and forging policy for America at the highest levels of government.
The conservative principles and values that were instilled in me at the Heritage Foundation have really carried me through my career today. It was my conservative home in Washington, D.C., and it still is. It could be an outpost for you.
If you're looking for your way to get into the fight for America, this is it.
We are going on offense. Join us.
Hello, Turning Point. Are you out there ready to save America? Awesome. Well, like you, I don't trust people coming from Washington, D.C. telling me what I need to do to take back the country. And even though I spend a few hours each day in D.C. on your behalf at America's outpost for the everyday American, I'm here to tell you one thing. How many of you know what time it is in the United States of America? It is time to fight, and the Heritage Foundation is on offense for you. And so I'm here to give you a pitch that, if you will go back just a little bit in history with me and bear with me for just a moment, you know that what we are up to is not a left versus right struggle. It's not a Democrat versus Republican struggle. It is an us versus them struggle. And just like in the 1760s and 1770s and 1780s, hundreds of thousands of Americans banded together to win the American Revolution, the pitch that I have for you today is to join us and win the second American Revolution. Now, thank you. I hope, like you, that there's no more bloodshed like there was a couple summers ago in the Black Lives Matter movement. I hope that this is a bloodless revolution, but what we need to do, which I'll talk about for a couple of minutes, is win not only elections and policy fights, but we've got to take back our communities and our institutions. And so let's just catalog for a moment. Just catalog for a moment all of the things in this us versus them battle that they have told us. They told us that we dare not ask the origins of COVID. They told us to trust the science, which, by the way, I'm very happy to trust the science when it comes to understanding that men are men and women are women, and let's leave it at that. And I'll repeat to you what I repeated to all of my colleagues at the Heritage Foundation who fight every day for you, and that is, when it comes to religious liberty, we will spend the last cent to our name at the Heritage Foundation defending that for every American of faith. And if there is ever a time in America when we got to dig deep and fight, it's now. Because also consider what they have told us. They told us, including Republican leadership in the United States Senate, that it's okay to spend more of your money. By your money, I'm not just talking about mine. I'm talking about those of you who are younger than me and the kids that you will bring into this world. They are doing that right now. And so it does surprise some of the chattering class in Washington and New York and San Francisco when the president of the Heritage Foundation says the following: be quiet and go pound sand because I want my country back. And I want to ask you, wherever you are, however old you are, to join us in this fight. One of the things we don't engage in at the Heritage Foundation is hollow optimism. And so I think with this dose of reality about what's going on in the imperial city of D.C., what these jokers at the European Union Parliament in Brussels tell us, is to reject all of that and remember that this is what our fight is about. It's the same purpose as the purpose of the American Revolution over 200 years ago, and that is self-governance. And what they, more than anything else, want to take from us is our right to govern ourselves. In fact, they would rather give our freedom to centralized power and bureaucrats in state capitals in Washington and Brussels rather than entrust us with it. And so let me, with that heavy dose of reality, give you some insight into the optimism that we have every day. Remember, we don't do hollow optimism at Heritage. The path ahead, to be sure, is narrow, but that means it's the right path. In January, starting on January 3rd, when the conservatives take over the U.S. House, there will be investigation after investigation after investigation of all of the wrongdoings of the current administration. And look, I promise you, at Heritage, we're not here to take credit. We want you to take credit. But we have been working for a year doing Freedom of Information Act requests for this oversight project that's laying the groundwork to show the receipts. To show the receipts on the open border, to show the receipts on the double standard that the FBI uses, to show the receipts on the Chinese Communist Party. But let me say that we can't just talk about investigations. Those are essential, and we're providing the intellectual ammunition. We have to do that as a lever to explain the aspirational vision for governance that conservatives ought to have. And that aspirational vision, I sure hope that whoever the next Speaker of the House is listening. Whoever that speaker is needs to say, this is what we're going to do when we have the House and the Senate and the White House in 2025. And at the top of the list, even though we know this will not pass the Senate and the regime led by President Biden will not sign it, at the top of the list needs to be something really simple because it encapsulates everything we're fighting. We need to tear out, root and branch, eliminate in its entirety the U.S. Department of Education. So, I'm an old teacher, historian. I know that you're thinking, well, you know, what's the Heritage Foundation have to do with this? Well, what we do is we've written the plan. You come to heritage.org and read it. But more important than the plan is that you understand we want to give you the intellectual ammunition in your community to take this country back. So I'm going to leave you, thank you. I'm going to leave you with 2 charges if you don't mind. You can give me a charge anytime. That's what we do at Heritage, is to take your ideas and hopefully turn them into good policy. The first charge is, remember this date, January 20th, 2025. I am convinced that the next president of the United States is going to be a conservative. I don't know who he or she will be, but I know we got some rock stars in our movement. And we have been working with nearly every organization that matters across this country to bring 10,000 like-minded people into the next administration so they can do that tearing out, root and branch of the deep state. I'm asking you to be part of that project. And the second thing I'm going to ask you to do, and this is coming from a father of 4, married for 25 years, who believes in religious liberty. Live a conservative life. Let us honor, through our personification of our values, those values. Get married, go to church, have kids, build strong organizations, because it's in those institutions and in that behavior that we can tell Leviathan in Washington and in Brussels, go home, we're taking our country back. God bless you. Keep up the fight. We will win. Thank you very much.
Guys don't like this country. They genuinely do not like the United States of America. We're very much anti-establishment, trying to highlight stories that we don't think get their fair day. This one page, for whatever reason, triggers the left at such an unbelievable degree. They're here to make our lives difficult. They're not here to actually bring integrity to the American news landscape. It is such a system that is ripe for fraud. And you guys continue to talk about the story in the establishment press instead of talking about the president's agenda. Get yourself motivated, because everything is on the line.
Wow, I always feel bad that I can't dunk a basketball after that happens. I blame my parents. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Marlow. I'm editor-in-chief of Breitbart News. I'm also a radio host and a best-selling author. And today I want to tell you a story. I want to go back in history all the way back to 2012. Some of you are old enough to remember 2012, though not all of you, because it's turning point, but that's okay. It was a rough and dramatic year for us at Breitbart News. It was the year that our founder, Andrew Breitbart, passed away. For those of you who don't know Andrew, I recommend his book, Righteous Indignation. But Andrew was a journalist. He was an activist. At times, he was a comedian. And our favorite was when Andrew was all of the above. That was the best. And he died suddenly at the age of 23. And if that wasn't 43. If that wasn't dramatic enough, it was less than a week before Andrew was going to relaunch his biggest media vision yet, a all-encompassing right-of-center newspaper for the digital age, Breitbart.com. And he designed it all himself, and he gave it that kind of cool Halloween-y orange and black scheme that you see today if you go to our website. And all of a sudden, he passed away. But the drama for that year was just beginning, because, you might recall, it was an election year. And who was on the ballot? It was Barack Obama. Now, those of you in the audience who are really old, you might remember that actually when Obama ran in 2008, he actually ran as a godlike savior who was going to save America from Americans who were ruining it, in his opinion. Let me give you some highlights from one of his speeches on the campaign trail. This is only loosely paraphrased. I'm absolutely certain that generations from now, we'll be able to look back and tell our children that this was the moment when we began to provide care for the sick and jobs for the jobless, when we came together to remake our nation, when we ended war, and most impressively, when the rise of the oceans began to slow and our planet began to heal. It's incredible. It's heroic. It's also completely absurd. Our health care under Obama got worse and more expensive. Our nation got progressively more polarized. Are you all feeling the unity today that we're experiencing? And also that year, it seems like ever since, every year is the hottest year on record. Aside from 1934. Never bring up 1934 because it ruins all the media's narratives. You can look that one up. So, ties didn't slow, nothing good happened. And now, 2012, he had to run as a mere mortal. He had to run as a normal person. He was running on a lackluster economy. Federal spending had ballooned. The debt was insane. It still is. And then Obamacare, of course, was a disaster, both politically and it wasn't providing much care. And every day we were talking constantly about the next threat of radical Islamic terror. And then September 11th of 2012 rolls around, and what happened then? 2 diplomatic missions for the United States got attacked by Islamic radicals. This was in Benghazi, Libya. And 4 Americans died, including the ambassador, Christopher Stevens. There's a big commission report done by a United States House Select Committee, and they determined that the Obama administration, specifically Hillary Clinton, was derelict in their responsibilities to those Americans in those facilities. Totally responsible. And Susan Rice, who is now one of the top officials in the Joe Biden White House now, actually blamed a YouTube video for this radical Islamic attack on Americans. not their horrible ideology. A truly horrific scheme of events. But there was a silver lining, and that silver lining was it was very clear. We were finally going to rid ourselves of Barack Obama. We were finally going to be able to end this experiment where we put a half-term senator, full-time community organizer in charge of our country. We were going to win. There's only one problem: our nominee. Or, as I put in the front page of Breitbart, the Romney. Now, I don't want to dwell too much on Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, who was the vice presidential pick. The next man the establishment Republicans had planned to take the movement to the next level. But they didn't get the job done. Paul Ryan actually lost his vice presidential debate to Joe Biden. Can you imagine that? Losing a debate to a guy who can't tell the difference between his wife and his sister? So Obama won, as we know, and Republicans began to try to pick up the pieces, try to explain to their donors how they wasted $3 billion of their money on this candidate. And you know what the conclusion they drew? They drew up this thing called an autopsy report. No one remembers it. They remember one detail. They said the main problem that the Republicans had was they weren't sufficiently pro-illegal immigration. We needed comprehensive immigration reform. What does that mean for those in the audience? Amnesty. Amnesty. That was a Republican's problem. Amnesty. Now, I represent a website that has, I think, pretty in tune with the populist nationalist wing of the conservative movement, and immediately the audience was apoplectic. This was not the solution. This was not the way forward. And something happened. People began to fight. People were losing their mind because the Republicans were telling us that the key to success is more lawlessness. First thing, you grant immunity, amnesty to illegal aliens. The next thing, you win. It's genius, right? And better yet, you won't get called a racist, the W. The only problem is, argument was totally false. Most illegal aliens are actually economic migrants, so they're coming here for money. And so who are they going to vote for? They're going to vote for the party that gives the most handouts, gives the most money, and gives them the most economic incentive. There's another major issue, which is that there's a language barrier. And I'm very critical of the conservative movement in this. The left puts out their content in Spanish. Do you guys read a lot of conservative articles, listen to a lot of conservative radio in Spanish, those of you Spanish speakers? No, we don't do it. We've failed in this regard. Right now, George Soros is buying up radio stations to put left-of-center content on the air in Spanish. It's a lesson we never learned. So the point is, how is this allegedly national, this inevitable contingency of eventual Republicans, and eventual conservatives, going to even know they're conservative, they're not getting our values? It became clear that the establishment didn't really care because this was not about the conservative movement at all. This was about importing a cheap class of labor to lower the wages of Americans, to create more competition, and to raise their stocks just a little bit. This was the work of the Republican donor class. So it wasn't about the future of the movement. It was about these cheap workers. It was all a hoax perpetrated by the establishment. And this was just too much to bear for the populist wing of the movement. So, as the expression goes, it was on. There was a civil war, ideologically, that took place. And it was clear that there was a need to throw out the Republican establishment, remove the globalists from power, and then we could start the hard work of boldly trying to save our country. And I'm pleased to say that that's more or less what happened. Flash forward to 2015, and all of a sudden, into 2016, conservatives literally united behind a chant of build the wall, build the wall, build the wall, build the wall, build, and you make Mexico pay for it. This is just 3 years after we were told by the people running the party we needed to not only not have a wall, we need to tell everyone who was here illegally, you get amnesty. This is a huge thing. So what happened to Paul Ryan? Paul Ryan retired from politics. Mitt Romney basically became a Democrat and a laughingstock. So, yeah, and then the battle was largely won. So why the history lesson? Why am I spending all this time in December of 2022? This is my first lesson for all of you today. Sometimes when we fight, we win. Sometimes when you fight, you win. It's lesson number one. You would have thought it was an impossible task to wrestle away an entire movement from these people that already had so much power and so much money. and so many people and so many corporate interests, so much invested in it. And to not only beat them, but to beat them in just an election cycle, one single election cycle. And this is the spirit that continues today at Breitbart and elsewhere in places like Turning Point. Recently, we were examining a bill called the JCPA, and this turned into a big battle, the Journalism, Competition, and Preservation Act. It's essentially a slush fund for the establishment journalists. And the plan was to add this to a bill for our national defense, funding our national defense. Only in Washington can something so awful be possible, and yet that's exactly what was happening. So what did we do? We fought. Lo and behold, the JCPA didn't make it into the NDAA. Thumbs up to all of you who got involved. And so this handout for the fake news did not make it into this crucial bill, because we all know that the fake news is the enemy of the people, okay? 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 Believe me. But that's actually not the best part, because when we fought the JCPA, you know what else came out? The military vaccine mandate came out of the NDAA. And you know what else came out? Chuck Schumer had a new scheme to make it easier for marijuana businesses to do banking. Why was that in our national defense bill? It's all out, because sometimes when you fight, you win. So now, these past couple of years, we've had a lot of fights, and not all of them have gone well. I admit that. But there's been a lot of progress made. First of all, things could be much worse. I want to give you some examples. Russia. How are they doing with Ukraine right now? They're getting embarrassed in their own backyard. How about Iran? Iran's had to face 2 months of protests over their morality police. Yes, there is a country in 2022 that has morality police. How about Europe? Home of Davos, Brussels, the breeding ground of globalist thought, right? This is where the global anti-climate change movement, its heartbeat is there, the World Economic Forum. They're in such a big energy crisis now, they're actually bringing back online coal-fired plants that they'd shut down to fight the existential threat of climate change. That's very naughty, and I want them all to get a lot of coal for Christmas in Europe. Okay, finally, China, and I can spend the rest of the speech on China. Their top tech companies, Alibaba and Tencent, lost over $1 trillion in a year. One of their key stock markets is down 36% over a year. Their property market is in a crisis. Not only did they cause the pandemic, but they had the single worst response to it. And there's, even in China with no free press, you're starting to see the people rise up against the Emperor Xi Jinping, who's trying to solidify himself as having the most power since Mao Zedong. So all these problems pale in comparison to America. And so while politically we have a lot of work to do, there is some good news happening. First of all, the top-down COVID authoritarianism that we saw is beginning to get reeled back in. I'm starting to see more accountability for the people who locked us down and harmed our children. Though I have to say, I was driving around LA recently, and I saw way too many of the people alone in their cars with the cloth face diapers on their face. These people need to be studied by science. And this time, science has to tell the truth about what they find, okay? So lately, if you spend any time online, I know you guys do, we have the Twitter files. So we're learning the extent to which conservatives have been censored online. Now, I don't know if we learned anything new. We knew that the Hunter Biden laptop from hell was censored. We knew that Charlie Kirk was censored. We knew that Breitbart News was censored. By the way, we've been censored since going back to 2016, 2017, when the original shadow banning took place. And of course, we were called conspiracy theorists, because we were pointing out that our content wasn't reaching our own followers. So Elon Musk isn't telling us anything we don't know, but we finally have the receipts. This is a huge development, and I think it's a big blow to global authoritarianism. And I will tell you right now, if there is anyone in the audience today who is working at Google or is working at Meta, if you come out and blow the whistles on these tech giants who have way too much power, who are censoring legitimate thought for no good reason other than their own political gain, you'll be welcomed by this movement with a hero's welcome. So please, come forward, blow the whistle on these horrible companies. So what I am saying is there is unity on the right in terms of what are the key values these days. From focusing on inflation to sky-high gas prices, to the threat of an open border, to our hatred of the establishment media, to the hatred of the big tech elite, to the threat China poses to our country, to the desire to bring back American jobs in manufacturing and bring regulation down, there's universality in all these values. The Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So long as that is the case, you will have unity on the right over these values. How about getting fed up with cutting blank checks to foreign countries without knowing where the money is going or what we're getting back? And I'm looking at you, Ukraine, on that one. Now take the issue of abortion. This one's a little more complicated. The Democrats used it to their advantage politically. But personally, for me, I believe there's a few things in life that are more important than just a couple political victories, and one of those things is life itself. So, one of the refrains we've seen trying to make sense of the 2022 elections is that candidates matter, okay? Candidates matter. You've heard that. So, I'm going to try to refute that with three words. Three words. Senator John Fetterwoman. So I'm going to try to keep it classy. I'm not going to dwell on all of the crazy utterances he said in the campaign trail. And I won't even mention, I will not mention that giant growth in the back of his neck that is still unexplained. Will not bring that up. But his brain's scrambled. He's got a scrambled brain. He can't compute what he hears, and he can barely speak. And even though he plays a blue-collar guy on TV, do you know that he has a degree from Harvard and lived off of his parents until his 40s? So, not really the populist guy with the shorts and the big hoodie, is he? He's all propped up. He's propped up by a left-wing movement and by, must be a crazy family to put him out there like that. And now, on MSNBC, a host named Katie Tur suggested he could be a presidential candidate. Isn't that something? Hey, candidates matter. He would definitely have the biggest growth of any candidate if he did it. So, if you're not convinced by this argument, let me give you two more words. Tony DeLuca. Now, have you ever heard of Tony DeLuca? He was reelected to Pennsylvania Senate last month. You probably haven't heard of him because he's dead. Tony's dead. Doesn't matter, he still won. So, you see my point. So, what does matter? What does matter? We've got the right values. The candidate's not going to deal with that. What does matter? It actually is, coming back to my story at the beginning of the talk, community organizing. So, don't laugh, but we actually have to learn from Barack Obama in this regard. How else could Joe Biden and John Fetterman and the dead guy from Pennsylvania win elections? It's community organizing. It is people getting organized. That is how you explain any left-wing success that we're having in this country. So, how do we do that? That's for a different time, probably a different venue. But if we have learned anything, it's that it is not necessarily about who's on the ballot or what is on the ballot. It is that the ballot physically goes into the ballot box. So I became editor-in-chief of Breitbart in 2013, just after Obama was inaugurated for a second term. And it surprised a lot of us at the time. In retrospect, it was not at all surprising. And he beat those conservatives who thought that the key to the future of the movement was about amnesty for illegal aliens. So then we had our Civil War, which we won, which is great. So where do we go from here? So now we have a choice. The choice is we can either go one of two directions. We can stop working. We can Netflix and chill. And we can feel content that we have the best values, we have the funniest memes, and we have the best looking women. All of these are true, scientific fact. So we can feel content in that and continue to lose. Hey, but we're right, feeling good about it. Or we take a different approach. We take the approach the left has been taking. We take those lessons of Barack Obama and Mark Elias and George Soros and the World Economic Forum, and we get organized. So my mission for you today is I want you to appreciate that America is still the last best hope for the earth. Despite the best efforts of the left, we enjoy most of the freedoms our founding fathers left us, and many others that they probably hadn't even thought of. But most importantly, I want to get you fired up. I want you to engage in the process at a civic level, even more deeply than you had in the past. I want you to put in the hard work, and I still want you to have fun and be fearless. But most importantly, we have to get organized. And if we do that, this country will see the strongest conservative movement that we've ever seen. Thank you very much. I'm Alex Marlow. Have a great rest of your conference.
Just call that race for Paulina Luna.
I think that people want to know that our leaders know what they're doing with our military.
People that moved to the state of Florida over the last 2 years were largely leaving bad blue policies because the country is established by its borders and its sovereignty, and that's what's at stake right now. China is one of the biggest threats that we as a nation are facing.
We went from seeing great years of a prosperous nation with the economy under President Trump to complete polar opposite now, and a lot of people are struggling.
The government is not ever going to do better for you than you can do for yourself. Hello, Arizona.
This is now, I'd have to say, my 4th year coming to a Turning Point event, and although I am now a member of Congress, I got my start where all of you are today. So my first event was actually at the Young Women's Leadership Summit back in 2018. And thank you. This organization has been incredibly important to fighting for the youth of this nation. When I had the choice, and mind you, I had planned on going to medical school, I was going to go out there, rejoin the military, and find a way to give back to my community that way. But when Charlie Kirk called me in August of 2018 and said, Anna, we need your help, I really had a decision to make. Was I going to stay and fight and get engaged in the conversation, or was I going to leave to go to medical school? And I really chose to stay because I realized the fight that we as a nation are currently facing. I saw that they were increasingly telling my generation, younger generations, that socialism was a good thing and that it hadn't been done correctly yet. I increasingly heard that it was wrong for women to be pro-life, that we shouldn't have our Second Amendment, that the founding fathers of the United States were racist. I did not agree with those things. And it is so incredibly important that one person, it doesn't matter who you are, what background you come from, you could literally come from a circumstance like how I came and grew up. I grew up in the welfare system. I had a very young single mom who had me. My father was in and out of prison. He struggled with a methamphetamine addiction. And yet all of those things I realized, because I was born in one of the greatest countries in the world, the United States, were only a part of my story but would not hold me back. Thank you. I joined the military. It's where I met my husband, Andy, who in 2014 was shot in Afghanistan. He received a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart, but he kept deploying because he also loves this nation. Shortly into my job with Turning Point USA, I was their National Hispanic Outreach Director, and part of what I did is I would go on media. And I would share what I was finding out about what was happening at the border with human trafficking. And yet people online, largely, were calling me a conspiracy theorist. They were saying that I was a coconut, that I was whitewashed, that I wasn't Hispanic enough, because I was not regurgitating the lies that the left was putting out there about immigration. Yeah, for those, just real quick, show of hands, who here has been called a race traitor or a coconut because you're a minority that embraces conservative values? Okay, good for you guys, because those people that call you those names, they're uninformed. They don't know what's happening in our country, and the leftist media wants to use people like that to keep your voices from speaking the truth. The truth, and this is something that I know now more than ever, is one of the most powerful forms of cleaning up what's happening in this country. I'm seeing it all the time, and I'm learning very quickly, especially being in Washington, that sometimes they don't want you to speak the truth. But I didn't get elected to lie to the American people. I got elected to fight, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thank you. So as I continued to put out there what was happening, the fact that Hispanic women and children are the largest targeted demographic in human trafficking, the fact that even previous to 2016, Democrats had the same viewpoints that, the left had the same viewpoints that conservatives had on immigration,
What changed? Well, maybe the fact that in 2016, the largest voting minority in the country was projected to be Hispanic Americans, specifically of Mexican descent. That is exactly why they changed the national narrative. That is exactly why they started to push open borders. That is exactly why, knowing full well that there would be an issue with people being hurt on both sides, that they chose to lie to the American people. I did not want to be a part of that. There's so many great people here today. I know Anthony Cabasa is one of them, a conservative, independent journalist. Drew Hernandez, who's now with Turning Point USA. Many of those people back then started out as grassroots activists attending these events. And those are the same people today that are leading the fight against the progressive left, especially that left that's trying to indoctrinate the now largest voting minority in the country. When I made the decision to run, it was not an easy decision to make. I had to have support from my husband, and to be honest with you, I really didn't know what would be thrown at me. What I learned is that what we have right now in our country is a tipping point. And if we do not all collectively work together, we will lose this country. And so I made, I would argue, probably one of the crazier decisions that I've ever made in my life. I decided to run for office. Thank you. Now, as some of you might know, I did not win my first election, but I learned a lot. And what I learned is that if you fail the first time, you don't sit there and you feel bad for yourself. You get back up and you do it again. And you do it as many times as you have to until you're successful. This country was not founded on those that gave up. Okay? This country was founded by people that against all the odds chose to fight for something that they believe in. And that is exactly why I'm here today. I believe as a woman, a biological woman, we'll get into that in a second. As a biological woman, it is okay to protect women's sports. That it is okay to say, hey, I love the nuclear family. That it is okay to stand up for parental rights against drag queen reading hours to children. That it is okay to want border security and okay to be pro-life. Where are my pro-lifers at? Did you know that they tried to call me a pro-life extremist? Because I believe in protecting children. You know, right before my election, they put $12 million against me. I was outspent 12 to 1. I had Barack Obama dropping robocalls against me. I think it helped me. I'm standing here today, aren't I? But it should just go to show that the American people realize how far gone this country has gone. And they want people, they spoke in November, they want change. They don't want the same thing over and over and over again. Just real quick show of hands, who knows who Scott Pressler is? Okay. I happen to love Scott too, and do you know why I love him? Because he is exactly the type of leadership that we need in this country, that is working at the grassroots level to get candidates across this country into office. I am tired of the same broken system over and over and over again of people telling us what we need to do different. They are the ones in charge. Why should they tell us after they've failed what we need to do differently? They need to do something differently. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. I really like a woman by the name of Harmeet Dillon. Now, this is a 501c3 event, so there's certain things I can't say, but Harmeet's a great lady, and I really like Harmeet, so take that for what you will. Thank you. Yeah, Harmeet's a wonderful woman, and I really hope that she brings the change that we need to see in this country. Now, going back to what I'm hoping to see and what we as a nation need to do, especially moving forward. The number one threat that we are facing in this country is big tech and China, and they go hand in hand, okay? Yes, China, we'll get into that in a second, but China is working with some of these companies like Google that engaged in election interference. If you don't think that engaging in suppressing information on the internet to voters is election interference, I don't know what to tell you. But they are. And some people don't like to talk about it. I think we need to be addressing it head on. And I hope that Congress this next cycle does exactly that, because big tech, if we don't take it back from the younger generation, again, we will lose this country. Elon Musk, kudos to Elon Musk, has shown the American people what we knew the whole time. And those same companies that we are sending our defense contracts to, like Google, are helping the Communist Chinese Party engineer a social credit system. Does anyone here want to ever be in the United States that has a social credit system? Does anyone here want a centralized backed digital currency? Does anyone here believe that the Bill of Rights is just an outdated piece of paper? Neither do I, which is exactly why I'm sure you've heard today. There are some other members of the Freedom Caucus here. My friend Lauren Boebert, who's going to be on stage after this. Our great friend Matt Gaetz. Our amazing friend Andy Biggs. These are the fighters that we need more of in Washington. And I hope to God that if we can hold the line, at least now, that in 2024 we will continue to move forward and protect this great nation. You know, I had the opportunity to go to Harvard University for a bipartisan orientation, and I know a lot of you are like, what the heck were you doing at Harvard? But I can tell you that they were, well, actually, Harvard was asking why more conservatives didn't show up. I had a thing or two to tell them about that. But what I saw was that there was bipartisan support there and concern for the rise of China. Did you know that China currently is working with a majority of our allies, a part of the United Nations, in order to undermine our efforts in regards to preserving Western culture? Say that again? Yeah, what she said. If we don't do something about it now, I fear that they will become a world superpower by 2030. By 2027, they're trying to undermine our efforts, especially in regards to being a military super force, basically. So in everything that we're doing today, I hope that with the younger generation, that you guys all continue to get involved and do what you're doing exactly today. You know, someone in this room, I know for a fact, is probably going to run for office. I also know that someone here is probably going to end up going into media, that some of you guys might get involved with candidates, that some of you are parents today with your children, maybe hoping and praying that when they go to college that they don't become indoctrinated. But what I can tell you is that if you guys stay together and that if you work together, that you truly will make the difference and be the change that you want to see in this country. I've been able, thank you. I've been able to see Turning Point over the last couple of years explode. But this is exactly what I believe my party should be doing. And it's going to be because of people like you that we save this nation. Before I go real quick, and I'm going to give you guys some homework to do tonight, just real quick show of hands. How many of you believe in God? Okay. I want you guys to look up on YouTube. There was a story that George Washington would tell, and then it's called George Washington's Vision for America. George Washington, prior to the Revolutionary War, was visited, according to George Washington, by an angel. And he showed him the outcome of the Revolutionary War. He showed him that there would be a civil war, the results of that, and that the United States would then expand from east to west and see great prosperity. But then after that, George Washington saw the last fight that the United States would face. And it would be a red plume of smoke coming from South America, but also coming from the east. Real quick, and just hearing that short information segment, how many of you believe that that red cloud is communism? I believe that too. I believe that we as a nation are seeing an effort to push global communism. That they are going to try to pit us against each other. That they are going to try to lie to the American people and use our own First Amendment against us. That there are some politicians that promise the American people one thing, and yet they're turning their backs on you every single day. That is exactly what we are up against every single day. We will continue to fight, but we need your help. This organization needs your help. People in here make friends, exchange contact information, get involved at the local level, because that is truly what makes the difference when we talk to one another. Honestly, had I not gotten involved with Turning Point, I probably wouldn't be standing here today. I could have made the easier decision, which would have been to go to medical school and just hope that someone else would have dealt with it. But instead, I chose to stay and make a difference. Thank you. And even just looking into this crowd, I can see some people here. There's David Leatherwood over here. He runs Outspoken, Brokeback Patriot. He's right here. Who else do we have? I know Jack Posobiec was here earlier today. Chandler Crump. I mean, DC Drano, typical liberal. Everyone who's here today is in the exact same situation that we were in. They chose to stand and make a difference. So I promise you guys this one thing. This next elections, or this next Congress, you guys really will see some changes made. I know that you're probably hearing a lot. You're probably hearing a lot about something called motion to vacate the chair. Okay, I'm going to get so much heck from the media on this one. It's okay. Motion to vacate the chair is our red line, okay? It means that we hold the speaker accountable, and we're not budging. On behalf of the American people, we are not budging, okay? Promise you guys we're going to take arrows, but we need all of you to stand up for us. Thank you so much for coming out here today. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing for this country. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for bringing your families out here. Thank you for your time, but more importantly, God bless all of you. God bless Arizona. God bless the United States. Thank you, guys.
Not trust the federal government. They have shown time and time again that they will overreach. Hell no, you're not taking our guns. You will not disarm us. This is an attack on the American people. This ought to scare everyone about where the far left extremists are taking our country. They certainly hate firearms and they hate gun owners and they hate our rights. We protect free speech here and don't need to start with infringing on the rights of American citizens. This is why we do not trust big government. We're going to take back our freedoms! You leave here changed and encouraged, motivated with a mission to save America. How about my girl, Paulina Luna? I got some backup in the next Congress with that girl. She has joined me in the House Freedom Caucus, and we are kicking butt and taking names. Now, my former colleague, Liz Cheney, she really wanted to be here, guys. I know, but she's on Indeed looking for a job right now. I heard that she might be applying for a position at Twitter, but they're kind of under new management right now, so I don't think she's going to be getting a call back. Now, this last election cycle could have and should have been so much better for Republicans. But even with Democrats keeping the Senate, Americans ended the one-party rule in Washington, and we fired Nancy Pelosi. We did it, y'all. You did it. That's a great start. It gives the gavels in Congress from the communists and to the patriots. But what we do with that authority that the people have entrusted us with will determine if we can truly save America. We have to preserve our freedoms. Conservative talking points are no longer enough. We have to deliver conservative solutions. That means we have to be for something, not just against Joe Biden. We are. But here is what I'm for. I believe that American workers should be allowed to produce American energy so that American families and businesses can run on American fuel. I will not support relying on the Saudis or on Venezuela for energy when we make it cleaner and better right here at home. How about this? Instead of making OPEC wealthy, let's make the American worker wealthy. There is no excuse that America should not be energy dominant right now. I believe we must secure the southern border. I am sick and tired of watching MS-13 gang members and international terrorists, sex traffickers, fentanyl dealers cross our wide open southern borders. We have to put a stop to this. But Mitch McConnell and Senate rhinos, don't worry, y'all. I'm a professional rhino hunter. These folks are more focused on big spending bills than securing our border. Now hear this. If Mitch passes this $1.7 trillion omnibus bill and allows Nancy Pelosi to rule with a dead hand for nearly a year, well, this will become the McConnell-Biden border crisis. Conservatives support legal immigration. We will not continue to allow an illegal invasion. Now here's a concept. I believe in balancing the budget. I'm a mom of 4 boys. I've been a business owner. You got a checkbook. You balance it. You live within your means. Deficit spending is deferred taxation. That means every borrowed dollar Congress spends, well, that's a future tax on you and your children and your children's children. Now, Democrats hate responsible, reasonable ideas like only spending the money you have, securing our border, and being energy independent. They'll try and stop us from achieving these common sense goals. But you know what they can't stop? They can't stop us from making the truth known to the American people. The American people have been gaslighted and lied to by our own government and the fake news for far too long. It's time to bring a little sunlight to the swamp. Without truth, there can be no trust. Without truth, there can be no freedom. Without the truth, the American experience itself of self-governance is over. It is essential that we, the people, know the truth about what our government has been up to. So in order to expose the lies and bring forward the truth, House Republicans are going to do a full court press oversight. Myself, Matt Gaetz, Jim Jordan, Chairman Comer, we're going to make the truth known for you, the people. We're going to investigate the Fauci-funded Chinese virus. We're going to get the answers on why the man Fauci assigned for the investigation of the origins of COVID was the same man who sent your tax dollars to the Wuhan lab. We're going to investigate the shameful, disgusting withdrawal in Afghanistan. God bless America's troops. We lost 13 of America's finest and left billions of dollars of military equipment for ISIS terrorists to use against us for years to come, innocent people will be terrorized with tanks and guns that have our stars and stripes displayed on them. That should have never happened. And we are getting to the bottom of this. We're going to investigate Hunter Biden. We're going to investigate Hunter Biden, not because he's a bad painter or a drug addict, stripper-loving gun criminal, but because he was involved for pay-for-play access with some of the world's wealthiest and most corrupt organizations. And his dad, the big guy, the commander-in-chief, the most powerful man in the world, was on the freaking bank accounts. If there was corruption, and I believe there very much was corruption, it will not just be Hunter Biden under federal investigation. It'll be Joe Biden under federal investigation. And finally, we're not using those invisible handcuffs, right? We get to put the real cuffs on him. We will investigate how much direction the White House, the FBI, and any other part of the Biden regime was using big tech to silence your free speech. If the federal government was directing social media companies to limit American speech, that is illegal. And I don't want to see a fine. I don't want to see somebody lose their job. No, if there were federal officials silencing Americans' free speech, they should go straight to jail. A transparent and honest government isn't a Republican ideal. It's an American principle. Many on the left have abandoned this value in exchange for increased power. On a personal level, I know we won't accomplish what needs to be done without the hand of God Almighty. We need God to bless our efforts, and it's going to take wisdom and discipline. It's going to take leading with strength and grace. That's what I commit that I'll do for you in this next Congress. These last 2 years, I've grown a lot personally and as a congresswoman. God's word says that the end of a thing is better than its beginning. So I am more prepared now than ever before to serve the good people of Colorado's 3rd District and the rest of America. I need you all to stay in this fight with me. I need you to be built up with strength on your inner man. I need you to be prayed up. The left wants you to believe that it's an accident that you're here, that it's a mistake, that your life has no purpose. God created you for this time, on purpose, with a purpose, to make a difference, to influence, to encourage and strengthen and build up one another, to love one another. Being in the majority made me reflect on some things that Scripture says. Jesus paid it all. The battle is done. It is finished. He has spoiled principalities and powers, making a public spectacle of them, triumphing over them in his victory. And you are in Christ. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from a place of victory. God is good. He is faithful. His word will last forever. He sends his word and heals them. The spoken word is the most powerful force on the universe. The world was created by words. Why do you think the left wants to silence your speech so much? America, if you remain silent, we lose by default. Use your words. Use the authority that you have been given. Exercise that authority and walk in it with boldness and dignity, knowing that you are not a victim, you are a victor. Glory to God. Now, it's been a dark 2 years for America. A recession, record high gas prices and inflation and an invasion at our southern border, a logistics crisis, and I could go on and on. But here's the good news. The great American comeback is on. House conservatives have been given the great responsibility to govern, and we're going to make y'all proud. We're going to make America proud. We are going to weed out the deep state, and that includes the sorry Department of Injustice. We are going to take our country back. We will not relent. We will not retreat. We are moving forward from a place of victory, and we are going to put America first. God bless you.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
American people are not stupid. They do know exactly what this administration is doing.
It's a scientific fact that men are different from women.
This racial politics is a totally rigged game. They're going to steal stuff. They're going to burn down cities until they get any pushback whatsoever.
We are not going to let them bully us.
Good.
We are not going to let them intimidate us.
LGBT activists are never going to stop until we are all wearing the rainbow flag.
They have no way to win in the battle of ideas, so they're going to bully every person who does not agree with their ridiculous ideological fantasies.
love you back. That'll be the only Barack Obama quote you hear all afternoon. So great. Oh man, how great is it to be with you? I am so pleased. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming out. This is one of my absolute favorite events of the year. I love being with TPUSA. It is so great. I always love coming. I do have to tell you, though, I was a little bit nervous this year when I heard that AmericaFest was going to be in Arizona. I was, especially Maricopa County. Yeah. But then I was very relieved to find out that the people who run the airports are not the same people as the ones who run the elections. That was a big relief. Could you imagine? We'd all still be waiting in line right now. That'd be horrible. That was very good news. Now, the even better news was that the cops locked up that cross-dressing nuclear energy guy last week. Yeah, so we didn't even have to worry about our luggage getting stolen. The timing was really, really terrific. I want to thank Charlie for having me. I want to thank the Daily Wire for giving me the day off. But do you know who else I want to thank? I want to thank Elon Musk. Yeah. And I don't just want to thank Elon for buying Twitter, and I just want to thank him for letting the conservatives come back to Twitter and getting rid of the shadow banning and exposing all of that corruption. I specifically want to thank Elon Musk for banning all those liberals last week. It's great. It's great. I loved it. I want to see a lot more of it. I do. And I know we're not supposed to say that. I know. You know what we're supposed to say. The liberals and the squishes, they want us to say that what Elon did was a terrible attack on free speech. Oh, it was awful. They want us to say, we may not agree with how the liberals dox us, but we will defend to the death their right to do it. That's what they want. I don't think so. I don't believe any of that. Those jerks doxed Elon. They put his whole family at risk, and I am glad that he censored them. My only problem with the whole affair is that Elon did not censor the libs enough. You know, he was only ever going to suspend them for a few days anyway, and then he ended up lifting those suspensions almost immediately, per the results of a Twitter poll. Elon has said, and he's said this for weeks now as he makes the new policies based on Twitter poll, he said 4 words: Vox populi, vox Dei. This means the voice of the people is the voice of God. And that's a very cute expression, but it's not true. It's not true. The voice of the people, the voice of the mob, very rarely reflects the perfect will of God. Look at what the mob did to Socrates. Did that turn out very well? We're approaching Christmas right now. Do we forget what the mob did to Jesus? Vox populi, vox Dei. It's ridiculous. In fact, the phrase actually originated as a warning from the deacon Alcuin to the Emperor Charlemagne a little over 1,200 years ago. Alcuin wrote, Nec audiendi qui solent dicere vox populi vox Dei, quum tumultuositas vulgi semper insanie proxima sit. I love that at TPUSA, a giant Latin sentence can get a round of applause. I love that. Cheers. Cheers for Alcuin. You know what it means? It means those people should not be listened to who keep saying that the voice of the people is the voice of God, since the riotousness of the crowd is always very close to madness. Unfortunately, in recent years, really since the 14th century, and especially since the turn of the 18th century, people have repeated that phrase not to mock it, but to affirm it, as though it were true. Today, very many people believe that the voice of the people is the voice of God. The wise men who built our civilization and our country knew better. They understood that the mob should not, in fact, be given whatever it happens to be shouting for at any given moment. That is why our founding fathers and the framers of our Constitution gave us a constitutional republic rather than a democracy. That's why the framers warned their fellow countrymen so passionately about the dangers of democracy and mob rule. They understood that in order for the people to enjoy the blessings of liberty, their power must be checked by law and the other institutions of our government. This emphasis on the importance of limits is especially true when we are talking about free speech. The framers adopted the First Amendment in order to protect free speech. But none of them ever thought that the First Amendment protected every single grunt and belch and sound that might come out of the mouths of their fellow countrymen. The founders and the framers were not free speech absolutists by any stretch of the imagination. From the earliest days of our nation, all sorts of speech was illegal and out of bounds. Threats, fraud, fighting words, obscenity, blasphemy even. Until about a decade ago, many states in our country had laws against blasphemy. Some states, in fact, still have those laws. And we were better off for it as far as I'm concerned. John Locke, the father of liberalism, in his letter concerning toleration, declared that free speech did not, for instance, cover atheists, who Locke argued had no right even to be included in society. A little harsh from the father of liberalism, but that's what he said. That's one of the most ardent defenders of free speech in history. Of course, speech has limits. As I describe in my book, Speechless, Controlling Words, Controlling Minds. Oh, come on, get at it. You don't need to cheer. No, come on. You know, it probably would arrive by Christmas if you ordered it right now on your phones. That makes a great stocking stuffer, #1 national bestseller. Anyway, I digress. Anyway, as I mention in my book, Speechless, free speech cannot exist without limits. Free speech depends for its very survival on respect for certain limits. If threats were considered free speech, protected speech, people would not speak as freely because they would censor themselves out of intimidation. That's one of the reasons that our law has never protected threats. If fraud were considered protected speech, then speech itself would become meaningless because people could no longer depend upon language to convey the truth. If obscenity were considered protected speech, it never has been in American history, but if it were, speech would degrade into the base grunting of animals as people lost their will and reason over to lust, and as communities lost their political right to set standards. Sometimes you will hear conservatives. It's not really the conservatives. It's the squishes. Sometimes you will hear the squishes. They will call the real conservatives hypocrites for defending just and prudent limits on speech. They will say that if we ever wield political power, you know, the teeny-weeny, eensy little bit of political power that we ever get sometimes in this country, if we ever wield it to fight back against the threats and the fraud and the obscenity that the left peddles constantly, why then, they say, we'd be no different from the left. That's what they tell us. They say, if we shut down Drag Queen Story Hour at the local elementary school, why, that's no different from shutting down church on Sunday. Either way, they tell us, we'd be wielding the power of the state to enforce certain standards. Yeah, that's called politics. That is called self-government. That is what the founding fathers bled to allow us to do. That is what every sensible citizen understood politics as being until about 5 minutes ago when the right got duped into thinking that political power is bad in itself and decided to surrender it all to the libs, who, you may have noticed, have no problem whatsoever using and abusing that political power to destroy our country. If you cannot tell the difference between Drag Queen Story Hour and Church on Sunday, I can't help you. You are not capable of self-government if you cannot tell the difference. If you cannot know that some things are better than other things, if you cannot confidently say, for instance, that to bake a pie for a widow is better than kicking a baby in the head, I don't know. If you cannot say there is nothing that is better than any other thing, if you cannot state for certain that some things are objectively true and settled and not really up for debate, then you are not capable of self-government. It is amazing how many self-styled mainstream conservatives do not get this anymore. You know the ones I'm talking about. The kind of people who wax nostalgic for the bygone halcyon days of William F. Buckley Jr., when all the conservatives were really nice and anodyne, and they never made any threats or anything, never did anything in politics. I wonder, have these people ever read William F. Buckley Jr.? Are they remembering a time that actually existed? They say that nostalgia is history after a few drinks. I'm thinking back at William F. Buckley Jr. described himself as an epistemological optimist. It's a very silly phrase, but it means that you think you can know certain things. He said that certain things really can be excluded from public debate. William F. Buckley Jr., who once said that though he didn't have any particular desire to throw all of the commies and the Nazis into prison, he didn't see any reason not to do it either, okay? This was a fairly tough guy, and he was absolutely right about that, I will add. Certain things really can be settled. They must be settled if our society is going to do anything at all. We do not need to tolerate Drag Queen Story Hour. We don't. We do not need to tolerate leftists bullying and intimidating and doxing us. We do not need to tolerate the lies and the fraud constantly being peddled by the liberal establishment. We do not need to tolerate it, and we should not tolerate it. We should not. There is nothing hypocritical about encouraging good things and discouraging bad things. That is called common sense. That is called protecting our community. That is called politics, and it is long past time that conservatives started doing that again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we're on a very, very strict clock here. They will pull a cane out and yank me off of the stage if I go 2 seconds over my limit. But we still have about 5 minutes here. I've been told I can hear from all of you in a Q&A. We have microphones throughout this vast auditorium. If anybody has a question, jump up now, ask your question. We have a rule over at the Daily Wire, which I hate. Well, I love the Daily Wire, but I hate this rule. The rule is if you disagree with me, you get to cut to the front of the line. I think if you disagree with me, you should be sent to Guantanamo Bay. They disagree, and they write the checks, so okay, that's the rule. If you disagree, you can cut to the front of the line. Do we have some questions?
Hi, Michael. My name is Sarah, and I'm a huge fan. I'm kind of one of the only conservative Christian people in my entire school. Do you have any advice to not get beat to a pulp, but still stand up?
Yes, I do. I do, actually. It's a great... First of all, coming to events like AmericaFest, that's a good start. That's a pretty good way to finally be around some like-minded, sensible people as you're dealing with guidance counselors who want to convince you you're a boy and whatever other nonsense they do. So you're already obviously on the right track. you've got a good head on your shoulders. I think that you don't need to be totally flamboyant about your views. You don't need to go out and have the MAGA hat on every single day of the week. You can maybe wear it 3 days a week, you know, pick the classes. You don't need to be flamboyant about that. You can be confident. You can actually learn from the libs, because every man truly is my master and I can learn from him. So you have a great advantage. You can hear all these crazy liberal arguments. You can have them challenge your views. Maybe that will cause you to adjust some of your views. Maybe it will deepen your own beliefs and you recognize why they're so wrong. But you can learn from them in a way that they will not be able to learn from you. And then, this is crucial, when you are called out, when you are put in a corner, when you are asked, what do you believe? That is when you've got to stand firm. You have no other choice. Your question is, how do you stop them from beating you up? You're not going to stop them from beating you up. It's like that last scene in Breaking Bad when, you know, the cop brother is lying on the ground and he turns to Walter White. He says, Walter, you're the smartest guy I know. You don't realize the guy made up his mind 10 minutes ago. It's not a question of, are you going to get beaten up in public for your views? That will happen. The question is, are you going to have the courage and the integrity to stand up when the time comes? And let's not forget, courage is not only a virtue, it is the prerequisite for all of the other virtues, without which they mean nothing. Stand strong. You're obviously already doing a great job. I think we got time for one more question. Unless I'm not as long-winded, then we'll have 2 more questions.
Hi, Michael. It's great to see you again. I have a question about relationship advice. Okay, suppose that there's a girl you like and you liked her for a year, and then only recently you found out she got a boyfriend. Should you give up on her, or should you try to ask her out anyways?
Great question. Great to see you again. My friend, just because there is a goalie does not mean that you cannot score. It's true. This girl that you like, she's not married yet. She's dating some guy. That's okay. You know what I call that? I call that a challenge. Now maybe, you know, you try, it doesn't work out. There's plenty of other fish in the sea. But there's no reason you can't try. Great question. All right, we do actually have time for one more.
All right, last question.
Hello, sir. I have a question in regards to careers. I heard in California there was a bill that was waiting to be passed that could take the license away from doctors that would spread misinformation about the vaccine and potentially imprison them. I'm looking to go into medical school in this next year, and I'm a very diehard conservative, and if I believe that my patient shouldn't have a certain medical procedure, I would tell them so. My question is, for people that suffer and might lose their careers or their license or their livelihoods because of what they believe in, how are we gonna move forward and still make a living?
When you say that they could be punished for spreading misinformation about the vaccine, I assume what you mean is that misinformation that the vaccine is totally safe, right? That kind of misinformation, or maybe the misinformation that the vaccine is very effective, or I don't know. There's a lot of misinformation that has been spread about the vaccine. It's all been spread by Dr. Fauci and Joe Biden. Maybe they will be punished in the state of California. Probably not. Probably not. What do you do? What we're talking about is the very theme of my speech. What we're talking about is the regime that governs what we can say, how we can say it, the standards and norms in our society. We're not going to get rid of all of those norms and limits. That's never happened in any society ever. So what we have to do is engage in the political process. If there are prudent regulations against scientific misinformation, then we better be damn well sure that it's actually against misinformation and not true information, which means that California Republicans need to go in there, win office, change the rules, fire the bad guys, and what can you do right now? You can vote with your feet. And you can, as I did, I lived in California, I fled the reign of Mussolini. I got out of there. There was a Michael-shaped hole in the wall. I got out so fast. I went to the free state of Tennessee. I breathed the free air again. It was beautiful. You can go to Florida. You can go to Texas. You can go to real America. And you can celebrate your rights and your freedoms and your traditional way of life. And I wish you the best of luck. Godspeed. God bless you all. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
On in America will eventually end up in Europe, will eventually end up influencing the world.
Left-wing, culturally Marxist ideas have found their way from American universities onto British campuses. Turning Point UK obviously is a force for good in that area.
Technological infrastructure is based in woke corporate America, and that makes it very difficult if you're a free speech oriented platform.
The progressive ideal is a cancerous one.
And the whole point about Parlor is that it is a free speech focused platform. It's written into our DNA. We are the first line of defense when it comes to free speech.
Wow, look at this. I can safely say this is the largest audience that I've ever spoken to. Definitely not my wife, but we'll come to that in a minute. Now, I assume you're all here to listen to me, and not just because I'm married to Candace Owens. She's coming up later, so more from her later. A British guy called George got up on a stage and started talking to American conservatives about how their country should be run. I think we tried this about 250 years ago, but I'm going to give it another shot. So I'm going to speak a little bit about Parlor today, and I'm going to speak about what Parlor is, what Parlor has been, what Parlor is going to become, and then what that means for doing business in America. Because we are in very exciting times for the next generation of Americans and the next generation of business in this country. So what is Parlor? I mean, all of you probably know what Parlor is, right? We were the first free speech platform. We were out in August of 2018. It was a very humble site at the beginning. We had slow growth. It really took on that alternative tech label. It started to challenge the narrative. And that challenging of the narrative then became Parlor's biggest problem, but it's also its biggest virtue. It took a stand against the corporate cartel. The corporate cartel out of Silicon Valley, which is now in bed with Washington, which will tell you all what you can say, what you can think, and what you can do. And I would argue that that ideological vision of Parlor in 2018 has actually now been completely vindicated. And it's been vindicated because the world's richest man said this is such a problem that I'm going to buy one of the biggest social media companies in the world and turn it into a free speech platform. And there is no greater vindication than what Parlor stood for than that. Because now you're suddenly seeing conservative accounts coming back onto Twitter, exploding with growth, and you saw Taylor Lorenz the other day get suspended. I mean, wasn't that wonderful? She is so annoying. I will say that. But in a nutshell, the story of Parlor was this slow growth. Then it was an explosion of growth. Then it was decimation by big tech. Then it was the exile and the wilderness. Then it was fresh beginnings. And now we have a new business which is very different to the old business, which is so much more than just what we set out to be when we started. And that now is a multi-service technology company which provides cloud hosting, infrastructure. We have 2 large data centers from which we host conservative businesses and household name businesses all around America. We're about to do some more acquisitions in the space, and we're growing fast. And that's great, because Parlor at one point was down and out. And I'm telling you that when I came in to be acting COO of Parlor in February of last year, it was without a shadow of a doubt the worst business that I had ever seen. It was brutalized by big tech. And this is a danger, because this can happen to any business now in America. And this is why we must build the parallel economy to replicate what Washington and that Silicon Valley corporate cartel are trying to build outside of the purview of conservatives. And this is very dangerous. So the first answer to transforming Parlor is good people. And this is true for any business. And every point I'm going to say today is true for any business. And this is why I want to say them, because it's so relevant for all of you out there who are building conservative businesses, who want to build conservative businesses, who are young, who are thinking about going into business. All of these points are relevant. The first answer to transforming any business is people. I was a Wall Street guy. I was not a technology CEO. And I came in and I said to the board of Parlor, I said, I'm not a technology CEO. I need to find the right people who are the technology CEOs, the CTOs, who can help run this business. But in the meantime, I can provide help, and I can help guide this business and restructure this business. My background is liberal arts. I went to university in the UK. I was a hedge fund guy. I'm not an MIT, Harvard, dorm room startup that normally gets venture capital guys writing big checks. And so, in saying this to the board of Parlor, they came back and said, we don't care that you're not a technology CEO. We care that you've been honest with us that you're not. Actually, that is almost as important to us as your background and pedigree. So I went out and found all these good people. My current CTO is a guy who went to Harvard and MIT and Cambridge. He went to all 3 of them. It's ridiculous. But then I also said to them, but the other thing is that we all have to be in this as one team, one dream, and I'm going to work for free for the first year. And that's not because I'm avowed to some socialist principle of free labor. Definitely not, quite the opposite. But it's more because if I say that I'm going to do something for you and then don't do it, that would really reflect badly on me. So I want to prove to you that I can do this. And I want to prove to you that the team that I'm building can do this. And now, a year and a half later, Parlor has raised $60 million. We're back on both app stores. We're successfully hosted. We're growing again. So the second answer to building a successful company is the product. And this is something that I think we actually need to be very careful with on the right. And I think we need to be very careful with as conservatives. And the reason being is because in a race to try and take land from the left, we've pushed into all kinds of products, and we haven't always done them very well. And that's not to say don't try and fail. Everyone should try and fail. But it's to say think about really what your product is and let the product lead the market. So take your product to market when it is in a good position, right? Because it's really critical that we as conservatives don't just get a bad name for constantly wheeling out new products which go nowhere. And so the key component in rebuilding Parlor was actually that we didn't make an announcement about rebuilding Parlor really. We actually said we're not going to do anything until we get back on one of the app stores. And so only when we got back on the Apple App Store, 5 months after we rebuilt a whole load of the technology product, did we then put out an announcement saying we're back on an app store, right? And then people could come to start use us again. And it still took us another year because of Google to get back on the Android App Store. So it's really important that we develop good products, whether it be in insurance or banking or financial services or whatever it might be that we want to do. If you're developing an alternative soda brand, look at Black Rifle Coffee. Look at all these brands which have done really incredible work. They've developed incredible products. And so we need to develop good products as conservatives who are coming to market with these ideas. The third answer to make a successful business, and this should be no secret to the businessmen and businesswomen in the audience, is cash flow. You can't run a good business without cash flow. And again, this is something that we have not always championed on the right. And the reason being is because we've always thought that cash flow will come later. And actually, we need to think about how cash flow can come now. Right? We don't just need to take market share, we need to take revenues from the left. This is where their pocketbook ultimately will be felt. This is where the pain will be felt on the left. If we can take revenue from them, we will do them more damage in as short amount of time as possible as anything else that we can do ideologically in the media, in the press, anything else. We must take revenue from them. I do not actually count the day of Parlor's salvation until the day that we closed our Series A, which was December 17th of last year, almost exactly a year to this day. We closed $27 million in external funding, and it was the day that that company got back on the ground because we could actually do things again. So all of these are probably no secret to most of you who have got any corporate experience. People, product, and cash flow. It should be fairly straightforward. But, and this is why there's a but here, they are not straightforward. And this is what I'm going to talk about when it comes to talking about business in America and why this is an opportunity, but also a challenge for the next generation. None of those three things that I just mentioned are currently being put forward by corporations on the left. None of them. The first reason that these are surprising is because all three of those are inherently rational. We operate in a business and now a social environment where businesses are taking completely irrational decisions. JP Morgan decides to exile a client because of perceived wrongthink. This is not a rational decision. That person has done nothing wrong. You're penalizing them for what they think, and not for what they've done, but not even for what even if they had done something wrong. When did you debank somebody because they'd simply done something wrong? Felons can open a bank account. We live in a world of non-rational corporate decision makers. And this is very surprising, but also a huge opportunity. Because let us, in this room, as rational thinkers, exploit the irrationality of those on the other side of the aisle to take advantage of their mistakes. Netflix is down 65% year to date. Right? My favorite one, Facebook's market capitalization is down $800 billion. Right? A month ago, they sacked 11,000 employees. These are all on the back of irrational decisions. We can weaponize this to our advantage. So then this leads me to point number two. As conservatives who operate rationally, let us be at the forefront of building rational and profitable businesses. And this goes back to cash flow. We should not be quick off the mark to build businesses which go nowhere. It gives us a bad name. Let us build rational and profitable businesses which we lead into cash flow profitability. This is very important for us as a movement. Thirdly, businesses that operate nowadays from a clear position on the woke or non-woke corporate spectrum are making their life a lot easier. The reason I say this is because as a CEO who can proudly stand on this stage and say that men are men and women are women, or whatever other talking point that we all believe in, I'm not really catching anyone off guard by saying that. My wife is Candace Owens. I think everyone probably knows where I stand on the political aisle. I put my viewpoints out there years ago. I started talking about Brexit, and my politics are well known. Equally, Bob Chapek, the former CEO of Disney, also sacked, by the way, for making irrational decisions, we should add, made it clear that he very much wanted to be on the side of the woke corporate spectrum. This should not come as a surprise to anyone. He completely signed up to the LGBTQ+, whatever it is, agenda. And that's why I said at the beginning, this makes their life easier. Not more profitable, it makes it easier. And businesses should not be afraid to pin their colors to the mast now. Disney is another company. It's down 60% year to date. But he can freely align with the LGBTQ+ alphabet soup agenda without any fear of further backlash. The left has stopped pretending that corporations are going to sit on the sidelines of the culture war, right? They have invaded corporations. They've made life hell for corporations. I know businesses, multinational businesses, which have been shaken down by these guys in major, major ways. You haven't heard these stories. Let us make our beds now. Let us say, actually, you know what? Corporations, you need our money as much as you need theirs. And that's really important. And if you're a business out there, pin your colors to the mast now. Don't let the left do it for you. Fourth, stop letting the patients run the asylum. One of my first business mentors always told me this, that as soon as an employee walks into your room and says, pay me this or I walk out that door, he said his answer is always, let me open the door for you. Let me show you out that door. Right? He employs a business that to this day employs 135,000 people. We live in a corporate economy now where we have never had a more entitled, more educated youth. Yet this is the same group that is now shaking down these corporations and telling you how you should run your business. That is nonsense. We are more likely to be held up these days by your woke diversity and inclusion committee than you are by the old Teamsters Union, who used to shake down businesses in the 80s. Businesses are not democracies, and we shouldn't treat them like democracies. They're dictatorships, and this is where they've always been. It is detrimental to the business environment in America to suddenly having hundreds of thousands of employees deciding who should sit at the top of their business. Let managers run businesses and let employees do their jobs. And fifth, what does this mean overall? And I'll conclude here. I know you want to hear my wife. It's okay. Fifth, this all means that we're in a new era of American business. Companies that have been around for hundreds of years are, in the span of a few years, suddenly embarking on a huge, new, woke corporate agenda that is unfamiliar to them. It is unfamiliar to their corporate history. It is unfamiliar to their boards. They don't understand it. It's unfamiliar to their shareholders. Pepsi was founded in 1893. Coke was founded in 1886. And JP Morgan was founded in 1871. Some of these businesses are the most blue-chip, well-credentialed businesses in the whole of American history. They're household names, not just in America, but all over the world. And yet, in 3 years, the woke elite have invaded those businesses and taken them over and told them to do all kinds of things which they never thought they would be doing. What does this mean? We are expected, as conservatives now, to compete with 150 years' worth of business experience in the space of 3 years. This is an unprecedented challenge for us. But it's also a massive opportunity because the people in this room who are going to start those new soda companies, who are going to start those new banks, who are going to start the new social media giants, are going to make an opportunity to reshape the American business landscape and make a fortune for themselves, for our movement, for the people in this room to change lives for the better and to get our values back onto people's talking points at the family dinner table every night. So, the beaches have been stormed, conservative businesses are here, we're leading the charge, we've got a lot more work to do, but I can safely say that I think the people in this room are going to be the people who change the American corporate landscape. Thank you very much.
Aldean is speaking out once again.
Brittany Aldean is the wife of Jason Aldean. To her great credit, she's not backing down.
I'm advocating for children. I think that children should not be allowed to make these life-changing decisions.
It's kind of like the Wild West out there right now, and we got to get this stuff straightened out.
This is simply...
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys are going to make me cry. This is amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
This is my first year here at Turning Point. Britt came last year and had rave reviews about it. So you know me, man, I can't miss out on a good party. So it's good to be here. Thank you guys so much for everything, for having us tonight. Thank you so much.
Guys, it is unbelievable to be in a room full of like-minded people. It really is, because in the world we live in, it's very media-based. Everything's very biased, obviously, and it's a hard world out there. A lot of bullies.
As we know.
People. We sure do. So being out here with you guys is actually really amazing. So thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. And we're actually here to introduce a really good friend of ours.
Yes, she is a mother, an advocate, a beautiful woman inside and out. She is just the epitome of what the country of this, or future of this country, is. And we love and are proud to call her a dear friend.
And a true patriot. So you guys,
yes,
welcome to the stage, the one and only Miss
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens. She's an American talk show host, political commentator.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to interview you.
You're a brave person. We're going to come for you at some point.
They want the family unit gone.
It's power and it's sinister and it's sick. People need to see this. People need to see just how radical the left has become.
They want you to forget it. You're not going to argue with me. It's a bad idea. Don't argue with me. Because I have every bit of knowledge that I need. You have nothing else to say because your bullying tactics didn't work. Believe facts. The truth is coming.
First and foremost, I want to say this. This is the greatest honor to be standing next to these two human beings. We all know how difficult it is for every single person in this room, in their private capacity, to stand up for truth. If you're a college student, if you're in high school, it is so hard. Imagine having a platform like them and taking the time to stand up for what's right. Brittany Aldean. This girl is so bullied, and she stands up and she defends her kids, and he stands right by his woman. This is what it means to be a man and a woman in America today. You guys, thank you so much. We love you. Absolutely love you guys.
Thank you guys. Stay strong.
And Jason's got a new album out, so you guys better all be downloading that on your way out. All right, guys, have a seat. I got a lot on my mind today, so I'm going to rant at you. I love you, too. First and foremost, I flew over from Germany. It was an exhausting flight. When I landed there, it's honest to God, this is a true story. They lost my luggage because of blizzards all throughout Europe. Obviously, the first thing I thought was that Sam Brinton may have gotten his sticky little fingers on my luggage. I thought, my goodness, no. Did Sam Brinton swipe my luggage? And here's the thing. The left doesn't want you to talk about Sam Brinton. They want to pretend it didn't happen. Why? Because it proves that if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. If it looks like a crazy person and acts like a crazy person, it might be a crazy person, right? It might be a crazy person. Think think about that. Our tax dollars actually went to this nuclear waste guy who showed up wearing heels and lipstick and gowns, making a mockery of this country. Imagine if you're another country and you're sitting back and you are realizing that our government is willing to put that into the forefront, right? And then they said, shame on you guys for commenting on this because everything is just all about acceptance today, right? That's what they say. We need to accept that he maybe has a bizarre fetish and likes to swipe women's luggage at the airport. It's all about acceptance. No, actually, I don't accept that. I don't tolerate that. I don't want that around me, and I don't want it around my children. Thank you. There has been so much power because the left has acted the part and parcel of bullies especially over these last 10 years. And conservatives were quiet because we were afraid to be called names, right? Oh, if you don't accept this, then you're a bigot. If you don't do exactly what I say, then you're a racist. You're a homophobe. You're this, you're that. I mean, all day long, I am being accused of being different things. I don't care. I don't care. Because that's how they weaken you, right? That's how they weaken you. That's how they get you to accept people that are mentally deluded. That is why the poison of what is happening in this country has seeped into the education system. Because people are scared to speak up. People are scared to say, I don't know why, but this person makes me uncomfortable. This person makes you uncomfortable because God gifted you with spiritual discernment, right? Spiritual discernment. Spiritual discernment is what I have when I am with my children, okay? If I see somebody and they are acting crazy and they are talking to themselves and they are a man and they're wearing lipstick and they're scratching their arms like they're a crack addict, I move to the other side of the street. I'll probably call the cops if I'm with my young children, right? And I'll say something's not right with this person. That is the ability for you to listen to your senses and to make sure that you are not being hurt. And the left wants to confuse that, right? They want to call that discrimination. Oh, you're discriminating against people. Yeah, you know what? You're damn right. I discriminate against crazy. And there is way too much crazy going on right now. It is absolutely crazy to go to a college campus like I do today when I travel around with Charlie and to see women that have really invested in this lie of feminism, right? That somehow if they make themselves ugly and don't want men around them, if they don't shave their legs and they dye their hair purple and orange, that it's going to somehow render them happier and freer. That they're sticking it to the patriarchy, right? This is the idea that you learn when you're a young woman and you're in university, even when you're in high school. They call this feminism when it is anything but. Let me tell you something. It leads to a life of misery, right? A life of misery. It is why there is no woman that is more rabid and more unhappy and more sinister. The people that you see shrieking outside of the Supreme Courthouse about Brett Kavanaugh, right? These women are fundamentally unhappy because they learned in school to fight against their biology, right? Don't aspire to children. Don't aspire to a husband. All of that's backwards and wrong. And don't be cisgender, right? Made up terms that they come up with. Heteronormative, made up terms that they come up with. And so women think it's cool to try to go in the opposite direction until it's too late, right? Until it becomes too late because you listened to that dogma and you find these women later on in life and they have no family and they have no children and they're relying on prescription drugs to get them through the day. Do not listen to that poison that you are learning in the classroom. And men, wow, I mean, talk about people that should just shut the valve off when it comes to listening to anything that comes from the left. We live in a society right now that hates masculinity. That is the truth. This is a society that tells you that it's wrong to be a man, that it's wrong to stand up straight, right? That you should, hunch over and say sorry all the time. Don't hold doors for women, right? That's a new thing that you're learning. I'm just like a man. I can open my own door. Thank you. Okay, you can, but why would you want to if someone's opening it for you, right? You can. So proud of you for being able to do that. Seems like a pretty bad deal. Oh, I don't need him to pay for my meal. I can pay. Okay, you can. but that money would be nice if it was still in your account, right? Let him open the door, right? Let him pay for a meal for you. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with the incredible symbiotic way in which men and women come together. Our personalities are different. It is important for men to remember that our society needs you. There is nothing wrong with masculinity, but there is a problem when there is a deficit of masculinity, okay? What we are suffering from right now, every societal ill that we are suffering from, because there's a lot of it, right? This has become a cancerous society. It is entirely plausible that it is a terminal mind virus that we are fighting right now. Wokeism is, in fact, a mind virus. Elon Musk said that correctly, right? Everything that they do is to break down your psychological immune system. Talked about this on my podcast. It is so important, especially for people your age, to understand this. In the world before social media, we didn't have this kind of mental disease. We just didn't. I'm telling you, us kids growing up in the 90s, we were happy. We were very happy. Playing hopscotch outside, a little bit of kickball. Things were cool. Men were men, women were women. Men were allowed to be men. Women were allowed to be women. I miss the 90s so much. Wow, what a golden decade. Something changed. You guys are now contending with a virus that is happening online, right? It is a social media virus that is happening, and they are trying to break down your psychological immune system. It has been proven that they use algorithms, quite literally, they use algorithms to make people aspire toward bad ideas. I am sorry to tell you this, but there just were not this many people suffering from gender dysphoria when I was coming up in high school. This is a virus that is spreading on social media because people are having their psychological immune systems broken down because they're scrolling all day online. It's called social media, but it inspires antisocial behavior. People are acting more and more extreme for attention, for clicks, for likes. If you feel lonely, you think, okay, well, if I say that I'm trans and I say that I identify as this, I can find a tribe, right? Somebody online will notice me and I'll get attention. And then I'll get followers. And then people will say that I'm brave and they'll award me things. And this is actually happening. They are telling trans people that it's brave, that you should aspire as a child to ruin the body that God gave you, right? They are inspiring young children who are being abused. Make no mistake, these children are being abused by their parents who want to pretend, who want to virtue signal to their friends and say, oh, look, I'm such an accepting mom that I've allowed my child to take puberty blockers. Puberty blockers. That drug is called Lupron. It is the same drug that they give to pedophiles in prison to chemically castrate them. They are now giving this to children and lying to them and telling them that they can pause their puberty. No, your puberty is not a YouTube video. You don't get to just pause it and come back to it later. Okay, I'm 22, I'm ready to go through puberty. It doesn't work like that, okay? And then they tell you, you don't understand, you're not a doctor. Yeah, it seems nowadays that doctors don't understand anything, to be honest with you, because the entire COVID situation taught us that doctors will say and do whatever they are told. Critical thinking is something that has become so rare in our society. Everybody wants to tell you what they are and where they graduated from. I went to Harvard. I went to Princeton. I have a degree. I have a PhD. I understand this better than you because I have this meaningless piece of paper that I spent $200,000 for. And it makes me feel good on the inside, even though I'm not actually doing good in my society, right? This is so intentional. And it is so important for you guys to understand this as people that are in university, what they are trying to do. Yeah, there are some good classes, right? You're taking some good classes. You have a few professors that you like. But for the most part, a lot of you are sitting in class going, what the heck am I learning, right? You enroll into class and they're asking you what your pronouns are. Huh? how can I be spending this much money to be learning from a professor who needs me to tell them what my pronouns are as if it's not abundantly obvious, right? But the goal is to program kids. The goal is to program students. The goal is to program minds. Because your mind is susceptible to propaganda. Of course it is. Look at what they accomplished with COVID. People were scared to see children breathing. You had neighbors that were calling the police on other neighbors for the crime of, they've got 4 people in the house. Yes, officer, 911, what's your emergency? My neighbor Brian, he's let his grandma and his grandpa in. These were real 911 calls that were happening. You had Dr. Fauci on CNN talking, well, I don't know if you should see any of your family members for Thanksgiving, as if I check in with Dr. Fauci if and when I want to decide to see my family members. This is what was going on. So they know that programming works because you all know who these individuals are and who they were, who actually called and reported people to the police for the crime of breathing. That was a very scary psychological experiment. And for the most part, the government won. Make no mistake. They proved that if they say something enough times, no matter how ridiculous it is, people will believe it. People will start saying it. If you had told me 10 years ago that we would be debating whether or not men can give birth, I would have thought you had taken acid. That is the truth. If somebody came to me and said, I have a vision in 10 years, men will be able to give birth, people will believe that, I would have said, you are on drugs. You need to be taken away, preferably on a stretcher. But that's where we are, right? This is where we are because the government understands how they can weaken your psychological immune system. Stay at home, save lives. Say the same thing over and over and over again. The messaging coming from people who don't even touch their own door handles, who are flying private, who are going to stay on their private islands with all of their family members, whose lives weren't disrupted at all. But you're a selfish person if you just want to go outside and breathe and open your own businesses. They understand how precious all of your minds are. So when you are in school and you are learning something ridiculous, it is so important for you to recognize propaganda when and exactly how you hear it at that exact moment to understand that it is propaganda that is happening in the school system. And their goal is so obvious. When you wonder, what is it that they're doing? Why are they doing this? Well, it's always about power. It is always about ultimate governance. It is always because the government seeks to be the God in the light in your life. They want you to come to the government when you have a problem. And in order to do that, they need to first of all render you useless. No job, no career, no prospects. It's the reason why they're creating meaningless degrees. I've told you guys this before, and I'm going to tell you again in case you weren't here when I said this at SAS last year. Right now in this country, this is a fact, we have never handed out more degrees ever in the history of this country, right? And yet we have never produced kids coming out of university that are so dumb. The IQ level is dropping. That is a fact. That doesn't make sense. If people are getting dumber, how is it plausible that we are handing out more degrees? Well, because that is by design. The idea is to make a bunch of people that are actually really stupid. Really stupid. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to spend $100,000 on a degree in gender studies? I mean, wow. 4 years studying something that I learned the first day in kindergarten? That's the boys' bathroom. That's the girls' bathroom. Okay, thanks. Thanks. But imagine that adult, that young adult who went to school for 4 years to be confused about basic facts, who spent plausibly hundreds of thousands of dollars for that meaningless degree, who then goes out into the world and realizes that nobody wants to hire them because who the heck needs a gender studies major for anything? When's the last time you looked at your phone and said, oh crap, I need a gender studies major? It's going to be a tornado out there. We better make sure the gender studies majors are alert. Oh my gosh, my AC broke. Where are the gender studies? Nobody ever in the history of the world has needed a gender studies major. No one. No, it's common sense. That's not a real degree. The only thing you can do with that degree is probably go right back into the education system that taught you that lie, right? You can become a professor in gender studies. Something stupid like that. And so when those people get into the world and they realize that nobody wants them, that this is not a career path, that actually the free markets spits them back out, they become angry and they become bitter and they don't know who to train that bitterness on. Who can I be angry at? I did everything right. I listened to my professors. I got A's. I have a degree, right? This pompous attitude, it means nothing. What can you produce? What can you provide in this world? I don't care. I actually would prefer it if you went to a trade school, right? Learn to work with your hands. And who do they blame? Well, they blame successful people. Not the government, not the university system. No, the university system is the only place they can go. And so they become angry at people who found success. They become angry at those people who didn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in school, but can in fact fix an AC in the middle of the summer. People that work with cars, people that work with their hands. They think, how can this idiot be making more money than me? Oh, because the free markets responds to that person that you think is an idiot. Because let me tell you something. Have you ever had your AC break in the summertime in Tennessee? You're paying any amount, buddy. I don't care what he's charging. Great. $10,000? Okay, we'll find it somewhere, right? Because we actually need these individuals in our society. And so the only thing left for those people to do, because they're so angry, is to march against life, right? Pick any cause and they march against it, right? They're basically letting you know that they have failed in life. And so they march against people that are too normal. They march against people that look happy, because misery loves company. And I'm telling you, do not give it to them. Do not give them that company. You guys, it can be so easy to look around at everything that's happening and to become an angry person. It can be so easy. There's so many things to be angry about. We all feel like we're losing our country. I sometimes wake up in bed and I read a headline and I just think, how in this country, a country that has given me every single opportunity, a country that I love so much, how can we be allowing these things to happen? Especially when it comes to children. There's nothing that makes me fly into a rage faster than to think that they are now going after children. But the important thing is to remember that if you really want to make the left angry, be happy. Be happy. Laugh. Go out with your friends. Men, be strong. Women, be beautiful. Be smart. Be caretakers. Be the things that God ordained upon us, right? Right? Be all of the things that make you feel good. Masculine, feminine. Go out there and tell them that you are not only going to be you, but you're going to be you proudly. Proudly. Don't be ashamed to love your country. Don't be ashamed not to go along with these ridiculous agendas. Be loud. Be encouraged. Don't feel like you have to hide who you are. And that's the funniest part to me, by the way. It's the funniest part. You know, the other week, I just decided to do a video to, I can't say her last name. I think she was on Dance Moms. Jojo Siwa? What is it? Siwa. Okay, cool. Awesome. I liked her on Dance Moms. She was fun on Dance Moms. And then all of a sudden, she became an angry person. Because despite this incredible alphabet soup that they have created, LGBTQ, MRS, TUV, WX, I'm a Zer, I'm a box, I'm a whatever, I'm a cat, I'm a puppy. They have no room in that alphabet soup for H, heterosexual, right? They got, no. When they see people that they perceive as, oh, well, what do you mean? You're just straight? Yeah, well, if you guys actually wanted to be accepting, if you constantly want to throw into our faces what you are and who you are, then why don't you accept our identities? Because we are conservative. We're not going anywhere. If you could kindly fit a C in your alphabet soup, that would be wonderful. I have no intentions of shutting up. Maybe a P for patriotic, if they have the time, right? Since we're plucking letters out of obscurity. I love this country, and I wouldn't do what I do, and I wouldn't be so happy every day if I believed that we were winning. And I believe, right, that we are winning, that we are changing hearts and that we are changing minds. Because when I look out and I see everybody here, and I see this room filled, it lets me know. When me and Charlie started doing this, Charlie before me, when I joined Turning Point, it was not this. There were no conservative voices on college campuses or on high school campuses. It wasn't this. We weren't even allowed to say that you were a Republican or a conservative. I look out at you guys and I see the hope. One day it will be you guys that are on stages like this, talking unapologetically about the person that you are, about the values that you have. And I want you to be emboldened to do that, because my entire life changed when I decided that I was no longer going to shut up about what I knew to be true. You guys, thank you so much for having me. I love you so much. I will be taking pictures. And another big applause for Brittany and Jason Aldean, the most amazing people.
You have a right to be able to live. That's a very big deal. And guess what? Government does not give you those rights. Government protects those rights from government abusing those rights. We should not accommodate our society based on somebody's mental delusion or illness. I hope they get treatment, not gender-affirming care.
Internalized racism is one of those foolish terms like toxic masculinity. They just made it up, right? What does that even mean? All lives matter, and that's including white lives matter.
Life begins at conception. Abortion, it is black genocide. And thank you for saying that out loud. I say that and the media loses their mind.
New tonight, a Salem salon plans on defying the governor's coronavirus orders by reopening for business.
If I didn't comply and shut my doors, they would then issue me a $70,000 citation. And if you can possibly believe this, Child Protective Services showed up at my home.
She was one of the first business owners to take a stand.
Everyone's job is essential, not because of what we do or how we do it, but because it's the way we make our living.
She's way out of her league, and it's time that someone told her that.
Lindsey Graham, you're not out of yours. Lindsey, also, you've got the nickname now online as the Patriot Barbie.
Yes, I'm doing this for me and my family, but I am doing it for you now, too.
God has just opened doors for me in the political circle.
When you know your identity in Christ and you know that you're right, you know that your convictions are right, it's a strength that I believe can only be God-given.
What's up, AmericaFest? Man, it's good to see all of you. There are a lot of people right now who would not have us gather together. There are a lot of people out there who would still have us in lockdowns and wearing masks and injecting us with vaccines that haven't been proven and do not work. This fascism is what we want to talk about today, and I have an amazing panel with me. My name is Brandon Morse from redstate.com. Thank you. Happy to be here. Give us an introduction, each of you, a brief one, and just kind of go down the line here.
I'm Dr. Aaron Cariotti. I'm at the Unity Project and with the Ethics and Public Policy Center. I challenged the University of California's vaccine mandate in federal court. The university fired me as a consequence of that, but I'm still fighting these unjust mandates and irrational COVID policies. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
I'm Laura Sextro. I'm the CEO of the Unity Project, and we have been fighting to stop vaccine mandates, masking, all of the crazy government overreach that we are seeing, in particular against the young population in this country. We've assembled an incredible team of doctors, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Aaron Cariotti, Dr. Peter McCullough, and others are all part of the team. So I'm so thrilled to be here. Thank you.
I'm Steve Deace from Blaze TV. Wrote a little book last year that was a #1 bestseller, Fauci and Bargain, the most powerful and dangerous bureaucrat in American history. And next year we are coming out with the sequel book, Rise of the Fourth Reich, Confronting COVID Fascism with a New Nuremberg Trial, so this never happens again. And I came all this way to demand Nuremberg-like trials with Nuremberg-like punishments.
Yes.
Period.
So I don't know anyone who wasn't affected by the COVID lockdowns, the tyranny that they pushed upon us in some way. They tried to push it in every state, and for a while, or for a minute, we all sensibly said, okay, just to make sure that we're not actually going out of control, we're going to agree to these lockdowns. But it very swiftly became clear that these lockdowns weren't working. The masks were like putting up a chain link fence to stop mosquitoes from getting into your backyard. All right, the vaccines do not work. It was very clear. And then some Florida man decided to come around and say, well, I'm going to release my state. His name was Ron DeSantis. Do you guys know who that is? His state proved that all of this was unnecessary, and yet still we had a lot of people who were in powerful positions saying, well, we still need to lock down, we need to do all this stuff. And for me personally, it came to a head when in Canada, a Ronald McDonald House in January of 2022, this year, kicked out a 4-year-old leukemia patient because of his vaccination status. This isn't right. And it's still happening now. This is unnecessary, and it proves to us that this was never about health and safety. This was always about authoritarianism and tyranny. Good.
So this was about not just a method of trying to control a respiratory virus, which proved totally ineffective, but it was about rolling out a new model of surveillance and control, a new model of governance, a biosecurity model that's been in development for 20 years. In my book, The New Abnormal, I talk about that history. But we saw just a couple weeks ago when in the Missouri v. Biden case, where I'm serving as one of the plaintiffs, we deposed Anthony Fauci under oath, and he admitted that there was no evidence for lockdowns in the scientific literature, that lockdowns came from Wuhan, China, on the word of his deputy who had just returned from Wuhan early in the pandemic. We're talking February of 2020. And basically believed the CCP propaganda that through authoritarian lockdowns you could stop this virus. And once the United States decided to lock down, the rest of the world followed suit. These lockdowns continued even after the collateral harms, the mental health harms, the economic harms, the other health-related harms became very apparent. And it's clear now that, as you said, this was about a new model of governance and control. It was about advancing things that under ordinary circumstances Americans never would have accepted. But with the deployment of fear, with the deployment of really wartime level, very sophisticated propaganda, tech elites who were in bed with deep state actors basically advanced this agenda, and most Americans are still just barely waking up to exactly what has happened to us over the last 3 years.
Right. Right, and I would add to that the last 3 years has really been a test to see how the American population and the global community will respond to these types of government overreach, these lockdowns. We're talking about denying people access to even move about freely within their own respective communities. We're talking about injecting children with a gene therapy, and I choose that word very intentionally. This is not a vaccine. These are gene therapies. They're still experimental. And I think everyone in this room should be very proud of the stance that you have taken to oppose and not engage in this government test that we've all been subjected to.
Yeah, give yourself a round of applause. Steve, as she just said, I feel like they have been trying to shift the Overton window to the left to see how much authority we will actually accept. How do we stop, that culture of acceptance? And I know you have that book coming out talking about punishments. Where would you start?
It really starts with the people. In the end, you will get as much tyranny as you will comply with, period.
Amen.
Governments do not restrain themselves voluntarily. The Constitution is a dead letter to the kinds of movements that Grace and Aaron were just describing. You're dealing with over 100-year battle to impose Malthusian ethics, Darwinian descent of man stuff, depopulation, deconstruction, the eradication of Western civilization. We are playing for no lower stakes than the future of Western civilization. That is the minimum we're playing for. And if you look at what predated Western civilization, if we were to lose, what happens? Well, before Western civilization, we had the Dark Ages. Now, the way it will look in the 21st century, it'll be a technocratic one. It'll be like a Black Mirror episode. It'll be ESG, social credit scores. You won't have to worry about bubonic plague from rat excrement like they did in the Middle Ages. But everything that technologically they give you will be for the purposes of control, like electric cars that can't travel more than 300 miles in a day, so you can't get away if you want. Everything with the spirit of the age is about 2 words and 2 words only: power and control. And if you don't exert your power, if you don't become ungovernable by the spirit of the age, we will no longer comply with this evil. Do your worst. Anything short of that, and they will have control.
Right. If I could just add, let's be very, very clear. This has nothing to do with public health and safety. It never has. Nothing. When you are talking about an experimental drug that does not stop the acquisition or transmission of this virus, it has nothing to do with public health and safety.
And I would say that that's a scary thought too, because if you really think about it, if it's not about public health and safety, then this was all about authority and how much they can push on us. This is not this battle is not over. It's just going to take on a different face later on down the line. Right now, or just a minute ago, it looked like a pandemic. That really wasn't a pandemic. Next, it might come up, and as you mentioned earlier, it might look a lot like our energy crisis. It might look like, well, you can only have so much electricity per day. You can only charge up your car X amount. This is what the lockdown might look like later. So your fight isn't done yet. This will never be done so long as these authoritarians stay in place, become ungovernable.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's very important for us to understand that even though some of these policies in many jurisdictions have been rolled back, whether it's lockdowns, school closures, vaccine mandates, vaccine passports, the infrastructure that was rolled out during the pandemic, the infrastructure of digital surveillance and control, All of that is still in place, just waiting for the next declared public health crisis. And we've seen an effort, even prior to the pandemic, to reframe other issues from racism to climate change to energy as public health issues so that they can be declared a public health crisis. And we've seen serious proposals from politicians in power, from people at academic, Ivy League universities, publishing proposals that we use lockdowns, for example, to deal with the climate crisis or the energy crisis in Europe. So, as you said, these things are not going away. And the next steps in this process are also very important to understand, because this is not, COVID is just the beginning of what's going to be rolled out under the auspices of public health. And perhaps later we could talk a bit about digital IDs tied to biometric data, which are probably the next thing to get everyone used to, and central bank digital currencies, which have to be distinguished from decentralized digital currencies, the digital dollar that's going to allow the government and private actors to basically track each and every one of our financial transactions, and potentially, once they're tied to our digital ID, lock us out of markets and lock us out of the ability to buy and sell and spend our money in the ways and in the places that we want. And once this kind of system is put in place, if we go to a cashless society, it's going to be very, very difficult to resist, because an algorithm in the sky or a person behind the screen can push a button and you can no longer buy and sell gas. So that the window is closing for us to recognize what's happening and resist it.
Are you describing a system where you can't buy or sell with like a certain marking or brand or label? That sounds vaguely familiar to me. I think I've read that somewhere. Weird. Okay. Never mind. Sorry.
Vaccine passports? Is that what you're talking about?
What's that?
It's a very old idea. Let's just put it that way.
Someone should write a book about that. Would make one hell of a story. Yeah.
So I think in some strange way, the pandemic, and I say that very cautiously, that label, was actually a good thing. It was a way for us to start peeling back the layers and identifying the behavior patterns that we as Americans have actually engaged in probably for a few decades in ceding over our freedoms and our responsibilities to the government, really in ways that we were unaware of. And it's led to where we are today.
I would agree with that 100%. And that's why I think when this new authority push comes, it's not going to come next year. It might not come a year after that. It's probably going to come maybe a decade, 2 decades from now. They're going to come back to the idea that they can force something on you through fear. And it's always fear that they're trying to push on you in order to make you capitulate. So the thing that I would say here is you are only as controllable as you are afraid. If you look at the common sense, and they're going to try to stop you from looking at the common sense, which is what our media did, our politicians did, our activists did, and you can look and see, well, this isn't right. I can see that, X, Y, and Z are still fine. This mask is clearly not doing anything. This vaccine clearly isn't doing anything. Or even if it takes a different mask later on down the line, this energy crisis is avoidable. Obviously, we have energy right below our feet. Why aren't we drilling here, kind of thing? It's always about not accepting the fear they try to push on you.
I think along those lines, Brandon, moving forward, until they are honest about these poisonous jabs, until they are honest about the body count. I look at my home state of Iowa, where our governor did a great job as well. We were one of the only states that didn't have a stay-at-home order. And yet, I had a CEO buddy of mine look at our excess death numbers so far this year through October. Excess deaths in Iowa are way ahead of where they were the 3 years prior to COVID. Now, when you say that to the regime or its liars in the media, they will claim it's long COVID. The problem with that in Iowa is we've only had 1 day of double-figure COVID deaths in the last 280 days. 1. So it's not long COVID. It's something else. They have to answer those kinds of questions. And until they do, what I think we ought to do on our platforms, like at The Blaze or the ones that you guys like to follow and watch, automatically, whenever we see the term died suddenly in the media, whenever, until they start telling the truth about this, we automatically attribute it to that death shot every single time.
You know, I've had a lot of people come up to me and say what I'm doing is reckless and irresponsible and is going to lead to the deaths of many people. They've said that they know people that have died of COVID and are completely in disagreement with what we're doing. And my natural response is that no one knows anyone that has actually died of COVID. Now, that statement might shock you. What we know are people that have died due to a government and a pharmaceutical industry that has denied them access to effective early treatment.
I would also add, there is a side effect of all of these lockdowns, these mandates, you know, these job losses, this loss of livelihood, suicide attempts, especially. You're a mother with a teenage daughter, who's very lovely, by the way. Especially among young girls, they shot up around 50%.
Right.
There is a lack of what I would call empathy from a government who does not care about what it takes to actually be isolated, to be in lockdowns, to be under that kind of thumb. All they care about is how much that they can push on you.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I'm going to put on my psychiatrist hat for a second, which is my specialty within medicine. I published a piece. This was my first foray into public debates about COVID policy, even before I got into the vaccine mandate issue. I published a piece in October of 2020 called The Other Pandemic, because I was seeing clinically, and by that time we had evidence and very robust data from over the summer of the huge collateral mental health harms of the school closures and lockdowns. We saw a tripling of depression. We saw quadrupling of anxiety disorders over the summer of 2020. 1 in 10 Americans in June of 2020 reported serious suicidal ideation in that month alone. If you break that number down by age bracket, young adults, 18 to 24-year-olds, are college-age students. 1 in 4 college-age students in the United States of America seriously contemplated suicide in 2020. We had a crisis of deaths of despair, deaths by opioid overdose, drug overdose, alcohol-related illnesses, and suicide prior to the pandemic. And the lockdowns and school closures poured gasoline on that fire. And any attempt, like I and others made, to try to bring attention to this was simply silenced. It's also very important to understand the way in which information was controlled, and the information that we were able to receive, especially during lockdowns, was managed. Because when people are at home, they're locked down, they're behind screens, then it's much easier to control the information that they're receiving, because they cannot have conversations like this face to face, which is so important. So, I mean, thank you for coming out here today, for being here in person. Thanks to all who are watching. But these face to face conversations cannot be shut down. And we know now, I mentioned the Missouri v. Biden case. Our claim in this case, what we are alleging, is that the government was suborning and leaning on social media companies to do its bidding, particularly in relation to COVID policy. We now see with the latest Twitter files drop just this morning, they were doing it in relation to election integrity as well. But this is a clear free speech First Amendment violation. We have to push back, as you said. The Constitution is a dead letter if Americans do not stand up and defend those First Amendment constitutional rights.
And what happened in particular, I mean, what happened to the entire country and the global population really is horrendous. But if you look at the adolescent population, much like you were pointing out, Dr. Cariotti, over the last 2 years, in particular the time frame that we locked these kids down, we did to them what was essentially akin to what we would have done to, what we've seen done to POWs. But if you recall, in Vietnam, we took POWs, they were put in a box, they were socially isolated, and it broke the human spirit. And that was done to our adolescent population. And then we said, if you're willing to engage in an experimental drug, then we're going to allow you a little bit of freedom. So if you think about the psychological terrorism that was committed upon the adolescent community at the hands of government officials, at the hands of schools, because I personally think that the school unions are probably the biggest terrorist organization that we have seen.
So my awesome wife is backstage, and she's actually a therapist. That's what she does. She works at a Christian therapy clinic in Des Moines. Just got her degree from Liberty. She's in like her form of a residency right now. And I bring that up just to further what Aaron just said. They can't handle, this is Des Moines, Iowa. Again, we were pretty free in Iowa compared. We were there with Florida and Georgia in terms of the freest states in the country during all of this. And yet, even in Iowa, as free as we were the first state to come back for school with high school sports and everything else in the whole country. There is such a demand of young people looking for therapists right now. Even at my wife's clinic, they can't serve the need. They have to turn young adults and teenagers away because of the demand they created with this psyop of what they did to our kids. And they want it to continue. They'll keep masking your kids until you refuse them. They will keep pushing these jabs on your kids. They're running ads in states like mine saying, if pregnant women get the jab, they can pass those antibodies on to their children. Don't fall for any of that. Until we can stop this, they'll keep doing it.
You know, it's a bad day when Elmo is pushing the jab, so there's that.
I am a first-time father just a month ago.
Congrats.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. It's been a journey. I'm terrified for his future. I hate the idea that my child will somehow wind up in a lockdown. My child will somehow wind up in a restriction. That should never be forced upon anyone. If anything, you know, if resisting tyranny is anything, it's protecting the future for your children, which is what we need to do right now. As I mentioned earlier, suicide attempts shot up quite a bit. Children were, as young as 4, were reporting depression. They weren't interacting with any children. We have to be able to tell these people, no, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to take this. We're going to resist. We're going to fight back. And for the sake of our children who need to be free in order to be whole, even. I hate the idea that this is happening, but this is a multi-tiered push. This is happening from not just Washington. Our media backed these people up with every lie that they possibly could, and then asked for amnesty after it was all said and done, after we watched our relatives die alone by themselves in hospitals, after businesses left and right all over 200,000 was the count in 2021. That's how many businesses were shut down. All right, livelihoods disappeared. We have to somehow secure not just, the messaging from a local standpoint. We have to make inroads into our media to make sure that they cannot continue to spread these lies.
Absolutely. We need personal responsibility and an acknowledgement of wrong and an acknowledgement of harm. I'm a Christian man. I am all in favor of forgiveness. Society definitely needs healing right now. But truth and reconciliation begins with truth. If you look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions after the Rwandan genocide, after apartheid in South Africa, these were really, really hard. These were people standing up and admitting that I killed your family member or that I harmed you in this very specific way. Until we have public acknowledgement of the truth on the part of people who pushed harmful policies, we can't move forward, and we cannot talk about amnesty, because what they're doing, they're not asking your forgiveness, they're just forgiving themselves and wanting us to sweep this under the carpet. That is no way to move forward as a society that has been scarred and harmed in the way that we have over the last 3 years.
And in order to get accountability, we need to have that process of going back and really understanding how this happened. I mean, I think that it's pretty transparent at this point, I think, how we got here, but it's critically important. There is an entire population and will continue to be a growing population of vaccine injured. And in order to get them the care that they need, in order to get them the accountability, we have to go through this process.
As Aaron said, I believe in grace and redemption as well, but if you know the story, before you get there, there has to be an atonement. there has to be justice. When Jesus said at the cross, "It is finished, it is accomplished," he was referring to the law. The wrath of God was satisfied. So now there can be grace. There can be redemption. The reason we brought out gallows at Nuremberg is there had to be atonement. There had to be justice after a fair trial, of course. But there needs to be that atonement. And this time, they're the ones that need to atone. This time, they're the ones that need to face justice. And there will be no grace, there will be no redemption without atonement and justice. And that's what previous generations did. And that's why they weren't able to do this for 70 years until now. And they will do it again in just the next few years unless we repeat what the previous generations did by demanding justice and atonement and put these people on trial.
I want to spend these last few minutes. I want to give you guys the opportunity. Where can we find you guys and the information that you're putting out about all of this, because it is clearly integral to the national conversation?
So my book is called The New Abnormal. The subtitle is The Rise of the Biomedical Security State. You can find it on all the online bookstores, your local bookstore. It's on Audible. It's on ebook. I have a Substack newsletter, Human Flourishing, and you can find me on Twitter. Thank you for being here.
You can find out about the work that the Unity Project is doing at theunityproject.org. I will give a plug for your book. I actually read it. It's truly one of the best books I have read. I firmly believe this should be a curriculum that's required in every school so that we can understand what happened and make sure it doesn't happen in the future. And I believe that Dr. Cariotti might be at our booth after this. I might have just started a vicious rumor, but I'm not sure.
I'll do whatever you tell me to do,
All right.
Laura, basically.
Thank you very much for being here.
Steve?
You can subscribe to our podcast, The Steve Deace Show, where we have guests like Aaron on the program. You can follow me on Twitter at Steve Deace Show, and Rise of the Fourth Reich comes out in February, and we're doing pre-sales now. So thank you.
All right. My name is Brandon Morse at redstate.com. Thank you guys so much for coming to our panel and listening to us. You've been a great crowd. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
I was a police officer in New York for the past 15 years. The COVID mandates were imposed upon employees of my department. I would not bow the knee to the COVID gods. The short version of the story, that was the end of my police career.
I took a job working as a hospital physician for a local small hospital. I think we actually had that conversation like, this is what we're going to do for the rest of our career. This is good. And then we discovered they wanted to begin doing transgendering surgery in our hospital. So when we left, it was just a sense that we have to do this to be faithful to what we know is right and good, but also to be able to work and live honestly. I can't just put this under the rug. This would really break who I am, not only as a doctor, but also as a person.
The thing that we all need to recognize is that there will be parallel economies, and the sooner the better.
It's like night and day, working as a cop and working for Maddox. You know, after working 15 years as a cop, I came there kind of uptight. I didn't know what to do with all the freedom there, you know. And I'm like, wow, people really live like this, you know, in the workplace.
There is a market for an alternate economy that we're we're really pleased to see is growing out there.
Freedom is a gift straight from God. A lot of us say we want to be free as Americans, but we're multiple generations down the road of what's been bled for and sacrificed for, and now it's time for us to maybe work that muscle again.
There's an all-out assault right now on truth and rationality. You can tell who holds the power based on who you're not allowed to joke about, who you're not allowed to criticize. That's the whole point of satire, right? It's to punch up, it's to speak truth to power. Tyrants don't like that. You should be able to have these debates. We shouldn't have one side that just wins by default. You can't jokingly refer to a male person, Rachel Levine, as a man. They want to control your speech and control what you joke about. And especially people in power like to maintain their power by suppressing people who criticize them. We're punching back, we're not punching down.
Well, hello. How are you guys doing? We gotta say, it's always nice to be given a platform instead of having one taken away. I am the CEO of the Babylon Bee, Seth Dillon. We are the world's most trusted, factually accurate news source. And CEO is my official title. I have been called some other things by the media. They have called me a social media agitator, an internet provocateur, an unassuming middle-aged man, a far-right extremist progenitor of disinformation. That sounds ominous, doesn't it? For our part in prompting Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter, the Washington Post referred to me as one of Musk's shadow crew misfits, whatever that means. And recently, a reporter described me as an expert online troll. I kind of like that one. So what can you hope to learn today from an expert online troll? Probably not very much. But I do have a wealth of experience in at least one area that I think is relevant to everyone here at the moment. I'm talking about my experience with absurdity. As the CEO of a comedy site that's been repeatedly fact-checked, smeared, and censored, and that's seen nearly 100 of its jokes come true, as if they were prophecies rather than punchlines, I think I have a somewhat unique perspective on the insanity that's resulted from our culture's all-out war on reality, reason, and truth. And there is, by the way, an all-out war on reality, reason, and truth. You guys are aware of that, right? That is not hyperbole. It's obviously true. I just think we've become so accustomed to the madness that we're losing sight of it. We need to resist that tendency, I think. We need to continually remind ourselves that the craziness around us isn't normal or good or deserving of acceptance. It must be consciously and constantly resisted. Now, a lot of people, this is a very common thing, a lot of people think that our job is easier because the world is so crazy. They think that, we got a lot of material to work with, and so it must be so easy to be funny making fun of the world that we're looking at. And I don't think that's necessarily true. We have to exaggerate the truth to make these jokes, right? How do we exaggerate these things? Satire exaggerates the truth to make a point. Do you have any idea? I ask people when they ask me this, they're like, isn't it easier now? I say, no, wait a minute. Imagine if your job was to make jokes that are funnier than what Democrats are doing in real life. Imagine if that's your job. Imagine if your job is to write jokes that are funnier than a Kamala Harris speech. Good luck. Good luck. I mentioned that the Bee has been fact-checked, smeared, and censored. And I think it's tempting, it's genuinely tempting to view a lot of the opposition to the Bee as an attack on comedy. But I don't think that's entirely accurate. The attack is really aimed at truth and our right to speak it. The further we zoom out, the more it looks like comedy may just be collateral damage in a much larger conflict. In 2021, Facebook announced they'd be changing the way they handle satire. They said they'd allow it, but with new limitations that prevent satirists from making jokes about marginalized people who lack power and privilege. True satire, they said, does not punch down. Satire that punches down, that is, satire that takes aim at protected targets Facebook doesn't want you joking about, would now be subject to censorship. In fact, they made it clear that they'll consider jokes that punch down to be hatred disguised as satire. They said, these are their words, "Indeed, humor can be an effective mode of communicating hateful ideas." Now, I don't think that the purpose of this policy is to kill comedy. I don't think that Facebook is trying to kill comedy by prohibiting jokes that allegedly punch down. That's not the purpose. What they're trying to do is to keep something else alive, namely the kind of bad ideas that comedians mock so effectively. So what are these bad ideas that can't survive a little mockery? I think the most obvious example, maybe we'll agree on this, is the gender madness that's running rampant in our culture. It has led to the denial of the most basic facts of human biology. Facts we all agreed upon right up until about 10 minutes ago. It's an ideology loaded with wild, extremely mockable ideas. We are told by people with straight faces and grimy blue or purple hair, usually. Sorry if anyone out there has blue hair. It actually looks like you all have blue hair in this lighting. That men can become pregnant, that women can become men. We're told sex is assigned at birth rather than observed, as if doctors just make their best guess whenever they see a newborn baby. We're told, yeah, again, men can become pregnant and chest feed. This stuff is crazy. These are not fringe ideas that are promoted by radicals on Reddit. They are mainstream. You go to healthline.com and type in, "Can men get pregnant?" and you get this answer. Yes, it's possible for men to become pregnant and give birth to children of their own. In fact, it's probably a lot more common than you think. In order to explain, we'll need to break down some common misconceptions about what it means to be a man. So the people who just said yes to the question, "Can men get pregnant?" are going to clear up misconceptions for us. That seems promising. It'd be bad enough if these ideas were merely popular, but they've gone from mainstream to mandatory. You can't criticize them. And now, thanks to hateful conduct policies on major social platforms that prohibit punching down, you can't even joke about them. Comedians are being canceled and in some cases physically attacked if they step out of line and tell an off-limits joke. If it can happen to Dave Chappelle, it can happen to anybody. And this all makes sense, honestly, if you think about it. In order to prop up an insane worldview that can't be defended or even coherently articulated, you have to insulate it from criticism, especially the comedic kind that employs mockery to expose foolishness. It's embarrassing to be mocked and exposed for a fool. It can't be tolerated. We learned this the hard way with a joke that we made about Rachel Levine, a transgender admiral in the Biden administration. USA Today had named Rachel Levine one of its Women of the Year. Do you guys remember this? It's about 8 months ago when this happened. So this was an insult to women everywhere, so we fired back in defense of women and sanity with this satirical headline. We said the Babylon Bee's Man of the Year is Rachel Levine. Twitter didn't think that was funny. They locked our account for hateful conduct. Hateful conduct. We called a male person a man in a joke. Hateful conduct. Delete the joke, they said, and you can have your account back. We refused. We did not delete the joke. As a result, we spent the next 8 months in Twitter jail. 8 months. The intolerable truth that you are not allowed to speak or even joke about is that Rachel Levine actually misgenders himself whenever he calls himself a woman, right? And pointing that out, no matter how it's done, is not hateful conduct because the truth is not hate speech. But this is how the system is rigged to safeguard bad ideas. Big tech is defending a fantasy world where 2 and 2 make 5 by censoring anyone who so much as jokes about what reality is actually like. It's even worse than that, though. Twitter executives went beyond censorship when instead of taking down the Rachel Levine joke, they required us to delete it and admit that we engaged in hateful conduct. They wanted us to click a button that said, delete. When you delete this joke, you admit that you engaged in hateful conduct. That is not mere censorship, it's subjugation. I've long held that when you censor yourself, you are doing the tyrant's work for him. We never even considered it. What makes this all the more outrageous, I think, is Twitter's lip service commitment that they used to have to free speech. You know, there's more than just lip service, I think, happening now with Elon Musk, but when this all happened, they at least said in their terms of service, if you visited the site's hateful conduct page, it started with a ringing tribute to free expression. It said Twitter's mission is to give everyone the power to create and share ideas and information and to express their opinions and beliefs without barriers. That was on that page. Free expression is a human right, they said. This rings hollow, though, when you consider the rest of the policy, which prohibits misgendering, dead naming, etc. They have baked radical gender ideology into the terms of service so that even objectively true statements, such as Rachel Levine is a man, become enforceable policy violations. You don't have to say it as a fact. You can say it as an opinion. You can say, it is my opinion that Rachel Levine is a man. That perspective is prohibited. I'm not a genius like Elon Musk, but I can spot a barrier to free expression when I see one. The idea that men can become women is one that's being pushed on people from the top down. It's promoted and protected by the most powerful people and institutions in our country. If comedians and satirists are supposed to be punching up at the powerful, then I fail to see how we've neglected our duty. If it's not punching up to ridicule ideas like that, then what is? The comedian's job is to poke holes in the popular narrative, whatever the narrative might be. If the popular narrative is off limits, then comedy itself is off limits. And that's basically where we find ourselves today. It's why most late night TV is not funny anymore. You tune into it and they're going for applause, not laughter. They're propping up the popular narrative instead of poking at it. They dare not subvert it. There are, fortunately, some liberal comedians who aren't playing along. You've got Bill Maher. You guys ever see any Bill Maher's commentary on this stuff? I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but I do with speech. He just recently devoted an entire monologue to mocking gender-affirming care for kids. He said, I understand that being trans is different, it's innate, but kids are fluid about everything. If they knew at age 8 what they wanted to be, the world would be filled with cowboys and princesses. I wanted to be a pirate. Thank God no one scheduled me for eye removal and peg leg surgery. Now, that might be hate speech on Twitter, but I think it's funny. So how did we get to this place? How did we get to a point where insane ideas are not just popular, but sacred? How did we get to a point where it's considered hateful to tell the truth, even in jest? I think the answer is as simple and straightforward as this. We took bad ideas too seriously. Instead of laughing at absurdity, we accepted it. Instead of ridiculing bad ideas, we tolerated them. The absurd has become sacred only because it hasn't been sufficiently mocked. But isn't mockery mean and cruel, you'll say? I think that depends. We're not talking about mockery for the purpose of tearing people down and making them feel bad about themselves. We're talking about using it as a tool to expose foolishness for what it is so that it isn't taken seriously. Mockery of this kind is a moral imperative for the obvious reason that bad ideas taken seriously have catastrophic consequences. Ask any mutilated teen who now regrets their gender transition surgery, or any inmate at a women's-only prison whose female cellmate got her pregnant. It's good that you laugh at that. Imagine if these ideas had been laughed at instead of lauded. C.S. Lewis said that good philosophy must exist, if for no other reason, because bad philosophy needs to be answered. This is as true now as it's ever been. Bad ideas are everywhere, and social media increases the speed with which they spread and infect minds all over the world. There can never be enough opposition to them. In a recent interview with Gina Carano, Joe Rogan said that the funniest comedy right now is coming from the Babylon Bee. He said they're so consistently funny because the funniest stuff is woke stuff. And that's the stuff the people on the left can't touch, and that's the stuff the Babylon Bee goes after. He's right, but it's not just that wokeness is hysterical, it actually happens to be harmful too. When we interviewed Elon Musk on our podcast, we do have a podcast, when we interviewed him on our podcast last December, a year ago, he called wokeness a mind virus and said it's one of the greatest threats to Western civilization. I asked him why he thought it was so dangerous and destructive, and he paused for a moment, and then he said, "At its heart, wokeness is divisive, exclusionary, and hateful. It basically gives mean people a shield to be cruel while armored in false virtue." He gets it. He then turned and looked at us and said, "Well, what do you guys think?" We were just nodding. Sounds pretty good. Can't say it better than that. I agree with him, and that's why we target wokeness with so much of our humor. Bad ideas don't just need to be refuted. They need to be ridiculed. They need to be mocked. So many things are off limits in comedy now. People think it represents progress to make things off limits in comedy. They think we've improved morally because we make fun of fewer things. I could not disagree more strongly. I, in fact, think the opposite is true. I think we are more depraved than ever because we are affirming and accepting what we should be ridiculing and rejecting. Do you agree? At the Babylon Bee, we are just satirists. We're comedians. We're humorists. We write jokes on the internet for a living. Every day we try, and we often fail. We don't always do this successfully because it's hard to stay a step ahead of reality. We try to produce fake news that's funnier than what's happening in real life. That's our humble calling, but somehow we found ourselves on the front lines of a battle for the preservation of freedom and the restoration of sanity. I have no idea how that happened. I do know, though, that satire is never more necessary than when reality and rationality are under attack. You can't refute claims rooted in relativism where truth itself is a moving target. You can't reason with people who've abandoned rationality on purpose. But you can, and you must, ridicule their bad ideas. Nothing undermines lunacy and lies like laughter. Harold Klerman said, "Make them laugh, and while their mouths are open, pour truth in." I love that. But that's why comedy is a threat, I think, because comedy carries the truth. It's a vehicle for truth delivery. I love the way G.K. Chesterton put this. He said that humor can get in under the door while seriousness is still fumbling at the handle. That's really good, too. Humor can get in under the door while seriousness is still fumbling at the handle. That's why comedy's under attack. It's not necessarily that they're after the Babylon Bee. They want to shut the Babylon Bee down. The Babylon Bee is so threatening. It's the truth that's threatening. The truth is carried in these jokes. The mockery that exposes their foolishness is powerful and effective, and so they have to try to silence your voice and take it away, deplatform you. And then somebody like Musk comes in and tries to restore a little bit of balance and restore free speech, and they flip out. They absolutely cannot handle the idea of free speech, because what it means is that their ideas, which they can't defend, they've abandoned rationality on purpose to insist that 2 and 2 make 5, that men can become pregnant, their ideas will be subject to refutation and ridicule, and they can't tolerate that. So I think that's why they're after the Bee. The Bee is fact-checked, it's smeared, it's censored, and it's not because we ourselves are such a threat, it's because the truth is a threat. The truth is under assault. We need to be bold in our stand for the truth and never, when I said we refused and we never even considered deleting that joke, we didn't, honestly. We didn't even consider it. We should never censor ourselves and do the tyrant's work for him. I want everybody in this room to commit to speaking the truth boldly. Never censor yourself and do the tyrant's work for him. Unless and until a lot of people become emboldened and do that, everyone who does speak the truth will stick out like an outlier. They'll be easy to squash. But every time we censor ourselves, every time we apologize to the cancel mob and feed it and make it stronger, we are hurting everybody else and affecting their right to speak freely, because we're giving more power to the tyrants instead of taking it away. Take it away. Speak the truth boldly. Make them laugh. And while their mouths are open, pour truth in. Thank you.
holidays, pine trees. What would Christmas be without Santa Claus? The birth of Christ.
Friends, family, food.
Emphasis on food, but
definitely.
We forget that this season is all about giving. Too many people these days are really wanting to get stuff, but not very many people give. And Stephen, to make this momentous occasion more great, I got you a present.
How did you know? Because I got you a present. Oh, yes, indeed. Let's go.
Great minds think alike.
They really
shouldn't
do.
have.
But I did.
For any donation that you make to Turning Point USA, just go to tpusa.com, and this book, The College Scam by Charlie Kirk, will be your free present for you this Christmas. Shall we read it?
We shall.
Charlie, why didn't you go to college?
2 hours later.
It's destructive to our nation and our students. Let's end it before it's too late.
Wow.
I know.
That was amazing.
It really was.
You guys got to get a copy of this book, The College Scam Now by Charlie Kirk, by donating any amount to tpusa.com. Pick up yours today.
Ho, ho, ho!
My name is Nicole. I'm a Chinese, but I'm a total opposition to the Chinese Communist Party. I was born and grew up in communist China. About 20 years ago, I fled the Tiananmen Square and came to the United States of America as a student. I got my master's degree, and I started working for corporate America and U.S. federal government. Life is good in America, but having a good life does not make me feel safe anymore, because I fear the country that I love is becoming the country that I fled. In a free capitalist society, the Chinese Communist Party has bought out America's most valuable asset, from Wall Street to Main Street, from Hollywood to NBA, from Silicon Valley to North Dakota's farmland, from mainstream media to social media, and even worse, Elon Musk's $44 billion takeover of Twitter is financed by the CCP money. The CCP's enemy number one, Mr. Miles Guo, had his personal account permanently suspended by Twitter a few years ago. The Chinese dissidents had already been canceled out by CCP in China. We had never imagined being canceled here in the United States of America. No one knows better about the danger of communism than the survivors of the Chinese Communist Party. We're the survivors of the Cultural Revolution. We're the survivors of the Tiananmen Massacre. We're the survivors of the laborers' concentration camp and the genocide. And we know that the only thing worse than a CCP in China is a CCP in America. The CCP does not fear the US government, the US media, or any major institution. What it fears the most is we, the people. The deplorables, the chumps, the Chinese dissidents who are putting their lives on the line, fighting for freedom every day. Thank you. America is one nation under God.
And the CCP might have owned Wall Street, NBA, Hollywood. But the last thing we should allow the CCP to own is America's courthouses, America's justice system, and America's rule of law. I believe in the US Constitution, but can the US Constitution save America from communism? Let's heed the warning by John Adams, your founding father. Our Constitution is only made for moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate to government of any other. America is one nation under God. If you don't believe God, you will be bought out by the CCP. If you don't believe in God, you will lose this country. Thank you. Take down the CCP. America has two major political parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. If we don't take down the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party will become the only ruling party in this country, and the party of Xi Jinping will become your permanent dictatorship for life. Wake up, America. From the Tiananmen Square in China to the Freedom Square in America, it's been a long journey for me to be here. It's a journey to freedom, but that's not the end of it. It is just the beginning. I joined the Chinese whistleblower movement and became a member of the new Federal State of China, founded by CCP's enemy number one, Mr. Mao Guo. You saw him in that brilliant video. He's the most persecuted Chinese dissident in America by America's mainstream media. The new Federal State of China models itself after the United States of America. And even better, it combines the beauty from the East and the West. It's deeply rooted in the Chinese people's hopes and dreams for freedom, for rule of law, and built upon America's great experiment. The new Federal State of China will end the world's largest ever slavery on the face of the earth, empowered by America's corporation, by America's Wall Street and big tech. Thank you. Thank you, America. So to me, America first means we must take down the CCP first in America, and America's greatness only begins again when the CCP ends here. America will not be free until we end the Chinese slavery, empowered and enabled by America's corporation, Wall Street, and big tech. So join us. Let's take down the Chinese Communist Party.
We have the ability to show that Burisma is corrupt. We have the ability to show that Hunter Biden is corrupt. And these allegations are true and accurate. The Justice Department and FBI are and have been institutionally corrupted to their very core.
Elon wants to unlock the potential of Twitter as a place where information meritocracy can thrive.
Joe Biden has said categorically we are not going to defund the police.
I don't know that Joe Biden could remember that from one day to the next. Yeah, and like I would leave the smarty boy comments to those of us who win our elections.
Thank you. You know, Twitter tried to silence me. The lobbyists and the PACs tried to defeat me. The deep state tried to destroy me. The media tried to spear me. And my own leadership sometimes would banish me to the darkest recesses of the Capitol if they could. Because I work for you, not them. Wouldn't have it any other way. These midterms did disappoint many of us, but in a lot of ways, I don't blame the Democrats. They did everything they could possibly do to hand us this election. They crashed the economy, attacked American energy. They were doing this weird, woke stuff that is unmentionable in polite company. We have no border at all. Indeed, the Democrats did their part, but I believe we deserved far better from Republicans, and I am here tonight to talk about how to fix it. Some say we should moderate, paint in those pastel colors, put the bold away, embrace the meek, less America first, more Liz Cheney. Maybe shake the Bush family tree and see what falls out. My friends, the problem with slow surrender as a political strategy is that even when you win with these establishment shills, America still loses. Was it really worth standing with Republican governors in Maryland, Ohio, and Arizona who got elected preaching freedom and then pushed lockdowns and mandates on their people? How foolish were they? How foolish were we to tolerate it? In Florida, if you're still wearing a mask, we just assume you're hideous. But on the big stuff, the major challenges that we now face, a Republican Party with no sharp edges will be manipulated, co-opted, and worthless. Controlled opposition just isn't going to cut it anymore, and that's where I come in. Just look at what we learned this week. The FBI has entire teams of people dedicated to try to shape public opinion on social media. And we know about it at Twitter because Elon bought Twitter. But this same stuff is going on at Meta, at Google, at Amazon. They want to control what you see so that they can ultimately control how you behave. This is not the proper role of government, and any official who gave the orders to try to manipulate the political perspectives of American citizens will be called to heel before the House Judiciary Committee in the coming weeks and months. I don't plan on a whole lot of softball questions and patty cake games with the corrupt deep state. Relentless interrogation is what they deserve, and we should stand for no less. So it is not our fighting spirit that needs to change. It is not the America First message or policy platform that needs to change. But some of our tactics must. Ask any business owner you know, what's the bad day during the week for revenue? There are none. It is always good to get revenue. And similarly, for our candidates for office that we love and believe in, there is no bad day to go get somebody's vote and to count that vote early, in person, with an ID, because it is basic game theory. You have got to bank the points early. And when we tell voters that they should only vote on one day out of a large opportunity of voting days, then we leave ourselves vulnerable to manipulation and attack and voter suppression. Why would we do that? The cause is too important and the stakes are too high. America First means actually putting the American voters first. And our evolving tactics must draw us into central focus on necessary changes to election laws. to those of you from Maricopa County, you don't have to live this way. Arizona is a great state full of wonderful people, but the election administration here, woof, it is embarrassing. Brazil is a country with 214 million people. Many of them live in the jungles of the Amazon in Brazil. And they know who wins an election the next day. Sometimes a single county in Arizona can take weeks. This is the United States of America. We are not a third world country. It is time we start acting like the vibrant republic that we are, and that means securing the integrity of our elections. This can be done. I know that it does not have to be this way because it has never been this way. We used to get election results on time. We didn't have these problems. Some of you may be old enough to remember back in 2000 when Florida was in the spotlight over the Bush v. Gore matter. We had the hanging Chads and the dimpled Chads. And what is astonishing to me reflecting back on that is that it was actually embarrassing and an oddity to not be able to quickly and precisely resolve your elections within approximate time of the people voting. And now you look at these elections and you see like Jake Tapper on CNN saying, well, we won't know Pennsylvania for weeks. And I'm thinking, why is this? Well, in Florida, we changed the laws. And so if you are a state lawmaker, if you have influence with our several states, let's talk about some of the specific changes that I think will help us combat this challenge going forward. Florida, indeed, can be the nation's guidepost on this. In Florida, we passed legislation that allows counties to start counting mail-in ballots 22 days before the election. Now think about how significant that is. That means in smaller batches, we can actually look at the votes, we can compare the signatures, and you don't end up with some crazy circumstance in Wayne County, Michigan, where somehow only in the urban areas they have laws and chain of custody that only applies to them and not anyone else. And it's the same story in Fulton County and in the just absolute pit holes of election failure that we should not have to tolerate in America. In Florida, state law also requires that early voting ballots be completed and counted before Election Day. And then the results are immediately posted within 30 minutes of the election. So there's not this like crazy guessing game about finding out whose Aunt Irma works at the elections office and where they might have like another bucket of 200 ballots. Mail-in ballots have to be received by 7 p.m. on Election Day. I can't even believe that's controversial. We don't just mail them out either to every dead guy on the voter rolls. In Florida, you have to actually have a real human being that really requests one of these ballots. We use paper ballots in Florida. Imagine that. And we do so because it was one of the demands of Florida Democrats. Our machines are rigorously tested so we don't end up like Maricopa County, where voting machines are breaking down more than the ice cream machine at the McDonald's. The other benefit of having like sane, real people election laws is that if things go crazy and lawsuits start filing, we might actually win some of them. I know of what I speak. In 2018, there was a serious effort to steal the election in Florida from Senator Rick Scott and Governor Ron DeSantis. It was tens of thousands of ballots in a universe of more than 8.5 million. And when the local supervisors of elections did not follow the law, we were able to go immediately to court against 2 supervisors, have the judges issue injunctions, and then there were no mystery ballots that could be willed into existence at some later time. We treat ballots and voting like public records, and our citizens have a constitutional right to know what the hell is going on. That should be the standard for America. So our laws and our tactics must change. But some of our leaders must be changed too. Our ancestors, out of love of country, pledged their lives and their fortunes and their sacred honor. Is the best Congress can really do today pledging a vote for Mitch McConnell or Kevin McCarthy? I've had enough McFailure. In football, when the team doesn't win the games it's supposed to win, they fire the coach. In business, when the company does not match its projected earnings, then the board gets rid of the CEO. And so in Republican politics, maybe I'm not the crazy one if I say that the people who vastly underperformed expectations shouldn't be promoted to third in line to the presidency. My friends, I take no joy in sharing this with you, but I'm going to tell you now what every single Republican member of Congress knows in their heart, whether they'll admit it or not. Kevin McCarthy believes in nothing. I'm serious about that. Nothing except money and power, but he failed to deliver the power as promised. And he got plenty of money, some of it from Sam Bankman-Fried. But he believes in nothing, and if we vote for him, neither do we. Peter Thiel called these midterm elections depressingly disastrous. But they are revealing, because we saw failure up close. And as Tucker Carlson reminded us at the beginning of this conference, we must learn from this experience and grow and be better. Kevin McCarthy calls his lobbyist-written platform the commitment to America. But Kevin doesn't keep his commitments. Not to the Republican conference, not to anyone but the lobbyists that fund campaigns. Kevin isn't committed. He is compromised by the corrupt swamp, and he's incoherent. When you believe in nothing, my friends, you will settle on everything. You'll farm out the work, enrich your pals, and maybe they'll even let you crash their pad. But I think Joe Biden might actually be right about one thing. We are in a battle for the soul of our country. And Kevin is going into that battle with soulless influence peddlers by his side. He isn't on this stage today because I am pretty confident he would get booed off of it. I would be a great leader, I just have no followers. So, you say what you will about Trump, but he actually believed in stuff, making our country better. His beliefs were so bold that the media could not stop obsessing about them or him or all of us who supported him. Trump's policies were so good, Joe Biden's even trying to copy him right now. Banning TikTok was initially a Trump initiative. Domesticating manufacturing was an issue set that Trump talked about way before anyone else in American politics had any type of vision for it. And the Joe Biden streamlining permitting bill is essentially an extension of the regulatory reform instituted by President Trump. These are indeed Trump's initiatives, and now I fear, my friends, we are in need of true vision. Our politics cannot just be money running through lobbyist luncheons and sloganeering with focus groups. Biden is 80 and totally senile. So you tell me, why is he kicking our ass on this omnibus spending bill right now? It's because Kevin McCarthy believes in nothing. Here's what I believe. I believe we should put budgets on the floor of the House that balance, and then we should vote for them. I believe we should have immigration laws that we're serious about and actually enforce. And when people break those laws, they should actually be deported where they came from, not be allowed to stick around our country by the millions, starting the new wave of chain migration. I believe we ought to have a full court press against this weaponized government that has been turned against our people. And if that means abolishing every one of these three-letter agencies, from the FBI to the ATF, I'm ready to get going, and I got my pencil. I believe that we actually ought to make voting easy and cheating hard, and I believe we should not sell out to powerful corporations that pollute our water, our skies, or the digital marketplace of ideas. I'm grateful for your response, but I will admit, I am the most imperfect of vessels to be carrying this message. Many of you prayed for me and hoped for me, and I want you to know how much that means to me. Your faith in me, I truly hope to justify each and every day with service to you and you alone. President Trump proved that even those of us who have flaws can fight back against a corrupt system without fear. And so I will work with anyone and everyone to change this system and to deliver results for our brave patriots, to stop the invasion on our southern border, to end wars that drain our nation of its treasure and its bravest patriots, to stop sending money to Ukraine like somehow that's a bigger priority than what's happening to our people, and certainly to restrict unfair trade. But we should not move forward beholden to the legislative policy written by Frank Luntz on a bar napkin. We should not be beholden to the free speech policy that was passed to Kevin McCarthy in exchange for money from his best friend Pfizer lobbyist. And we should not be beholden to the political philosophy of Kevin McCarthy at all, because Kevin McCarthy believes in nothing. I believe in things, and I know you do too. We've got a country to save. You can fight with me any day of the week, Turning Point. Let's go get them.
At Turning Point USA, we say that chapters change the world. We are Americans, and we are going to win.
New tonight, a Salem salon plans on defying the governor's coronavirus orders by reopening for business.
If I didn't comply and shut my doors, they would then issue me a $70,000 citation. And if you can possibly believe this, Child Protective Services showed up at my home.
She was one of the first business owners to take a stand.
Everyone's job is essential, not because of what we do or how we do it, but because it's the way we make our living.
She's way out of her league, and it's time that someone told her that.
Lindsey Graham, you're not out of yours. Lindsey, also, you've got the nickname now online as the Patriot Barbie.
Yes, I'm doing this for me and my family, but I am doing it for you now too.
Right. God has just opened doors for me in the political circle.
When you know your identity in Christ and you know that you're right, you know that your convictions are right, it's a strength that I believe can only be God-given.
The defining scam of our time. This is a deep-seated conflict of interest in the ESG movement itself. The hypocrisy of corporate America is laughable. There's a deeper problem here. We used to have a national identity built around the shared pursuit of excellence. We now have a national identity built around victimhood instead. Are we a nation instead? Are we a nation of free speech? Or are we not? Free speech is not intended for the speech we love. It is intended for the speech that we do not love. If we lose that principle, we lose the very principle we're fighting for in the first place.
Thank you. I'm going to take you back to a moment in 1993 when I heard Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech for the first time. That was the speech where he said, I hope my 4 children grow up in a country where they are judged not on the color of their skin, but on the content of their character. Thank you. That dream, it stuck with me. It meant something to me because it was the dream that allowed me to go in a single generation from being the kid of Indian immigrants who came to this country with almost no money to becoming the founder of a multi-billion-dollar biotech company. Thank you. I led that company as CEO. We got a number of drugs developed. 5 of them are FDA-approved products today. The one I am most proud of is an approved drug for prostate cancer. But I stepped down as CEO of that company to focus on a different kind of cancer. Not a biological cancer, but a cultural cancer that threatened to kill that dream that Martin Luther King had 60 years ago. That threatened to kill the dream that allowed me to achieve everything I ever have in my life. And that is a new secular religion in this country whose belief system centers on the idea that your identity is based on your race, your gender, and your sexual orientation, full stop. That if you're black, you're inherently disadvantaged. That if you're white, you're inherently privileged. No matter your economic background or upbringing, your race and your gender govern who you are and what you can achieve in your life. Now, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of the Squad, she actually summarized this philosophy pretty well when she said, we don't want any more brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice. I'm going to guess I don't fit her description of what counts as a brown voice. But I will tell you this, there's a really clever move in there. That when your race goes from being about your skin color to being about the content of the ideas you're allowed to have, then any disagreement with those ideas automatically means that you're a racist. And there is no greater damnation in modern America than to be called a racist. So when given the choice between pledging allegiance to this new religion and being tarred with the scarlet R, everyday Americans are choosing to bend the knee. And that has created a new culture of fear in our country. Fear of losing your jobs. Fear of your kids getting a bad grade in school. Fear of becoming a pariah in your own community. And that culture of fear has replaced our culture of free speech in America. And if you ask me, the best measure of the health of any democratic society, especially American society, is the percentage of people who feel free to say what they actually think in public. And right now, we are doing abysmally on that metric. Thank you. Now, there's a question of where all this started. I actually think a lot of it dates back to an unexpected place. The 2008 financial crisis. You probably remember it. What happened on the back of the 2008 financial crisis is you had a government in this country, under a Republican administration, mind you, that used public money to bail out a bunch of bankers who made a lot of money when times were good, but got bailed out by taxpayers when money went bad. So what the old left wanted to do in this country was to take money from all those wealthy corporate fat cats and redistribute it to poor people to help poor people. Agree or not, that is what the old left had to say. But something else happened in 2008. Barack Obama was elected as president of the United States. And at that same time, there was a birth of a new left in this country that said the real problem wasn't quite economic injustice. It wasn't quite poverty, not anymore. It was racial injustice and misogyny and bigotry and climate change. And guess what? This was the gift of a generation to Wall Street and big business in this country. Because if you're Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street is a pretty tough pill to swallow. But the new woke stuff is actually pretty easy. You applaud diversity and inclusion. You put some token minorities on your boards. You muse about the racially disparate impact of climate change. after you fly on a private jet to Davos. This is pretty good work if you can get it. But they did not do it for free. They expected the new left to look the other way when it came to leaving their own corporate power intact. And it worked. That is the story of how a bunch of big banks got in bed with a bunch of woke millennials. Together they birthed woke capitalism, and they used that to put Occupy Wall Street up for adoption. And it worked so well for Wall Street that Silicon Valley then got in on the act. And what Silicon Valley realized was that the old breakup big tech actually used to come from the left. So what they said is, we'll make that same deal with you. We will censor hate speech and misinformation as you define it from the internet. But we will not do it for free. We expect the new left to look the other way when it comes to leaving our monopoly power intact. And again, it worked masterfully for both sides. That is the story of this arranged marriage. It is not a marriage of love, I assure you. It is more like mutual prostitution. And the net result of that act was the birth of the woke industrial complex, a new force in modern American life that is far more powerful than either within, once it's gotten so cancerous, there is exactly one answer. You have to shut the whole thing down. And if that means half the federal government, that means that's what we need to be prepared to do at this moment in our history. Number 3, we must prepare to defeat China both economically and militarily. We need a military in this country that refocuses its attention on what actually matters. And no, that is not domestic terrorism. No, that is not white rage, as Mark Milley will have you believe. It is not Russia. It is not Ukraine. It is not Iraq. It is not Afghanistan. It is China, full stop, and we need to wake up to that reality. We need to wake up to the fact that in China there is no distinction between economic policy and military policy. They are two sides of the same coin, and that we cannot defeat an enemy who we rely on to buy our shoes and our phones and for our modern way of life. That is what is different about this Cold War versus the one against the Soviet Union in the last century. We did not depend on them to power the way we live our everyday lives. That's something we're going to have to wake up to in this country, starting with the number one weapon that China is wielding right now over each of us through our economy itself. And that is the new cancerous climate religion that is holding the entire American economy back without touching the Chinese economy. They are applying constraints to us and laughing at us at every step of the way. Bet a lot of you didn't know about this. BlackRock will tell Exxon and Chevron to produce less oil, while the companies that pick up the projects they drop include PetroChina on the other side of the world, where guess who, none other than BlackRock, is one of the largest shareholders. This is a charade, but we need a conservative movement that wakes up to the fact that this is not just an economic issue. It is a national security issue and needs to be treated as such. Thank you. And finally, number 4. We need to create a shared national identity for the next generation of Americans. See, my generation, I'm a millennial, we screwed it up. We grew up during a decade of celebrating our diversity and our differences. And make no mistake, our diversity is a fine thing. But I think our diversity is completely meaningless if there is nothing greater that binds us together across that diversity as one people. Without that, we are nothing more than a different looking group of higher mammals roaming a common geographic space, doing what our iPhones told us to do on a given day. That is not America. America was a vision, and I will tell you, our generation is so hungry for a cause. We are hungry for purpose and meaning and identity at a time in our national history when the things that used to give us that sense of purpose, faith, patriotism, hard work, family, whatever it might be, those things have disappeared. We have forgotten that America itself can be that identity. We let the corporates teach us that we can fill our moral hunger by going to Ben & Jerry's and ordering a cup of ice cream with some social justice sprinkles on top, without realizing that you can't satisfy a moral hunger with fast food. We need something deeper. We hunger for a nation in this country. We need to revive a civic education for the next generation that teaches young Americans to be proud of our history rather than to be ashamed of it. Creating a generation that actually wants to then serve the country so that we don't have a 25% enrollment deficit in our military as we did this year. And the heart of that national identity is actually the revival of excellence and merit itself. We need to put the merit back into America. And when the Supreme Court, mark my words, as I believe they will next year, turns over affirmative action in this country, we need to take that movement to every other sphere of American life one at a time, teaching that next generation, as Martin Luther King did, that you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character. Thank you. The inner animal spirit at the heart of our national soul, it has been domesticated, it has been tamed by this new culture that penalizes excellence and celebrates victimhood and mediocrity instead. Our inner animal has leapt oceans to lift up places like China, while their culture of Maoist victimhood has come all the way back here to hold us back instead. You know what I say? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again 7 years ago, we didn't just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence in this country. We hungered for that dream I told you about at the very beginning. The idea that no matter who you are or where you came from or what your skin color is, that you can achieve anything you ever want in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, and your own dedication. And you know what? That you get to speak your mind at every step of the way, that you do not have to choose between the American dream and the First Amendment, between speaking your mind freely and putting food on the dinner table, that this is the nation where you get to enjoy both of those things at the same time. That is the vision that won us the American Revolution 250 years ago. That is the vision that reunited us after the Civil War. That is the dream that won us World War I and World War II and the Cold War. That is the dream that still gives hope to the free world today. And if we can revive those common ideals over fractious group identity and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, is going to defeat us. That is what true American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we are going to have to revive to save this great nation. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless our country. Thank you.
Is incompetent, Tucker? The establishment. The people who control the purse strings. News for Joe Biden. We are done with this affirmative action regime. Well, when you declare war on oil and gas in a country that's still mostly powered by oil and gas, you send energy prices to the moon. 2 years ago, inflation was 1.5%. You didn't even have to worry about it. It came from the White House. Roe v. Wade needed to be overturned. The state legislatures will wrestle with it. What's happening to our country? It's unacceptable. What the left is doing, we're mad as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore.
Thank you. Who said we love you, Blake? I love you too. Thank you, gang. It is awesome to be with you here today. I gotta be honest, I wish it were under different circumstances. I really do. I appreciate you guys so much, and I will tell you, I do expect Mark Kelly to be sworn in January. I know, that is a gut punch, and I will tell you what. Losing sucks. Losing absolutely sucks. And I appreciate you. Nationwide, there was a whole lot of too much losing on our side in 2022. Do we agree with that? It was not the midterm we needed. And I know we're all doing the postmortem. It's like, what happened? And we'll talk about election integrity. But what happened? How could this American electorate not want to take a turn in the conservative direction when you've got wide open borders and double-digit inflation and our society is stagnating and then our culture is decaying? And the story of the 2022 midterms was incumbents won, right? Incumbents won. I think the only incumbent to lose was the governor of Nevada. So Republican incumbents won. That's usually a good thing. Democrat incumbents won, which was not good. And then you get guys like Fetterman in to flip seats blue. It's like, what is going on? What is going on? And I think there's many theories, some of which are wrong, some are right, many different narratives, and some overlap. But man, election integrity. We do not have enough of it in Arizona. What do you think? Imagine what it feels like to be a candidate. You work hard for 16, 17 months. You wake up on election day to 50 or 60 texts saying, the machines in Maricopa County don't work. How unfair is that to our voters? They don't work. And there's a lot of people in the media that say, well, you know, hey, it's not that big a problem. Or actually, did you know the tabulators worked just fine? It was the printers that were messed up. And it's like, who cares? Who cares, right? The point is thousands of voters went to go vote on election day, and they were unable to do it because it didn't work. That is positively third world. In fact, if it happened in a third world country, I think we'd all be permitted to think, wow, they just rigged it. And I'm not saying that's what happened here, but I am saying that if any single member of the Maricopa County election official team that had jurisdiction over this, if they had any honor at all, they would resign in shame. And of course, that's not going to happen. Now, we needed a smoother election day. Absolutely. I think that's Abe Hamadeh's race right there. Maybe even Kerry Lake's too. We needed a smoother election day. Certainly we candidates deserved that. But man, the voters really did deserve that. We needed it. We didn't get it. But I got to be honest, I think with a perfectly smooth election day, that still doesn't make up my margin. I think there's other factors, and we should be honest and talk about them, right? How could the Democrats beat us? How could Mark Kelly beat us? I think we all understand the reality is the conditions were perfectly ripe for a red wave. That's what reality really was. But we as a party need to take stock and say, how were the Democrats able to successfully define this election? How were they able to make this election about abortion on January 6th? You know, look, I hear you guys. I hear you guys. We have to be mad as hell. We can't take it anymore. And yet, we also need, and you know, take a moment to be astonished. Anytime I got a clean shot at Mark Kelly, anytime we got a clean shot where the money didn't matter, we stomped him. The debate, did any of you watch that debate? Mark Kelly was unable to defend his voting record. He was unable to defend the Biden administration. We had him on the ropes. He was stammering, literally shaking at times. But there was a massive money asymmetry. He outspent me $70 million to $10 million hard dollars. And they have the machine on their side, right? Mark Kelly, he didn't have to raise a finger to raise $70 million. As a candidate, I was spending 7 or 8 hours a day on the phone raising money, $10 million bucks, hundreds of dollars or sometimes thousands of dollars at a time. Hey, there you go. How about that? Money isn't everything in politics, but it does matter a whole lot. It really does. And we have to figure this out because there's only 24 hours in a day. I couldn't have raised $70 million, not without establishment help. And the honest truth is, I was abandoned by the establishment. And specifically, that key part of it, the Senate Leadership Fund, that's purpose designed to fund and win Senate races. Mark Kelly was carpet bombing the airwaves in August and September, and the party establishment left me hanging out to dry in a swing state. This is the establishment that supposedly has it all figured out. They have all the answers. Except they decided to offer no concrete platform for candidates to run on in 2022. They cut all the candidates loose. Party leaders were on record as saying, we don't have a platform to run on. They were okay telling people that to vote Republican meant nothing. Well, it's like, how on earth would that work? Obviously, that's not going to work if you're just completely nihilistic. And then you get in the media and you trash any candidate who might want to change anything at all. And that is what happened. We have to figure out a way to get candidates across the finish line without the establishment gatekeepers, because that's what gatekeepers do. They don't want to change anything. Look at big tech. Big tech was the other big gatekeeper in this race. I spent 15 months campaigning, talking about how big tech put its thumb on the scale in the 2020 election, for which I was uncharitably called an election denier in the media. Now, of course, in the last couple of weeks, Elon, God bless him, has taken over Twitter. He releases the Twitter files, and we see all the sort of details about how Twitter and Facebook and Google did it too. They conspired and they censored the Hunter Biden laptop story. They hid that from us the weeks before the 2020 election. And that just helped catapult Joe Biden into office, and the world was on fire because of that. But you know, as a candidate, you also feel big tech putting its thumb on the scale. When we would go try to fundraise, get that small dollar email fundraising operation flywheel going, Google would just send our fundraising emails to spam. They don't send the Democrats' fundraising emails to spam. How are we conservative candidates supposed to compete when there's not an equal playing field? The Democrats' emails go top of the inbox. Ours get disproportionately censored. We experienced it. I've seen the data myself. It is an absolute mess. And so the Democrat tech advantage is pervasive in all of politics. Right? WinRed is nowhere near as good as ActBlue. As a service, as a product, maybe I'm bullish on it long term. I saw it get better over time. But man, the Dems have a machine. And we need to get serious here. Data operations, canvassing software. While me and Kari Lake were busting our tails, getting out there, campaigning, shaking hands, inspiring crowds, earning the hearts and minds and earning votes, the Democrats had reduced this election to a data mining and ballot harvesting operation. And we have to fight fire with fire. Otherwise, we're not going to have success. And so I know there's a lot of young people in the audience. It's money and it's technology, in addition to election integrity. But if you are in your 20s and you're thinking, how do I spend my time? How do I spend the next 10 years making sure that conservatives and Republicans win? Get involved in those verticals. Lord knows our party needs a lot of help. Candidates need help. I'm looking to fund companies in the election integrity space, in the data ops space, or if you want to get plugged in with a really exciting company, send me an email. I'll make a warm intro. We'll get your resume. We need to fight back, and we need to win the funding game and the data game, among other problems. We solve these structural problems so that we can win elections. Why do we want to win elections? So that we can solve the very serious problems that our society faces. And I want to close by just articulating two big problems, as well as some thoughts on what to do about it. Our economy, of course, is in dire straits under Joe Biden. But the problem is much broader than that. I was the youngest serious Senate candidate nationwide at 36 years old. One huge reason why I ran for office is because I just see in my own generation, the American dream is being destroyed. Now, unlike our baby boomer parents, things have not worked out well for the millennials. If you're a baby boomer and you grew up post-World War II, for every year of your life, things just got automatically better and better. It was almost magic. And I think people learned to take that for granted. But it doesn't exist anymore. Not for millennials. I guess I'm some strange exception to this because I've been truly blessed. I've had a successful business career. I married my wife at age 25. My parents got married at 21. By historical standards, 25 is late. But of course, it's astonishingly early today. My wife and I, we were able to buy our first house at age 28. We have 3 beautiful children. I don't say this to brag. Man, no, I say this just in almost anguish that this is not the normal thing anymore. How abnormal is that for our society? This is a bizarre inversion of the American dream. Most of my peers, and I'm talking about people that went to Stanford, and Stanford Law School, so they ought to be doing really well. Maybe by some relative measure they are, but on an absolute basis, and these kids, they're not kids anymore. They're in their mid-30s. Most of my peers are not married, do not have children. Maybe a lot of even convinced themselves they don't want any children, which is really sad. And they don't feel like they're on track to own a home. And that's just for the millennials. You pull Generation Z, the generation below us, kids in their 20s, and they do not feel like they're on track to do better than their parents. We are losing the American dream here. And man, it would be one thing if we had these problems and it was like, hey, red alert, Democrats and Republicans all have their ideas on how to solve them. No, it doesn't seem like most people in our political establishment or most people in American business even care. Right? Wall Street has tremendous focus on short-term profits. Political leaders, academics, business leaders, they focus on what's easy to measure, like GDP. They don't ask questions like, well, how are young families doing? You have Wall Street, you have left-wing activists combining with center-right businessmen to push free trade policies that just hollow out our middle class, to push unlimited, unskilled immigration, which just makes it harder and harder for normal young people to get a job in this country. I'm absolutely sick of it. Absolutely sick of it. We could talk for days about the bizarre malinvestment in all these woke initiatives. Let's get back to focusing on productivity and innovation. You know, people don't talk this way anymore, but it was always an applause line on my campaign. It's like, can't we all just agree that in America, you should be able to raise a family on one single income? Is that too much to ask? We've got to get our economy back on track. The second big problem we face, though, and this is under-discussed, is China. Actually, the bigger bucket might be communism. Okay, because the problem is still communism, whether it's of the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP variety, or whether it's some other authoritarianism that's masquerading behind some acronym, like the WEF, the World Economic Forum. Communism's been a problem since it got out of the bottle, since that horrible man Karl Marx made it up. Right? You try to make heaven on earth, utopia on earth, it ends up in concentration camps and death and misery every single time. We're fighting against communism. And China right now threatens to eat our lunch. For decades, until President Trump. After Reagan and until Trump, American leaders on both sides of the aisle blew it with respect to China. It started with George H.W. Bush. There was this conceit. That, oh, hey, if we help China industrialize, surely they'll liberalize, right? They'll become just like the United States, a Western liberal democracy. Well, oops. How brain dead was that, right? The opposite happened. America is more stratified and looks ever more like communist China every single year. And it was naive for Bill Clinton to pick up the torch and not change anything. It started to become negligent under George W. Bush in the 2000s when we had evidence that it wasn't working. We were selling out our own middle class. And then Obama failed to course correct. Of course, Joe Biden. It was criminally negligent. We've given China the keys to the kingdom. And look, I don't want to romanticize China too much. It's still a horrible country. I mean, it's uncharismatic. I think we underestimate the extent to which the Chinese leadership needs to just struggle to keep the lid on. It's not good. But geopolitics is about trajectory. And unlike so many American leaders, the Chinese leadership is serious. Unlike America, which is struggling to find its footing right now, China is advancing. They're advancing militarily. They're advancing in artificial intelligence. They're advancing in biowarfare. I think we're allowed to admit now that China created the coronavirus. They did it in the Wuhan lab with Fauci funding. This wider communist threat, it's not just limited to China, right? Some people call it cultural Marxism. I'm not sure what exactly we should call it, but I mean this cultural push. You can argue about whether it's top-down or whether it's kind of decentralized and endogenous, but it's this cultural push. It's visible everywhere if you're looking to see it, if you're willing to be brave enough to take the arrows from the media and see it. It's this cultural push that disempowers individuals, it weakens communities and nations, and it concentrates power for the people who already have a lot of it. Right? And I think people don't talk about this enough. Our leaders don't. We don't talk about it enough on the campaign trail. But the truth is, I think people are scared. The media will seize on any little thing and they'll ridicule it. Have you guys heard that testosterone levels in men have been dropping precipitously. They've halved. We're down 50% in the past few decades. It's like, what the hell is that? Yes, soy, or is it microplastics and everything? I mean, we should be talking about this because it is a big problem. But if you talk about it, wow, that's weird. Right? Or what about this propaganda that you see that says, hey, you shouldn't even want a family. You shouldn't want to own a home. What are you, selfish? Cast aside that bourgeois notion. You want to eat steak? No, that's bad. What you should be is alone and atomized and own nothing, and then you'll be happy. Have you seen this propaganda? Like, it actually exists. But if you speak out against it, man, you're a conspiracy theorist, which is the regime's favorite label to apply to people to get them to shut up. But you just have to look at leaders at the World Economic Forum. Look at what they talk about. Look at how gleefully they brag about their plans for us. They're articulating all of the things that the conspiracy theorists told us to be worried about. And so it is not a conspiracy theory to be worried about the rise of China or the rise of communism or the absolute all-out assault on freedom and liberty that we are experiencing in our society. We, my friends, are the frogs in the pot. They are turning up the water. The question is, are we bold enough to do something about it? And I think we are. We know what to do about it. We have the right agenda. Right? Real quick, we need to bring order back to the streets and to our border. We got to pursue trade policy where we actually make things in America again. We got to rework our education system. Imagine this. What if young people learned useful skills instead of bullshit, perverse ideology in school? Wouldn't that be nice? We do all that, and I promise you, we will incentivize a new generation of innovation that we haven't seen in a long, long time. Let me conclude by offering a picture of what I think America ought to look like in 30 years. I use 30 years because my 3 sons, they're 8, 6, and 2 years old. And so in 30 years, these boys will be my age. And my wish for them then, and for your kids and grandkids too, is 30 years from now, I want them to be living in a country that works and an America that we still recognize. That does not feel like too much to ask for me. That feels like their birthright, but we're not on track to achieve it. How will we know when we achieve it? Well, 30 years from now, we should be producing our own energy, 100%. More than half of it, ideally 80% of it, but more than half of it should be nuclear energy. Any nuclear energy fans in the room? That is the future. We need to be producing our own industrial inputs, our own silicon chips, our own rocket ships right here in America. No more Chinese crap. Young people will be getting married in their 20s. They will be having children. They'll be buying and affording homes again. Feels like table stakes. Everyone will have meaningful opportunities to learn real skills. No one will be silenced because of political correctness, and America will be taken seriously as a normal and extraordinary, stable country again. We can achieve that. As long as I'm breathing, that's what I'm working towards. I know you'll join me in the fight. I don't know exactly how that fight is going to shape out. Maybe it means running for office again. What do you think? Maybe sooner than you think. So thank you guys. I learned a lot. I got better over time. And next time, I promise you, we will win. We will win. Now, some people say, Blake, what you really got to go do is help Elon and run Twitter as the next CEO. What do you think about that? Oh man, you guys are wishing a lot of pain on me. I'm not quite sure that's the right thing to do, but I hope you'll join me in this fight, whatever you do. Remember, God put you here on this earth in this moment. You were made for right now. With your unique combination of skills and interests and your potential, who are we to waste our potential? Let's work hard, let's win, and when we do, may we govern wisely and well so that the next American century is more peaceful and prosperous than ever before. Thank you guys, and God bless you. Thank you.
Hey everybody. So in just a minute, Tim Pool's going to be coming out here and doing a live show. And so for those of you that watch Tim Pool's show, it's a lot of guests. So the amazing team that I want to just shout out for a second that has been putting on this entire show. Let's give it a round of applause for the AV team, the tech team. They're going to be coming in and doing kind of almost like a NASCAR kind of change really quick. So we're going to take like a 10 or 15 minute pause. We're going to be back with James Lindsay, Steve Bannon, Tim Pool, and the whole thing in front of millions of people. You will be our live studio audience for that. It's going to be extraordinary. And so if you have not yet started a Turning Point USA chapter, go start a Turning Point USA chapter right in the exhibit hall. We'll be back with Tim Pool in just a couple minutes.
Ho, ho, Merry Christmas. Why, hello there, little one. What do you want for Christmas today?
I sent a letter to the North Pole. So if you're the real Santa, you should know already.
So, do you want a G.I. Joe? A bike? Video games?
No, you can't be the real Santa.
Yes, I am. I'm just not as young as I used to be.
You can say that again.
Why don't you be a good little boy and remind Santa what you wanted for Christmas?
Did you go to college?
Yes, but that was a long time ago. Today, America's universities are bankrupting and brainwashing away the future of America's youth.
Duh. Doesn't take a master's in toy making to know that. That's why I want Charlie Koch's new book, The College Scam, for Christmas.
Due to supply chain issues in the North Pole, our elves can't make anymore. The worst part is all the little boys and girls are asking for one.
Well, if you go to tpusa.com and donate any amount,
Charlie Kirk will give you and every other kid who wants one a copy.
you're also a Santa. You better start donating, little fella. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Well, I might need to call Mrs. Claus and ask for a credit increase. We're going to have to order a lot of books. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
The Founding Fathers had a vision. that the United States would stand for freedom above all. From the Revolutionary War to the Industrial Revolution to the space race, Americans have upheld that vision by hoisting the flame of liberty aloft, refusing to let it be extinguished amid the changing winds and tumultuous storms of history. Today, this American exceptionalism is being questioned and challenged by those who would hope to rewrite history. But that can only happen if we let it. As the flame of liberty is passed to our generation, it's our job to carry it with the same bravery as the patriots who came before us. So let's take a look back on our legacy to celebrate the explorers, innovators, and great minds who helped make the United States the greatest nation in the history of the world.
And finally, victory. And the nation rejoiced.
In the aftermath of World War II, only two global superpowers remained: the United States of America and the Soviet Union.
A stirring demonstration of Russia's greatest strength, manpower. Now insisting on preparedness, she called up even 15 and 16-year-olds for training.
With the stated goal of spreading their Marxist, Leninist, utopian ideals to every corner of the planet, the Soviet Union quickly found themselves embroiled in a zero-sum competition for global influence with the United States, who felt with good reason that worldwide communism would be disastrous for the health and happiness of mankind.
During the past 7 years, the grave economic, social, and military problems begotten of 2 world wars have been intensified by the announced and implacable hostility of the powerful communistic dictatorship.
Locked in a stalemate of mutually assured destruction, the two nuclear states didn't engage in direct or open armed conflict. Rather, they began a Cold War, seeking to best one another in every area, from culture to sports to advancements in technology.
Science will never regress. No one can predict what vast new continents of knowledge the future of science will discover.
It was only natural that this competition would soon spread to the stars. At the time, nobody was quite sure what kind of advantages, military or otherwise, the other side might gain by being the first to the moon. But neither side wanted to be the second to find out. So the space race was on.
They're off at 2,000 miles an hour.
This space race epitomized the competition that existed between the United States and the Soviet Union. The United States suffered the first defeat when the Soviet Union successfully launched the first Earth-orbiting satellite, Sputnik 1, on October 4th, 1957.
You are hearing the actual signals transmitted by the Earth-circling satellite.
It's quite possible that it's transmitting a code, but we don't realize what the code is, of course.
We're running second in this space race, and I, for one, don't believe there's a place for a nation to run second in space.
And before the United States could even act, the Soviets upped the ante on November 3rd, 1957, by launching a dog named Laika into Earth's orbit aboard Sputnik 2.
This is reportedly history's first space travel.
Of course, getting a living organism into Earth's orbit was one thing. Keeping her living was another. Sadly, the Soviets didn't even bother to try, and Laika died within hours of the launch.
America's first attempt to launch a satellite. What happened is already unhappy history. Another setback for the United States.
Just a few months later, on January 31st, 1958, the United States reached their goal of getting a satellite into orbit with the launch of Explorer 1.
At Cape Canaveral, Florida, the Army's Jupiter C rocket is ready for America's second attempt to launch a space satellite. Any one of tens of thousands of things can go wrong with catastrophic results. But all that can be done to assure perfection has been done. The moment is at hand. The countdown reaches 0.
Galvanized with determination following the space race's opening salvos, the United States established the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, better known as NASA.
Peace on earth and goodwill toward men everywhere. The familiar phrase now is heard from the far avenues of space as this Christmastide becomes historic and the world grows ever closer. The biggest Christmas present Earthmen have ever found under a tree, and this is how it happens.
With NASA now formed and in an effort to push their advantage, the United States then shattered the world's expectations with the launch of SCORE.
In December, an Atlas ballistic missile guided itself into orbit to become by far the biggest artificial moon. Even more impressive, it carried a tape recording broadcasting to the world the President's message of peace.
Through the marvels of scientific advance, my voice is coming to you from a satellite circling in outer space. My message is a simple one. Through this unique means, I convey to you and to all mankind America's wish for peace on earth and goodwill toward men everywhere.
The Soviets aimed to put an end to this Yuletide merriment by declaring that they intended to surpass the American achievement of communicating via satellite to the people of Earth. And they would do so by going to the moon.
And the thrust into space seems now to be toward the moon.
Technological advances in both countries' space programs were advancing at meteoric pace due to the relentless competition among the two superpowers. And the United States was about to counter the Soviets with a first of its own.
These, ladies and gentlemen, are the nation's Mercury astronauts. Our urgent goal is to subject these gentlemen to every stress, each unusual environment they will experience in that flight.
Despite their string of successes, victory in the space race was far from decided. The Soviet Union's response had to reach historic heights.
The whole world began to speak about the triumph of Soviet science.
I don't consider we're in a race with the Russians to go to the moon. I consider we're in a race with a people that have an entirely different ideology. And the race is a long-term race, and it's growth of man.
The Air Force Command recommends Senior Lieutenant Yuri Gagarin for the first space flight. Allow me to assure the Soviet government, Communist Party, and people that I'll carry out with honor the task entrusted to me, and that I'll be able to overcome all difficulties I may encounter the way a communist should.
On April 12, 1961, Yuri Gagarin became the first man in space after making a single orbit trip around the Earth aboard Vostok 1. The Soviet Union may have sent a man into orbit, but that man had as little control sitting in Vostok 1 as he did living in the Soviet Union.
This Redstone missile is the center of world attention as Commander Alan B. Shepard, Jr. watches some final preparations before the United States attempts to put its first man into space. Hundreds of missiles have been launched from Cape Canaveral, but for the first time, there is to be a man aboard.
On May 5, 1961, Alan Shepard became the first to complete a pilot-controlled journey into space aboard Freedom 7. The United States wanted to keep up the momentum and aimed higher than any man or country had before. 3 weeks after Alan Shepard's mission, President John F. Kennedy addressed Congress and challenged NASA to put a man on the moon.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
In 1965 and 66, the Gemini project was the next step to lunar destiny, with the objective to develop space travel techniques to support the Apollo mission by demonstrating mission endurance, methods of performing extravehicular activity without fatigue, and understanding the orbital maneuvers necessary to dock with another spacecraft.
For the first time since the space race began in 1957, Uncle Sam is well in the vanguard. Russia has never maneuvered a spaceship, nor attempted a near rendezvous. Their boosters are more powerful, but Russia also must blink 2 spaceships to accomplish a lunar landing.
In 1966, a naval aviator and test pilot was chosen as the command pilot for the Gemini 8 mission.
The flight of Gemini 8 is under command pilot Neil Armstrong, the first civilian astronaut. And for him and his fellow astronaut, David Scott, the 3-day orbit is the most complex yet planned in the U.S. space program.
The mission required someone with a steady hand to attempt the first ever docking of 2 vehicles in orbit. This was a critically demanding maneuver that would be necessary for future moon missions.
And right on the nose, the Atlas launch vehicle ignites. And precisely at 11:40 and 59 seconds, the Gemini launch vehicle began lifting off the pad.
But it was easier said than done. Armstrong and his co-pilot David Scott successfully completed the docking, but a malfunctioning thruster caused their capsule and the still connected Gemini Agena target vehicle to dangerously veer off course.
We got serious problems here with the coupling end over end, but we're disengaged from the Agena. We're rolling up and we can't turn anything off.
Armstrong was able to disconnect from the Agena, but as a result, the Gemini 8 capsule entered a nearly uncontrollable spin of almost 1 revolution per second.
Say again?
Armstrong and Scott could have almost certainly been doomed. But Armstrong's composure under pressure enabled him to gain control of the capsule and pull Gemini 8 out of the spin, saving their lives and potentially the upcoming Apollo missions to the moon.
I have a question for Neil Armstrong. As I understand it, you've received a raise, courtesy of the President, that amounts to about $5.94 a week after taxes, and I'm wondering what you're going to do with the money.
These 52 experiments, the 1,940 man-hours of the 12 Gemini, and the 6 objectives are now over. But the 12 Gemini have given us experience and confidence to tackle the next goals of manned spaceflight. To land for the first time on the moon, explore it, and return to Earth.
Armstrong and Scott avoided certain peril, but future missions for the US and the Soviets would not come without tragedy and heartbreaking setbacks. In January, 3 American astronauts were on the launch pad for a rehearsal, but tragically perished when a fire spontaneously ignited in their capsule, Apollo 1.
America's first 3 Apollo astronauts were trapped and killed by a flash fire that swept their moonship early tonight during a launch pad test at Cape Kennedy in Florida. There was a flash, and that was it. The screen went blank, and he said there was no communication from the astronauts. They died silently and apparently swiftly.
The blaze took only seconds to destroy lives and endless hours of work intended to progress the United States and the rest of the world. Ed White, Gus Grissom, and Roger Chaffee died as American heroes. Though 1967 was devastating, the United States would not be deterred. The next year, NASA launched Apollo 8, the first human-crewed spacecraft to orbit the moon and return safely to Earth.
2, 1, 0. We have committed. We have liftoff. 7:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
We are now approaching lunar sunrise. For all the people back on Earth, the crew of Apollo 8 has a message that we would like to send to you. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and God saw that it was good. And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the good earth.
With this, it seemed inevitable that man would finally walk across the surface of the moon, and it became increasingly clear that the nation to put him there would be the United States.
The stage was set, waiting for the Apollo 11 crew to make the first epical manned landing on the lunar surface, the ultimate goal of the Apollo program.
As the world waited with bated breath for the next steps on our mission to the moon, the question remained, who would be the elite team to take the first step on the lunar surface? Many wanted to be considered, but the team that was selected was the best of the best. It consisted of Buzz Aldrin as lunar module pilot, Michael Collins as command module pilot, and none other than Neil Armstrong as commander.
Apollo 11, this is the launch operations manager. The launch team wishes you good luck and Godspeed.
T-minus 1 minute, 35 seconds on the Apollo mission. Flight to land, first men on the moon. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 10, 9, ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are confirmed to go for orbit. Houston, Apollo 11, that in gave us a magnificent ride. Roger, 11, we'll pass that on, and it certainly looks like you're well on your way now. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead, Houston, Apollo 11.
Altitude now 21,000 feet.
Eagle looking great, your go. 2,000 feet, 2,000 feet. Into the ag, 47 degrees. Roger.
4 forward, drift into the right a little. Picking up some dust. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. APA at a descent. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
What? Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute.
Wally, say something. I'm speechless.
America's exceptionalism was undeniable as the United States secured its victory in the space race. On July 20th, 1969, Neil Armstrong stepped foot off Apollo 11, becoming the first man on the moon.
I'm going to step off the limb now.
A moment that will forever be enshrined in history.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
It was an American achievement, but with 723 million people watching along, the victory was shared and celebrated all across the globe by every nation on the planet. It was a statement to all people and nations that freedom would be the path to enduring innovation. America has proven that anything is possible.
an American Apollo spacecraft and a Soviet Soyuz spacecraft prepare to join in Earth orbit, a time during which differences in language, in technology, in political creed were set aside in favor of the common goal.
NASA was given the charter by the President and by Congress to design and build a reusable space shuttle.
Space Shuttle Orbiter 102, christened Columbia.
The shuttle Discovery may be the most ambitious and eagerly awaited mission in the history of the shuttle program. On board a giant telescope that will redefine our view of the universe.
But the greatest challenge for spacewalkers lies ahead with the assembly of the International Space Station, the biggest spacecraft ever built.
As he went through his pre-launch routine today, Len seemed as unruffled and at ease as he was on that morning 36 years ago.
Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on Mars.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
What this heralds really is a new era in spaceflight, a new era in space exploration. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to have a base on the moon. We're going to send people to Mars.
Decollage, liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself. James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
The directive I'm signing today will refocus America's space program on human exploration and discovery. It marks an important step in returning American astronauts to the moon. We will establish a foundation for an eventual mission to Mars and perhaps someday to many worlds beyond.
I would say to the House, as I said to those who have joined the government, I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. You ask what is our policy? I will say it is to wage war by sea, land, and air, with all our might and with all the strength that God can give us, to wage war against a monstrous tyranny never surpassed in the dark and lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy. You ask, what is our aim? I can answer in one word: victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory however long and hard the road may be. But without victory there is no survival. Let that be realized.
Today, into this interdependent world has come a threatening force, the force of aggressive communism. It is cunning. It is godless. It aims to destroy all freedom, and most of all, yours and mine, because America is its final and chief target.
Because I have a dream that my poor little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills.
This is Walter Cronkite with the CBS Evening News. John Fitzgerald Kennedy was assassinated today in the 46th year of his life and his third year as President of the United States.
Tonight, there is violence in our streets, corruption in our highest offices, aimlessness amongst our youth, anxiety among our elders, and there's a virtual despair among the many who look beyond material success for the inner meaning of their lives. Small men seeking great wealth or power have too often and too long turned even the highest levels of public service into mere personal opportunity.
Anti-war demonstrators protest U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War.
in mass marches, rallies, and demonstrations.
There would be nothing of value remaining by the time the communist tanks rolled into Saigon 2 hours later and stormed the presidential palace.
For pregnancy, only the woman and her physician may decide whether she may have an abortion.
You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness.
All of us must learn to waste less energy.
Gas lines at many stations were a lot longer than normal. The longer the line and waiting time, the angrier some motorists became.
We can leave our children with an unrepayable massive debt and a shattered economy, or we can leave them liberty in a land where every individual has the opportunity to be whatever God intended us to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, rock and roll.
There has been an assassination attempt on President Reagan.
If you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life.
When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
What it basically means is to change the perception of reality to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
In America today, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is inevitably linked to a computer.
This is a 21st century bicycle that amplifies a certain intellectual ability that man has.
We've got to do a better job of getting across that America is freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of enterprise, and freedom is special and rare.
The skies over Baghdad have been illuminated. We're seeing bright flashes going off all over the sky.
Dramatic videotape obtained by Channel 5 News shows what appears to be a group of LAPD officers beating a suspect.
You can see them carrying stuff out of the electronics supply. We were coming to check a fire that's directly under us right now when we saw all of these people going in there. You can see the flames going across. I think that new building there is definitely in danger.
The purpose of affirmative action is to give our nation a way to finally address the systemic exclusion of individuals of talent on the basis of their gender or race from opportunities to develop, perform, achieve, and contribute.
The presumed vehicle of O.J. Simpson is still traveling very slowly northbound along the 5 freeway.
But I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time.
I agree that it's very admirable that you have stayed together, that you worked your problems out, that you seem to have reached some sort of an understanding in an arrangement.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're looking at two people who love each other. This is not an arrangement or an understanding. This is a marriage. That's a very different thing.
The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally.
It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
Customers are freaked out, waiting to see how low the Dow will go.
The idea is to absorb the bad debts that banks have built up as the housing market has gone down.
And that means that no matter how we reform healthcare, we will keep this promise. If you like your doctor, you will be able to keep your doctor, period.
We undo the damage that the Republicans have done by restoring balance. And we do it by adding 4 seats to the court to create a 13-member Supreme Court.
You can put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Slavery, genocide, and war. 5, 6, 7, 8. America was never great.
I really believe this is why God gave us 2 arms, one for the flu shot and the other one for the COVID shot.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
I can't. Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
Of the start of Pride Month. Here's what I got going in my classroom. I pledge allegiance to the queers.
We want to make sure that everyone knows that all are welcome here.
Pride isn't a place, it's a feeling of being proud. The pride flag represents being proud of who you are.
Through the decades, we've seen ruthless attacks on the American family. The denigration of conservative values has been relentless. The erosion of America's founding principles has led our nation to the brink. But Turning Point USA is fighting back and winning. Together, we can save America for our children and the next generation. Every day, Turning Point USA is changing the hearts and minds of millions of Americans, restoring the culture we once cherished, resurrecting values long forgotten, and taking strides to bring back the American family, American values, the American dream, and the American way of life. We can't do this alone. Only together and united, we can win.
Thank you for having the guts to stand and fight to save this country, to stand and fight to defend the Constitution, to stand and fight to defend the Bill of Rights, to stand and fight to restore the United States of America. God bless you, and God bless Turning Point.
Well, look at how one of the country's biggest grassroots conservative groups is raking in some big bucks and using culture wars to flex their political muscle.
All right, this is awesome. I'm speechless. We have a bunch of really awesome people who are going to be hanging out with us tonight. So I guess they're going to send them all out right now. I think. Are they coming? Here they come. All right. So you know him, you love him. Founder of We Are Change, humble t-shirt salesman, followed by Elon Musk, who lives in my parking lot, Luke Rudkowski, and the king of graphene himself, Ian Crossland. And then, of course, we have some really awesome guests joining us tonight. We've got James Lindsay, Steve Bannon, and Charlie Kirk. Wow. So this will be interesting. Gentlemen, I don't think you guys need to introduce yourselves, but do you want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Charlie Kirk. I work here.
Oh, I think I saw you backstage.
I'm James Lindsay. I'm newdiscourses.com. I blow Charlie's mind in my spare time. That is true.
I'm Stephen K. Bannon, and I would do anything to get Tim Pool out of Harper's Ferry. I would do any show.
That's what he said. That if I was willing to leave West Virginia, that they'd come on the show. So we're here. And thank you all so much for tuning in. We're also live on YouTube at the same time. Hopefully everything's working. I'm looking at you guys. We're good? Awesome.
Audio sounds good? Good.
It's been a crazy year. It's been a really crazy year, and this is the, we're closing out the year of Timcast IRL here with TPUSA. So not only are we here tonight, but then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're going to be working at your guys' studios. And that's it. And then we're taking the next week off and into 2023. So I really do appreciate everybody who's watched all year. And now we're in this massive convention center on the stage with a bunch of really awesome people. So thank you all so much. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, all that good stuff. Become a member at timcast.com. to support our work directly. We are going to have a members-only show. We're also going to do a Q&A, so I'm really excited for that. Let's just start talking about the big news of the day. But I suppose I'm curious as to what you guys think it is, because we had, just the other night, Elon Musk doing a poll about stepping down as the CEO of Twitter. We've also had the news from the January 6th committee about going after Trump. We've got the Kerry Lake stuff. What do you guys think?
Biggest news of the day is everything to do with Twitter. Twitter's a crime scene. It shows you how the administrative state and its rogue element, the deep state, has removed presidents before, including removing Donald Trump. And it's a massive story. It's going to lead to huge investigations. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said the other day in talking about the CIA refusing to put forward the last, 10% of the documents out of the JFK file, that the assassination of his father or his uncle by the CIA, he called it out.
That's right.
Changed the direction of this country forever.
It's hard to argue with that.
It's hard to argue.
Very hard.
So that's the signal today. There's a lot of other massive news, but the biggest news is everything related to why Elon Musk went to Qatar and what that means for Twitter going forward.
So we saw the Twitter files number 7. Michael Schellenberger is tweeting out all of these files, and I think one of the most damning revelations was that Twitter was actually paid by the FBI.
How much?
I think it was a tune of like, what, 3.8 million? I don't know. I'll throw it to Luke because he's the only one currently who has access to the terminal.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, but I don't know about you guys, but I would prefer Elon Musk to run Twitter over the FBI. That's just me personally. I don't know everybody else here, but I think he's doing a way better job. There's a lot of things to, of course, criticize. You can't agree with everything he's doing, but when you have someone who's being able to explain his actions, be transparent, I think that's a step moving forward that's absolutely worth supporting. And it's incredible to see this kind of community, this kind of ability to communicate with each other finally be realized, because once you unleash the potential of human beings being able to talk freely with each other, humanity will progress so much faster, so much better, without the federal government standing in the way and having its boot on the neck of America. And the intelligence agencies are getting a reckoning today. Hallelujah, hell yeah, I love to see it. We need more of it more than ever.
Luke is so excited to sit in front of a bunch of conservatives and say that.
Well, and get applause.
That's right.
I was screaming about the FBI for like 15 years. Finally, you guys are seeing it. Thank goodness. Thank you.
No.
George W. Bush was like, we need more war. We need more national security. We need the Patriot Act. And I was like, you guys are crazy. It's going to be used against you guys. What's happening right now? It's being used against you guys.
Hang on. But that is why guys like yourselves, this platform, Glenn Greenwald, Matt Taibbi, listen, that used to be the leading edge of First Amendment. And now we see this is so dark and unbelievable. The FBI is taken in the CIA, in the DHS, with those venture capital firms that they're very close to in Silicon Valley, plus the ones they've started up.
Yep.
They control the dialogue. This is so obvious. It's so in your frickin' face.
I think, Steve, you said earlier that something changed when Kennedy got killed. And I think what happened was that the U.S., there was a revolution in the government to a military government that wanted to set up military bases all over Earth, make sure we circumvent World War III. They lied.
Empire.
It was the 1940s, basically, with the liberal economic order. And we're just now recently I'm starting to see it.
This is like ancient Rome when the Republic fell and the Empire came up. The elite legionnaires, because you couldn't take the legions into Rome itself, but they had a core of legionnaires called the Praetorian Guard. And the Praetorian Guard got into the business of selecting the emperors. The ones we like are going to be weak in control. We're going to put in power. The strong ones we're going to get rid of. What the administrative state and the deep state is a modern Praetorian Guard, and this is an American empire. We have an obligation, left and right, to come together and to deconstruct the administrative state. And the only people we should be backing for public office is those people that have titanium balls, right? That will make this their number one priority.
I'm not running for office.
But he does have titanium balls, I can confirm.
It was on my Wikipedia for a little while, something like that.
So I have a question, though, about Elon buying Twitter. When Elon initially tried to back out, my theory was he gets in to some of the nitty-gritty and sees national security letters or some kind of government roadblock, something jamming up the system, and then he's like, okay, I can't buy this. But then, of course, they're like, no, you have to buy it now. I wonder if he saw signs before buying it that this is how bad it was.
I mean, he just said that on Twitter. He said it was destined for bankruptcy by May, so...
But the FBI involvement.
Well, of course. I mean, this is what we're talking about, right? So we tie together what Luke is saying, what Steve is saying. What's happening is that we are unleashing with the power of social media, with the power of communication, for us to be able to talk, to have these shows. We are unleashing a second flame of the Enlightenment throughout the West, and these frauds know they're going to get deposed. They know they're going to get exposed. They know they're going to be seen, and they know they're going to be in all kinds of trouble for the crimes that they've been committing. So Elon Musk steps into Twitter, wants to buy this thing, and all of a sudden they're like, uh-oh, we've been running a
psyop.
An op.
A psyop.
Yeah, an active measure. That's right. This isn't even like controlled opposition kind of language. This is an active measure that was being waged against the country. And what people don't understand is what we're dealing with is literally called unconventional warfare. We're deep into an unconventional war. This is why memes are so powerful, as stupid as that sounds, because it disrupts. I agree.
Amen.
It disrupts their
information warfare.
That's right.
But this is why the FBI specifically went after memes. They went after satire.
Exactly.
They went after after people who are making jokes because they know that's Sal Lizinski even talks about this when it comes to doing your enemy. But I want to add to Bannon's point really quick here, because I believe that the U.S. intelligence had a coup d'etat when they took out JFK.
100%.
They had Vietnam. They had the CIA dosing people with acid. They sparked the Cultural Revolution. Some people think it was the libertarian ideas that sparked the revolution. No, it was too much government, doing too many things, acting too crazy, acting like it was the emperor. That spurred a cultural revolution, which the intelligence agencies have been riding on the back of, with promoting degeneracy, trying to destroy the family unit, a part of their larger depopulation agenda. But that's just my 2 cents.
That's
100% right.
There's a lot there.
It's 100% right. Into one. And expanding an empire. We don't want an empire. Our founders didn't want an empire. We fought, remember, the British Empire was just about to head to the top of its game with India and the British East India Company. Our founders said, we don't want to be a part of that. We don't want an oligarchy running us, and we don't want a landed aristocracy running us, and we're prepared to go to war and sacrifice our lives to do that, to fight that. You know, that's what we have to do today, because that's what they've built, and that's what they're trying to protect.
One problem I'm having is that the House of Representatives is sort of an oligarchy. Unfortunately, they're bribable. And I wonder if we could build like a system of decentralized, smart contracts where everyone could represent their unit, like all 700,000 of us from a district could vote yes or no on something. And then that'll go to the Senate. We still have a Senate to veto the crazy mob. But do we really need this vulnerability anymore?
I'm on a roll, and you're going blockchain on me? No. Let me say, no. The founders set it up so that the House of Representatives is always there. We should be winning House seats. We should have dominant control of the House, right? We should have and make it the weapon. Remember, the founders gave it the ability to taxes, appropriations, war. All of it is with the people. They wanted that as the closest thing in this republic, and everybody in this audience, left and right, should come together. Populist nationalists should come together and say, take a stand and say, no more. We've seen what he did to Kennedy, to Nixon even, now to Trump, and they're going to do it with it. If Bernie Sanders got in there, they do the same exact thing to Bernie Sanders.
This is a little wild. Ian and Luke both bring up JFK, but we just saw that report from Tucker Carlson where he said he talked to a source. The CIA was involved, they told him, with the assassination of JFK.
Do you think that they were involved with Robert Kennedy's assassination also?
Obviously. Duh.
Luke's just let it all out.
Do you trust the government, Ian? Sorry. Yes, you do.
I don't trust anybody, Luke. That's why I want to that's why I like smart contracts, because if we're voting for if we're representing ourselves, we don't have to rely on one guy to tell someone what 700,000 of us think. It doesn't make sense. I don't trust that guy. Speak up.
So we got a silent moment. I can go deep into some weird philosophy thing instead of this specific crap I don't understand. Get more abstract, James. No, I do. I want to talk about what Steve just said, because I don't think enough Americans understand what America's about. We can talk about the voting schemes and all, policy shit and all this all we want. I don't think most Americans understand what America's about. And Steve actually just touched on it. And the key thing is that America is founded on a single important key principle, is that not one of us is God.
Yes.
That's the key principle of this country. So what that means, if we're not God, true authority lies in God. Whether you believe in God or not, you take it as a symbol or as a literal thing, doesn't matter. True authority lies in God. You're not God, therefore you don't have any true authority over any other man. And now we have our anarchist friend nodding along, of course. Therefore, what are we going to do? We're going to set up a system where we lend political authority with restrictions, with time limits, with all kinds of balanced, divided powers, so that they can't run amok, so that we don't become an empire, because we're not God. It's that simple. And if you don't understand the basis of this, what's John Locke? What's he saying? John Locke says, well, we got to secure life, liberty, and property. Why does he say that? Thomas Jefferson echoes it in the Declaration. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Why do they say this? They say this because if they can't kill you, they can't lock you up, and they can't take your property, then they can't control how you think, and they can't control how you believe, and they can't control how you worship God. And that's what it means to be a free human being.
But they can control the food supply and the water sources, and we need to make sure that we have decentralized food and water as well.
Obviously. I mean, now we're getting into Kissinger. Oh my God, I didn't realize. Whoever controls the food controls the region. Whoever controls the energy controls the nation. Whoever controls the money controls the world. Yeah.
Are you? Do you believe in God? Are you atheist?
I am an agnostic, is the fancy word of the day.
But let me say this. I rail against secularism all the time. And James and I had this conversation yesterday. And I think secularism is a threat to the West. But a much greater threat than not believing in God is believing you are God. And that is a much more dangerous threat. I will be partners with any atheist or agnostic, even though I'm an evangelical Bible-believing Christian, to fight the people that believe they are God. Because that is a much greater threat than not being sure if there is a God.
Listen, that's the fight of the West. That's the drama of the entire West. There's these three competing reigns, realms. There's reason, there's faith. Then there's this people who get to believe that they think they know everybody. They're better than everybody. They know everything. They have the gnosis, the special knowledge, the secret knowledge, the revelation, the plan for the universe. And they get to enact it on us. We don't get to enact our will because we are stupid and don't know it. Those people are the enemy, and everybody who knows that we're not those people are on the same team.
Well, there's another layer to this that I wanted to bring up because, you know, if you guys don't believe in God, you have to understand the very powerful people in charge, they believe in something. There's a reason they go to the Bohemian Grove. There's a reason they hang out with Marina Abramovich and do spirit cooking. There's a reason they hang out with all these devil worshippers, Satanists, and they do horrible things on private islands that we can't even speak about on this show. So there is a spiritual war happening right now, whether you can deny it or not. But it's happening and it's here, and religion is a part of that war.
Let's talk about young people, because what you're all basically saying is main character syndrome, which I think we're seeing a lot of in millennials and some Gen Z, where people think nothing outside of me matters. I also think, to a certain degree, we're seeing this in every generation, and the way I see it manifest is when police officers go to, say there's an all-ages drag event in Texas where they're explicitly engaging in, you know, things inappropriate for kids. And I'm talking about what we just saw in San Antonio with simulated sodomy and things like that. There should be no question that the police would go in there and say, hey, you can't do this, but they're not willing to do it. And I think because even for these police officers, many who are probably in their 30s or a little older are like, I'm not getting involved, they're going to get mad at me, I'm going to get yelled at. So it's not just main character syndrome. It's also, I'm not going to risk myself for whatever this is. And if we don't have a cohesive culture where people are willing to stand up for each other, then it just falls apart, or maybe it already did.
I think this is that unconventional warfare. This is what they do in unconventional warfare. They make these provocations. Drag queens are a provocation. It's been an escalating provocation. First, they're just dressing up in kind of somewhat, you know, careful dress with their clown makeup, groomer clowns or whatever, reading stories. Next thing you know, Tim and I were talking about this yesterday. Next thing you know, they're dancing, they're grinding, they're sexual dancing, they're twerking. The next thing you know, they're doing simulated sex acts in front of children. And they're at every step of the way, this is what Tim was saying to me yesterday, so this is Tim's credit, gets the credit for this, is every step of the way they're saying, no, it's just this. No, it's just this. Escalate, escalate, escalate. This is an unconventional warfare tactic to provoke. The goal, you guys remember George Floyd. The goal is to have drag Floyd. And I'm serious. This is deadly serious.
Dave Chappelle speaks about this all the time, especially when it comes to dressing actors in drag. But it even goes bigger because Balenciaga was not an accident. What was happening there was a deliberate escalation of the culture war of them bragging how far they could take it.
I agree.
The West was largely built on a biblical principle, and James agrees, on distinctions. A distinction between God and man, a distinction between man and nature, a distinction between adult and child. The Bible at its best is a book of distinctions, understanding your place in the world. America understood this. It's why we're the freest, greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world. Everything the deconstructionists are trying to do right now, from citizen and police officer to rule of law versus anarchy, is to destroy distinctions, especially when it comes to children. They do not believe that there should be any different treatment when it comes to children, sexually or biologically, medically. They must destroy the distinctions. This is part of their theological, really screwed up view. What is the defender of a distinction? A courageous citizen. It's up for us to say, no. We are going to have the distinction between an adult and a child. We are going to have the distinction between God and man. We are going to have a distinction. In fact, that's what keeps us free.
It is the distinction. I want to say one thing. To James, you said the credit goes to me. I disagree. When the drag queen story hour stuff started, everyone started saying, hey, this is grooming. And the immediate defense from the left was, no, they're just reading books. And you'd come out and you'd say, yeah, but the drag queen performances are removal of clothes, accepting of cash on stage. It's very akin to bikini bars or stripping. And they say, it's just reading a book. Then they started doing all-ages drag dance shows. And they say, it's just dancing. It's just dancing. And that's how they move you increment by increment to the point now where we saw in, I think it was San Antonio, where they actually had exposed fake breasts in front of children. They had men simulating sodomy. And then the craziest thing is there's a journalist on Twitter right now arguing with I think Taylor Hanson's name, saying, or is it Tyler? I don't know, Taylor. Saying, it didn't happen, you edited, it's a fake video, despite the fact there's a dozen of them. Now they're moving into denial. The craziest thing about this, and I want to give a shout out to Project Veritas, when they did... and give Project Veritas money I mean that because they're a nonprofit and they rely on everyone's support for doing this. When they put out this video from Chicago where the dean of students is talking about kink education for children in a school, Francis Parker School, I'm getting from the people I know on the left, they're saying, but Tim, it's just sex ed. And I'm like, no, hold on.
It's just
teaching children about reproduction when you think it's appropriate for them is very different from teaching them how to lube something for kink. That is something totally different, and that's what we're seeing with these all-ages drag shows.
I mean, that's why I made those podcasts back in October, November last year. I called them groomer schools. And it's just been, you know, I, of course, got blasted off of Twitter for this. Back on Twitter. Thanks, Elon. Don't cuck this up now. My gosh. So here I am, and I think somebody backstage owes me money because I said that. But anyway, what I did was I've just been proved right again and again and again. Okay, groomer. And the goal is this, again, this escalating, I said unconventional warfare. This is so important. I talked to Tim early this year. The first time I went on the show this year with Tim, I was like, listen, political warfare is the most important concept you've never heard of. Unconventional warfare, political warfare, this mid-level violence provocation is so critical to understand because they're giving you a choice. They put a drag queen, oh, it's just a story. Oh, it's just dancing. And what you're going to do is you're either going to give in, at which point they're going to enter into their generative themes educational method into living queerly, strategic defiance. This is straight out of their literature that they say is the real goal of drag queen story hour. We're going to leave a trail of glitter that will never come out of the carpet. It's the last sentence in that paper, talking about your kids' brains. And then either you give into it and they get to do that, or you go too hard and you mess up and they make a video of you looking bad, and then they start trying to smear you as an anti-groomer or as rising anti-LGBT hate. This is the thought-terminating cliche, so people don't think about it. Oh, that's bad. Don't think. Don't ask questions. Just stop and say the person who did that's bad. And the goal is to get you to give in so they get their way or overreact, and that's why I say drag Floyd. It's so important to understand that they want a drag queen to get attacked. And they want to make a huge amount of hay of it, and they want to create Summer 2020 again off of a drag queen or a trans person or something like this. Meanwhile, what are they peppering the environment with? This is called, in unconventional warfare, operational preparation of the environment. It used to be operational preparation of the battlefield. That's why the intelligence communities being involved in this is so critical. They know this stuff. And what are they doing? Oh, stochastic terrorism. Everybody who talks about this is a stochastic terrorist. It's only a matter of time till there's violence. And what do all the articles do? They wrap it up. They're like, oh, James Lindsay, Tim Pool, Jack Posobiec, all these people, they're saying groomer. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying groomer. Lauren Boebert, groomer. These people are going to cause violence. They're going to have their stochastic terrorism. And then what are they going to do? Oh, and Elon Musk let them all back on Twitter. So then they're going to get control back of the media so they can keep control of the dialogue and of the narrative. Do you see that there is a strategy? There is a plan. They have a plan. This can be beaten just by calling it out ahead of time so they look like jerks when they do it.
They're going to try to get control.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, of course. And they may or may not get it. But if you don't know that this is happening to you, you're standing in what they might call the wizard circle with a spell cast on you.
How can you say they're trying to get control? They removed Trump from office.
No,
by the way, on his watch.
With Twitter specifically. I'm saying Elon Musk too.
But Elon Musk, they're going to blow out Elon Musk.
That's what I'm saying.
100%. You think he's over there in Qatar begging for money because all the advertisers have cut him off? He's bleeding cash. He said today, that Twitter could be bankrupt by May.
Since May, it's been heading towards bankruptcy.
Since May, heading towards bankruptcy. The thing's bleeding $5 or7 million a year?
A day.
Excuse me. Yeah. They're in control. They're in control right now. The administrative state controls the federal government. It's far bigger and in more parts of our life than anybody ever imagined.
And you know the
Leviathan, and it's got to be confronted. You can't confront it with half measures anymore. You have to take it on. That's why you got to choke it down and say, hey, we're going to zero the FBI. The FBI gets no money whatsoever. Zero. Okay? The Department of Justice.
Hallelujah. Preach.
And the ATF. And the DEA.
I know we're at the Tim Pool show with the great co-host, but this is a relatively conservative audience, and they're cheering to defund the FBI because they understand the FBI is the modern American Gestapo.
Defund everything and the Parks Department. Specifically the Parks Department. But anyway, I just wanted to add one more single point about, because this latest trip by Elon Musk is also very telling with the optics, with him being seen with Jared Kushner, the guy who, of course, lobbied against Trump's very populist policies, the guy who, of course, advocated for the bombing of a sovereign country and got it done, the guy who, of course, negotiated better weapons deals for Saudi Arabia. He was there with him. So that kind of brings up to the point what Bannon was making here, that there is a possibility that there is some bigger money moves being made here.
Well, for sure. You said earlier, Steve, just a minute ago, that the administrative state controls the government, but I wonder where they get their money. The entire government needs money.
The Federal Reserve.
And where does the Federal Reserve get their money?
They hit a thing and create it.
Well, they get it from the Swiss bank, the Bank for International Settlements.
Well,
the Swiss bank that deals out to all these Federal Reserves around the world. And so we're basically being run by this global banking cartel at the moment. But
remember, the Federal Reserve, as the head of the cartel, just hits F9 and creates it. Okay? They are putting you, everybody in this audience under 35 years old is nothing more than a Russian serf. You don't own anything and you're not going to own anything.
But you'll be happy.
You'll be happy. They give you a little bit of credit and they put you on the wheel of samsara like a hamster, right? You just spin and you maybe get a little bit more. But right now, even family formation is later because it's tough. It's tough for a couple even to make it. They've taken, what, $13.5 trillion of net worth out of this economy, out of our middle class and working class in the last 9 months. The Federal Reserve, here's the scam. The Federal Reserve just creates it. Just creates it. It's not backed by any bonds. They can't sell bonds to Japanese insurance companies or the Chinese. Nobody buys it. They call monetize the debt. That means it's on you are the full faith and credit of the United States. They create it. And the administrative state, they'll take all of it they can get. How do you think we got $31 trillion on the Treasury, $9 trillion on the Fed, another $30 trillion on Social Security and Medicaid, and another contingent liabilities of $100 trillion because the administrative state has a funding mechanism. It's called the Federal Reserve. We have to end the Fed. We should not have, if you want freedom, from the founding of the country into the founding of the Federal Reserve, almost the entire 19th century was about populism and the fight over currency and the definition of money and who created it. And they stopped that because they realized the populist movement was starting to get traction with William Jennings Bryan and others, right? After Andrew Jackson and Lincoln being a nationalist, they said, we got to stop that, okay? The way they stopped it is the Federal Reserve. We have to take down the administrative state, we have to grab the Federal Reserve by the neck and choke it down. Right now, it's owned by, do you understand your currency's owned by 31 banks, 31 prime brokers own the Federal Reserve, create it and make money off it, and you live like a pauper? This can't happen. We need a revolution in this country. And this revolution's got to go. This revolution's got to go to the railhead of where the money is. We got to take control of the Federal Reserve and choke down the administrative state. And anybody that's not on that program is nothing more than controlled opposition.
We almost had that. And Tim, you were on the front lines of this, and you talk about this really well. But let me just kind of hand it off to you in a sec because I'd love your thoughts. The Occupy movement saw it correctly in one way and incorrectly in another way. Tea Party movement was happening almost simultaneously because there was a series of decisions that were made by Hank Paulson, Timothy Geithner, Ben Bernanke, all after the 2008 crisis. They could have allowed the system to recorrect, not put in all this fake money, but they made a decision and they knew exactly what they were doing. Modern monetary theory, baby, $800 billion of stimulus, which used to be a lot of money, and we're going to engage in a decade-long sugar high, and the only way we're going to end is in a currency reset. Bernanke, Hank Paulson, Timothy Geithner, 3 former Goldman Sachs guys, by the way, knew exactly what was happening. Tea Party movement saw it through a conservative lens. Too big of government, cut the taxes, we don't like it. Occupy saw it through more of a left-wing lens. They were both seeing the same thing, said it differently. Trump was the only candidate to be able to capitalize. You might disagree, Tim.
A little bit. So how did I end up at Occupy Wall Street? I was on 4chan, and there was something called Operation Empire State Rebellion, which had nothing to do with left or right. It was hacktivists. And it was, I don't know, just random people on 4chan who were saying like, hey, you know, we've got an issue with what's going on with the big bailouts. Our lives, we're being screwed over. The economy's in the gutter. And so that somehow merged with a handful of leftists who were organizing some kind of Occupy Wall Street. When I go down there for the first time, I was there within the first couple of days. There was nobody there. There was a handful of people standing in the rain. But that next weekend, which was the second weekend of Occupy, I saw old people with American flags. an old couple sitting on a couch with an American flag behind their back. They said they were conservatives. We all saw many libertarians. I met Luke down at Occupy Wall Street. The problem is, I think a lot of the people on the right immediately assumed that it was like a leftist, liberal, or something wrong. And so what happens? That first weekend is big. Second weekend is bigger. But people who have jobs, people who are conservative and libertarian were like, I've got to leave and I've got to go home. And the only people who were able to stick around were Marxists, trust fund kids, well off, and so the left ended up taking everything over.
Well, and so just to add on to this, though, so Trump and Bernie Sanders ran the same type of campaign simultaneously, and because they were both seeing the symptoms of this sugar high money cycle of fewer and fewer people getting really rich. Bernie came at it from an outright Marxist view. Trump came at it from a populist nationalist view. And Bernie Sanders should have really been the nominee in 2016, but Hillary Clinton rigged the game. Trump became the nominee and obviously won in a shocking fashion. What we are now living through 14 years later is the economic catastrophe of Timothy Geithner and Ben Bernanke and Hank Paulson. But here's the thing, and this is why James Lindsay's work is so incredible. These corporations think they are immune to criticism and revolution because they have wokeness as a shield. They have an iron dome. They think they are protected from criticism because they can say men can become pregnant, white people are evil. Wokeism is the only thing they have left protecting them from hundreds of millions of people realizing that they're robber barons against the civilization.
The first time I encountered the wokeness, whatever, Occupy Wall Street. Initially, I'm down there, and I'm sure Luke has similar experiences. There's a lot of people who are just economic populists. They say, I don't know, the two parties are bad, whatever. But then all of a sudden, these organizers started gaining more and more traction who believed in the progressive stack and white men are evil. There's a good comic that embodies this, and it's a rich guy in a big chair with protesters outside saying, we are the 99%, and he's on the phone saying, introduce them to identity politics. All of a sudden, wokeness started taking over. And then from there, I started seeing it get bigger and bigger. And you know what, for me, I didn't think much of it other than these people are weirdos, despite the fact that I remember one night there was a young black guy who was watching all of this happen, and I overheard him say, y'all are crazy. You're segregating people by race? I don't have anything to do with this. Occupy actually created their organizational structure based around your race. They put all the black people in one group, all the Latinos, all the Asians.
Gosh.
Yeah, and I
wonder why it fell apart.
No wonder, right?
Yeah. And then over a period of time, there was the upper class and the lower class divided by two different areas of the park where they were fighting and
segregated Zuccotti Park.
And I truly do believe, I truly do believe that there was a larger hijacking of this movement, because when it began, there was people doing weekly, even sometimes in the beginning, daily walks and protests at the Federal Reserve down in New York City, down on Wall Street. They came down there and they were like, hey guys, this is not just about left or right. This is about the big banks, the banks that are screwing us over, the banks that are robbing us of our wealth, robbing us of any potential future. This is the creature from Jekyll Island that came in and is dominating and destroying our society, because what else could you say that they did during 2008 other than a blind robbery of the American people? I went up to Ben Bernanke and I asked him, how does it feel organizing one of the largest bailouts in recorded human history for all your banker buddies, giving them trillions of dollars? The SOB tried to grab my microphone and rip it away from me, and he didn't say a word. Then I asked him about the Bilderberg Group. He didn't want to talk about that either. No surprise there. But these people are criminals. These people are essentially, people don't notice this. Inflation is one of the biggest taxes levied on the American people. We are going through essentially what is your wealth being taken away from you every single day by these banksters. And unless you're focusing on the big banks, you're not focusing on the big problems.
It's one big picture. I didn't mean to say hurry up. I was saying no. Like it's all ESG.
I mean, this is
Great Reset.
This connects. Yeah, this is everything. This is what you got to understand. ESG is a tool so they can protect the banks by creating a social credit system for the corporations. They all do the same thing.
Organized by the top bankers.
That's right. That's right. And what they learned when Charlie brought up wokeness a minute ago and gave me a very kind compliment, what you also don't realize is the reason I do what I do is because of the progressive stack, as it turns out. It's a little bit funny. I'll tell you in a second. Biggest audience I've ever had a chance to tell this story to. I get asked about it all the time. But what they learned in 2008 is that wokeness works. Wokeness gives them a sword and a shield at the same time, and that they can wield that and protect themselves. They can go out and break up a movement like Occupy by bringing identity politics and wokeness into it, and meanwhile look like the super virtuous people who care about gay people and have a rainbow on their shield. This is what they learned. But it turns out, by the way, you brought up the progressive stack. Why am I studying wokeness? Why did I dedicate my life to studying this crap? So I'm writing this fake paper back in 2017 about education. I've told this story a few times. How I got there is another story. And I'm writing this paper, and we say what we need to do is put a progressive stack in all the classrooms. What we got to do is we got to take all the kids and the college students, if they're adults, and if they have, we're going to do the progressive stack walk or the privilege walk. We're going to find out what their privilege is. We're going to chain them to the floor if they have too much privilege. We're going to make sure that they suffer, that they're abused, that they're put into the learning environment of discomfort to overcome their privilege. And then we said, but we're going to do it compassionately because we're writing funny hoax papers that we didn't think they would accept. And the peer reviewers reviewed this paper. This is how gone academia is. They reviewed this paper and said, we love this idea, but you can't use compassion because that would recenter the needs of the privileged. You have to focus on more discomfort, the pedagogy of discomfort from this woman, Megan Buller, which we hadn't heard of at the time. So we get this book and read it. It's called Feeling Power. It's insane. And I was like, holy crap, this is where, I mean, this isn't just crazy. This is a genocide in the making down the road. If you are saying that you're going to abuse people out of their privilege, score them by that, abuse them out of their privilege, and you must use discomfort and no compassion once you've been identified as privileged. This is a danger. So I said, maybe I was wrong about that. I'm not claiming that's what it is. Don't get me wrong. That was my thought. And I thought, I have to study this for the rest of my life and expose this. And what Charlie said is why. Because wokeness is the sword and the shield that they have that allows them to protect. It's the last thing they have that allows them to keep this criminal front going.
I want to bring up one point to what Charlie said, because I'm very happy you brought up Occupy Wall Street, because Occupy Wall Street, I do believe, scared the establishment. I do believe the movement was hijacked, but that's one thing that changed. Another thing that changed was the way that the corporate media had their conversations. And we saw a very big rise with organizations like the New York Times start implementing a lot of their woke policies right after Occupy Wall Street, because what better way to divide and conquer a population that, of course, have them infighting against each other so they don't truly see the true source of their problems. And that's exactly what happened. They want Americans fighting each other.
That's right.
They want you hating each other. They want you divided. They want you angry. They want you pissed off. And the best way to not engage is to not play along with their bullcrap.
So the challenge is for us, we're anti-woke. You know, we say, hey, don't divide people based on race or these immutable characteristics. Let's let people be their character, their merit, etc. But now the battle is, that's the division, Luke. It's the people who want to divide versus the people who don't want to divide, creating this weird division.
And they brand themselves as unity. Would that just be perfect, right?
Well, so my question for you, James, I guess, is if this is their sword and their shield, does it end by just collapsing in front of them? Or does it, what does it become? Is there a way that the establishment successfully wields this to their advantage in the end?
Well, I think wokeness is actually now turning to their disadvantage. People are seeing it. It has been exposed. People are getting upset. I told some of my friends and colleagues back in 2019 that if they ever went full into the queer theory, so unleash the drag queens, that they had shot themselves in the head, and it's only a matter of time until the thing falls over. People aren't going to put up with that for very long. They're going to, and it doesn't mean that you have to go do something and you know, something crazy. That's not what I mean by saying that people aren't going to put up with it. They're going to see through that. This is fake. This is fake. So then what happens? We start to have these media wars. They start banning people off. Everything that they're doing is actually just kind of this accumulation of weight that's causing that thing to fall down. So they have the sword and the shield, but it's getting dull. The shield is getting soft. And eventually we're going to hit a critical mass. And that's how it always works. That's why Steve's always pointing to you and saying that you're the solution, that you're the answer, that you are, what's your word for it, Steve? You always call them I thought Praetorian Guard, that's wrong.
Oh, the force multiplier?
The force multiplier, yeah.
No, it's, look, their biggest fear right now is that you come to conferences like this, you get smarter, and not just that, it's applied knowledge. The reason they're trying to take out everybody and deplatform everybody and stop it all and go after Tucker and go after everybody is because they fear you.
Yes. That's right.
They understand they haven't had a true populist uprising in this country in its history, right? Not a true populist uprising. The only way to defeat it is a populist uprising, and that is you.
So one of the ways I think that it's going to be exploited is economic Marxists on the left, when they start to realize the people they were indoctrinated to hate are actually running the political party that they're affiliated with. When that is exploited, all of a sudden there will be a massive schism on the American left. Wokeism and people that are legitimate Bolsheviks that believe in the economics of Marxism but are not as enthused on the race Marxist stuff, that is going to be a schism, because the vast majority of Americans see that it's harder than ever to buy a home. that consumer debt is increasing, that your money is becoming worthless, those messages are going to resonate like wildfire in the coming months, the coming years, especially as now I think we're going to hit a mass unemployment cycle. What's less and less popular is hearing about privilege walks or hearing about pan-trans awareness day or drag queen story hour. Again, wokeism is a smokescreen grenade. It is trying to confuse you. It's a shock bang grenade to try to say, I don't know what direction things are. As soon as the economics of this will hit everybody's pocketbook in the coming months. That's why they're so afraid. They're afraid that the woke ideas are becoming largely unpopular and that the economic reality that's about to set in is going to unite almost everybody on the right, on the left, to point at the uniparty and say, you've been stealing from us for the last couple decades. And I'm not okay with that.
And disenfranchising us from our own country.
Yes.
Disenfranchising us from our own country. That's so important to understand that we're being disenfranchised from our own country.
But do you think, James, that this economic crisis will overcome the cult mentality that exists among so many of these people on the left?
I mean, people don't just shake out of cults, man. I mean, that's Leon Festinger, right? He infiltrates the UFO cult. The UFO doesn't come. What a big surprise. There's no UFO. And then what did people do? They said, well, it came spiritually and like turned around because, I mean, so the people who are fully brainwashed by this, they need help. And I mean it. It's really not going to be good for them. What will happen, though, is that most of the people that are supporting it, most of the people that are putting their black square on their profile or whatever, aren't that committed. They're not actually fully bought into the cult. They're confused. And when things start to shake, they're going to start to see that this isn't what they thought it was. And a lot of them will start to come back to reality. When you break the active measure, when you break the psyop, when you turn off the television, people's brains start to readjust to the reality in front of them. And this starts to happen when reality shocks them back. Most of them, and enough for the key word I said earlier, is a critical mass of people. That's where you're going to get this uprising Steve's talking about. This is when you have a critical mass of people who say, nope, no more. Then it's going to be, everything's going to start to change, and it's going to change very quickly. We have to keep pressing to get to that point. We have to keep making it more clear with the see through the smoke grenade, the flashbang. You have to keep doing this. But wokeness is an increasing liability for them, and because of people like you, it's going to keep being an increasing liability for them, and they're not going to be able, they're going to try to get rid of it as hard as they can when it gets to that point.
But James, it's not the TV anymore. It's big tech social media.
I mean, that was an emblem.
And just a few days ago, I know, I'm not trying to correct
it was a metaphor.
I'm trying to make a bigger statement here because just a few days ago, we finally got the receipts that it was the intelligence agencies that were pretty much controlling big tech social media.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think this is something new. I think this was happening for a very long time. And when you're able to shape social media, you're able to shape the minds of the people.
Oh, yeah.
And this is why since the onset of Barack Obama, I was like, this is the beginning of a larger divide and conquer agenda. We saw the destruction of Occupy Wall Street. We've seen the rhetoric change on, of course, the mainstream media. But on social media, it was left versus right, black versus white, old versus old versus young, male versus female. We saw this weaponized in echo chambers. We saw this weaponized with algorithms. And I do believe that intelligence agencies had a play on this, engineering this larger conflict where we are right now, talking about pronouns and genders rather than, holy crap, there's not going to be enough money to pay for heat or food soon. So that's an issue that I think really needs to be honed in on.
The open secret in Silicon Valley is these social media companies are almost impossible to make profitable because of the server costs and the staff costs. So the question that needs to be answered is, did the intelligence agencies enter during the venture round of Facebook?
I think so, especially with Q-Intel, especially with a lot of the other organizations that invested a lot of the money there, especially when it came to Alphabet and Google, getting all those contracts, getting all those lucrative deals, getting all those tax incentives, get all that money back. They unfairly were able to go to the top because they were connected with all the intelligence agencies that brought them there. It wasn't an accident.
This is the question I had about Twitter that I was mentioning early on with Elon Musk. Did he see government involvement and then say, oh no? But the bigger question then when we start realizing with the Twitter leaks, the Twitter files, that the FBI actually paid Twitter. Now granted it was like 3.8 million or something. What is that like?
No. But you got to count the vaccine advertisements. You got to count the Go Army ads. You got to count all the federal government capital flows because they'll bundle those together. That's hundreds of millions of dollars.
But so here's the point I wanted to make. The other day, it was Elon who responded to Ian Miles Chong, who said, in order for Twitter to be profitable, it has to become a platform for creators of video and writing. And Elon said something like true. And I say, no, that's not true. I'm sorry. I mean, it's somewhat true. You do need to have a good platform that people can use, you can monetize. But right now, we're not only in this convention center, we're on YouTube. YouTube's subsidized. YouTube, the cost of live streaming this show we could never make enough money off the show to actually pay for it. So it's a weird situation where the big tech social media companies are subsidized, and I've always wondered, where does that money come from?
There is a theory of, remember when Facebook went public and they had this meteoric crash? I mean, were they trying to make certain investors disappear in a public market of an exchange, and it didn't exactly go right?
Interesting. So you think, like...
I'm not thinking, I'm just asking a question. It was the most fumbled IPO in modern history, and you got to wonder, that's also the company that is probably in bed with every intelligence agency. And it was an IPO that didn't just miss by $10. You remember, it was supposed to debut at like $50 a share, and cratered to $18. We were like, what happened? I wonder why. They have the best banks doing their IPO.
Remember, the creation of these companies come out of the top engineering schools in the country, right? The top engineers, the top computer scientists, at Stanford, at MIT, and all of those universities are essentially adjuncts to the national security state, okay? They're all underwritten. The universities today are virtually underwritten by the U.S. government and federal funds. Almost all of that is tied back to some sort of national security state. So the engineers themselves, the engineering, it's all been underwritten. When these things first start, the venture capital companies that put it in, the hedge fund companies, most of these have strong relationships to the federal government in the national security state, okay? This is all one piece of a whole cloth, okay? And then you talk about the contracts and how the revenue goes and all that. It all comes through either the biomedical security state or the national security medical state, which we've kind of seen the convergence of during the CCP COVID-19 virus, right? So these are all adjuncts. And by the way, Facebook is going to be 10 times or 20 times worse than Twitter, okay? Because the platform's bigger. You're going to see more and more involvement, and you're going to see more and more involvement in this. They actually say, the people there in Dorsey, that this was a government-controlled operation. Twitter is a crime scene, and it is an intelligence op, okay? From day one, from the core of its being, at the very engineering schools where it started. That's what I'm saying, the administrative state. To break this, to take this out root and branch is a 10, 20, or 30-year project where you're on it every day, okay? Because it's taken them since essentially World War II, right, to build the national security state. And this is not going to be easy, but it's everywhere, right? And it's particularly in our universities. That's why the universities, the railheads of wokeness right now, right? The great universities of the University of Texas, you can look at Arizona State right here, right? These are the railheads of wokeness. Why? Because they're living off government money. They're adjuncts. They're just outposts. They're the new weapons labs of Sandia and Lawrence Livermore, right? The old nuclear power weapons labs, the new weapons labs are social media weapons created by these universities in conjunction with the national security in the biomedical security state.
So we saw that video from Project Veritas a while back. This employee saying, I work, 4 hours a week? He's getting paid 6 figures. We see Elon Musk come in, and he's like, these people are doing nothing, and they're getting paid all this money. And I think about that, and I think about this old thing that I read where the reason why there's so many people named Smith is because when wars were breaking out, the blacksmiths were spared the war. They wouldn't go fight, and if they were captured, they'd be spared because they can make weapons. The people who made the weapons were extremely valuable, and the kings and the rulers would keep them comfortable so they could keep producing powerful tools for them. And then you look at these big tech companies, completely overpaid with money, who knows where it comes from. They barely work. Why? They're making the modern weapons.
Well, we should take a quick step back and say, well, why would they do this, right? The weapons. Why are we making social media weapons? Turns out, this thing Charlie was talking about a minute ago, my favorite paper criticizing what's called social emotional learning, which is this whole brainwashing program the left is replacing education with. That's a can of worms we don't have to get into right now. But there's this paper that criticizes it from the left. It's my favorite paper that criticizes SEL, is a paper written from an old school critical Marxist. And so what he writes is that the purpose of this kind of narrative control, he calls the paper psychodata. And what you are most valuable, what's most valuable about you to this regime is your data. Why? Because they can control you with it. We don't need a dollar backed by gold or oil. We could have a dollar backed by you giving them something that's very valuable to them, which is the data used to control you. So he says that we're talking about the algorithms, not just TV, right? The algorithms on your social media, they can feed you, they can nudge you with what they call nudge theory, how you're supposed to think, how you're supposed to feel. The goal of this entire operation with social media is to create the environment in which they can do this psychological pushing, nudging of you into different kinds of decision trees that you might not have taken otherwise, so they can control you. And this guy, Ben Williamson, he's a leftist, writes this paper saying this social emotional learning program in schools, this is what this is for. It's to gather massive amounts of data. It's to use this data to control people, to make them perfectly predictable economic consumers, perfectly controllable political subjects, and to control everybody basically completely all the time at the level of what he calls a psychocracy, a government through their psychology. So they think they're thinking for themselves, but they're thinking what the algorithm taught them to think. And you therefore don't even have freedom of thought. This is his fear of what this is. This is what this is for. This is the kind of weapon that they want to build. This is a left-wing critique, like Charlie was predicting would be coming down the pike. And what he says is that this is horrible and it's awful and we have to watch out. This is a leftist saying this. And then what does he point to? He said, well, where does this come from? Who's funding it? He's like, well, we go through, it's very easy. The World Economic Forum is funding it. The United Nations is behind it. The World Bank is at the dead center of all of it. All of the players we're always talking about are the people that are behind this huge push, whether it's through social emotional learning in the schools, whether it's through the algorocracy, government by algorithm, through the social media. And this is, again, we come back to Elon. All of a sudden, he's just this dude. He's a rocket guy. He's going to go, Rocket Man is going to kicks Elton John off of Twitter or whatever. Rocket Man comes in and he's going to go build new algorithms that are fun, and he has jokes and he wants memes, and he's going to build these algorithms that are not under their control, and they freak out.
But we had I think it was Phil Labonte who was on the show, and he made a good point. He said, with Neuralink, there's going to be a chip in your brain that gives you the tiniest dopamine hit that you don't even realize when you're nudged just in the right direction. So you're a regular person living a normal life. They're not going to come out and say, get rid of all your stuff, own nothing. You're just going to sell something for cash, and it's going to feel good. And before you realize it, they are pushing everybody with this control, with this chip. Maybe it's a little far-fetched to say just right now, but that's a fear of
how is that any different than scrolling through Instagram, though?
Yeah, exactly.
You get your hearts on your thing, right?
That's right.
You got a heart.
Yeah,
oh my God, 300 likes.
It's all dopaminergic manipulation.
And,
that's right.
And van life. Remember that big trend on YouTube, van life, where they're promoting all of these young couples who are...
That poor girl died doing that. Gabby something, yeah.
There was a article that we read about a woman who said, I retired at 36. And then when you read it, you realize, one, she didn't actually retire. She's still working. And two, she lives in a van. Or she's traveling on a nomadic lifestyle. Yeah, when people think of retiring, they think of they had a family, they have a house, they have a front yard, or something at least to that effect.
It's about social engineering so people accept their slavery, because throughout human history, there always was some kind of despot or psychopath trying to take over the world. And I think the really smart ones realized, hey, it takes a lot of time and effort to kill a lot of people. And I think in our modern society, what better way to take over society than, of course, have people enslave themselves? And I think that's exactly what's happening right now. And I think bullets have been replaced with tweets. Yes. Bombs have been replaced with videos. And right now we are being engineered in fifth-generational warfare in order to destroy the free human spirit. And that's the bigger fight that's happening right now that people need to realize more than ever.
And this is why I always say violence doesn't work, because it's something they know how to control. It's something they know how to manipulate. They know that it instills fear and is a weapon for them. That doesn't mean it's easy to combat. It just means you need to understand the weapons they're using, and it's psychological manipulation.
Yeah, you make better technology. Basically, social media is not a weapon on its face. It's a powerful force that can be weaponized. And it has been, unfortunately, by, it looks like Alphabet, Meta, Twitter, these things. But Minds, for instance, we would sit around and have ethics conversations with how addictive should we make this technology. It's 88% is too much for me. I don't want people constantly on it. I want them to use it for the function that it's deserved. And
you could have made it 100%.
You could. You can make it like an addictive. You make it 101, something that someone's never even seen. It's more powerful than what you thought could be the most addictive substance on earth. It's not ethical. We don't take information at Minds. We don't want your data because it can be scraped. The key, I think, is open source code, so you know what the code is telling people, and you want access to your data, and you want to limit, you want to opt in when you want to opt in. You don't want them to harvest your metrics.
You're basically saying power to the people.
And I think people should own their own data and make money off of it.
Let me contribute some optimism, though, because the Neuralink thing is real. the manipulation of people, and people are looking for hope. And one piece...
People just screamed graphene, by the way. Just a heads up.
So that's
that'll be the next hour.
That's Ian's thing. Ian's thing is graphene. Sorry, I apologize.
Want to talk about graphene? Let's keep going, Charlie. Take the floor, baby.
No, I was just going to say it's amazing news that 50 million people didn't take the mRNA gene-altering shot. I mean, that goes to show there is a lot more love of freedom out there and liberty, despite the force, the incentives, the subsidies, the propaganda, the nudging, the Hollywood celebrities, the nonstop propaganda campaign. It was nothing but difficult to not take that shot. I mean, you had to go out of your way, you had to make an intentional decision, and still 50 million people made a decision that this was not for me.
Raise your hand if you didn't take the shot.
Look at that.
Look at the room. Look at the room right now.
I don't even like calling it the
God bless you guys.
God bless you.
Did you guys?
Your blood.
No.
This your blood.
This is the beginning.
That's huge. Look at this. That's a big deal.
This is the beginning of taking your country back. Do you understand the pressure that was put on there? I'm telling you.
You're heroes.
This is freedom right here. This is 1775. You're Sam Adams. You're John Hancock.
Did you guys see the article?
But no one here took the shot, right?
No.
Okay, good. I was about to walk off there for a little bit.
Shot. That's their language.
Did you guys see the article that said people who are unvaccinated are more likely to get into car accidents?
Yes.
Yes. I feel like that's got to be optimism, right? Like the narrative really is broken, where that's the best thing they have to offer.
I was going to make a really bad joke, but I decided not to.
Do it. Do it. Come on. We love the cringe. No, we love the cringe.
No.
But here's
no. I'm not going to do that.
Here's the most powerful. Here's the most powerful thing of it. Look at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Dr. Robert Malone and McCullough and Naomi Wolf. These are all people of the left. These are some of the most progressive. Naomi Wolf was one of the most progressive feminists at Yale when she was there.
She blocked me on Twitter.
Okay, exactly.
Recently or after?
Way back in the day for being feminist fights, yeah.
And we've had her on the show.
This is my point. This is a coming together. This is beyond politics. This is the new politics, right? That you guys stood up, you men and women, particularly young men and women, stood up and refused to have that with all the pressure, all the society pressure, all the corporate pressure. They brought everything to bear.
College. They were taking kids out of college for not taking it.
But let me ask you about this then. I feel like it's only possible because of the internet, right? Because social media allows us to have these conversations, to do shows like this. If these are really tools that are crafted from the get-go by the machine, by the intelligence agencies, are they being used by us?
You know what? Those are methodology. You know why we were able to do it? Because in this crowd is handed down the meaning of liberty. That's what it is. There's a kernel in this country that is not prepared. A kernel in this country is not prepared to be defeated. And you're seeing it. That's why it's a pivot point for us. That's why we're ascended. That's why we're on the move. And yes, and no matter how they deplatformed it, people got to that information. Right? Yes. The anarchists, the revolutionaries, everybody got to the information, and we came together and said, fuck you. Right?
That's exactly right.
Is that the essence of liberty?
Yeah.
That's the essence of
hell yeah.
What do you think? What did Sam Adams tell the British Empire? Fuck you. Right? What did John Hancock say? Fuck you.
USA. USA. And the Fed. And the Fed. And the Fed.
No. Can I say something? The underlying, and by the way, of every ethnicity in the melting pot we are, it is a common thing. We believe in liberty and freedom, and at the end of the day, there's a portion of people that will sit there in the cussedness and grit of the American experience and say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this, okay? And this is the beginning of the counter-revolution.
This is what I'm wondering, Steve, you and all you guys, I wonder what you think about this. Can we ethically default on the debt to the Federal Reserve? Just say we're not paying you back.
100%.
Would that destroy our standing across the world? It
most certainly would not. We have to force a sovereign. By the way, if you're not going to force a sovereign debt crisis, you guys are going to be more serfs. You've got to be able to stop it. The debt ceiling next year, 2023, are going to be massive fights on the biomedical security state,
yes,
on the economy, on debt, on are you prepared? Remember, it's not that they have to have you accept slavery. They have to have you continue to vote and want slavery, right? That's what 2023 is going to be about. We've beaten them, and the one thing they wanted to do was the biomedical security state. And yes, if we didn't have the internet and people curious, the curiosity of people to get to hard things like finding your show, finding a Turning Point USA, when we were broomed from everywhere, finding you when you're off Twitter. People found that information and they acted upon that information. That's the beginning of a revolution. That's the beginning. That's 1773, baby.
I want to reiterate this though. Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Twitter, CDC, Fauci. You have to understand how demoralized they are that they could not get to 95 or 99% submission. Yes. Let's invert all of this, right? People say, Charlie, show me some good news. Show me some good news. They spent hundreds of billions of dollars. They forced every major institution. They took over the military. They took over the colleges. They took over every Fortune 100 business. They stigmatized you. They smeared you. They slandered you. They propagandized you. They ran commercials during football games. They did it to NFL athletes, NBA athletes, and still they had to go to their room and they said, 50 million people are not going to listen to us even if we force them, kick them out of jail, or pay them. In some cities, pay you to do it.
Do you remember when, was it de Blasio eating the French fries and the cheeseburger? And he was like, this sure is good. Just got to go. I remember I saw a prominent celebrity saying that he went down to a local parking lot, pulled in his car, and got a shot in the arm. And I was surprised. I said, he tweeted something like, go get the vaccine. And I said, no, go talk to your doctor. Go talk to your doctor, from someone you trust medically who's going to give you sound advice. And the response I got from these people was, don't. And so this is the big thing with YouTube, right? They tell you can't give advice, your podcast, and I'm like, I'm totally cool with that. If you got a doctor who doesn't know anything about your health, that's a bad doctor. Go find a good one. I found a good one, Joe Rogan did. But I'm seeing these leftists pull into parking lots at 7-Eleven, have a guy reach in their car, and they were bragging about it. They told me I was wrong. When I said, no, just talk to a doctor, don't go to a parking lot at a 7-Eleven. And this guy actually said, I just stuck my arm out the window and he injected me. And I said, shouldn't you have a doctor tell you this stuff? But it's the craziest thing to me that, like, the whole thing about Joe Rogan is that Joe Rogan's saying, go find a doctor who's going to prescribe this. And they say Joe Rogan's giving medical misinformation. Dude, you know what, man? If you want to go into a parking lot, you live your life, you do your thing. But my recommendation is a doctor who knows about this.
Let me just prove one more thing. I do this in a lot of events, and the biomedical pharma state will never, ever show it. Raise your hand if you know someone who died or had a significant side effect because of the vaccine. Raise your hand. Yeah. Right there, that's an open-air crime scene. And they say, oh, it's small, it's this. You're talking about millions and millions and millions of people. And yet you weren't even allowed to mention on major social media.
Well, I believe, the shot was either an IQ test or a compliance test, or both, to be honest with you. And we have to shout out individuals like Kyrie Irving, Aaron Rodgers, and the individuals that stood up and said, enough is enough. Amen. No. My body, my freaking choice. You were singing that all along for years, but now you're gonna kick that in the bucket? That made absolutely no sense at all. And truly, they tried to take away their banks, they tried to take away their livelihoods, they tried to take away their salaries, they tried to take everything away from these individuals, and they still stood up and made the right decisions, not just for themselves, but for everyone else who knew that they were not alone in this bigger fight of consent that the government wanted you to bend the knee down for.
Allow me to be a bit of a milquetoast fence-sitter here and say, my concern is not whether or not necessarily, well, let me phrase it this way. I don't want to conflate government overreach with advice from a doctor necessarily. Certainly there are circumstances where we can look at the corporate press and they're all brought to you by Pfizer, and we have to ask questions about whether or not we're getting real advice, or if the media is just saying we don't want to piss off our advertisers. But I think there's a distinction to be made between what really bothers me is when you're forced to do something with ridiculous mandates, unconstitutional mandates, when they threaten to shut down your churches, when they threaten to take away your food, or they try and entice you with Krispy Kremes. I just want to make that distinction, I guess.
Well, I'll agree in the sense of, if the vaccine was so great and their ideas were so great, then why did it have to be mandatory? It would have just been this amazing thing that everyone would be talking about.
That sounds like anarchist talk there. That sounds like a lot like voluntaritarianism. Just a heads up there, Charlie.
Oh, no. When it
be
comes
careful.
to our medical history, should be.
We're agreeing way too much. I don't want to ruin that.
I know. This is weird. This is awkward. This is great. Yeah.
I also want to just say this, too, because I know, maybe with this crowd, people will disagree to an extent. I think the reason so many people probably raise their hand to seeing adverse effects is because of the mandates. When you mandate everybody get 4 shots, the likelihood of adverse effects is going to go up. It's going to skyrocket.
Yeah, the reason that they're working on 3D printing medicine is because they can tailor it to your own body. And in the future, we will be having medicine specifically for your own genetics. And to put a top-down medicine on a bunch of people, I think is it's dangerous, and maybe you could argue it's insanity at this point.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I want to ask you guys a moral and ethical question, because I've been kind of harping on this for a little bit. And I guess I'll ask everybody in the audience, too, because I'm curious your thoughts. If there was a kid who had, let's say, bacterial meningitis, and the doctor prescribed antibiotic, and the parents both came and said, we don't believe in this, this weird science mumbo-jumbo, so we're not going to give this to our kid, should the government intervene and say, we're giving the antibiotic to the kid to save its life? No.
So, the question is...
I would have said yes.
But I would...
Feel free to disagree.
I would say no, because in the simple sense of that question is, do you believe the government should mandate medication for you? And the answer for me to that is always hell no, because the government will use and abuse that power in order to hurt people, in order to screw them over, in order to make them the guinea pigs of this larger medical mRNA experiment. And if the government was able to give that child that medication, they could give them a shot, they could give them whatever the hell else they want.
And that's kind of my point. My point is the moral lines that we draw as a society, as a culture, in that when you look at something like it's a new medication, it's only been out for a couple of years, if that, and the government tries forcing it on people, everybody says no. But when you look at something as simple as an antibiotic for a bacterial infection, a lot of people are going to say yes. I know a lot of people here said no, and that's fine.
It's never that simple with government, because again, the gene pool will figure itself out. Like, people want to make some mistakes, they'll make some mistakes. But when you give the government that power and authority to inject something into your body, they will take that and they will abuse it to the fullest extent. And they have done it before. They did it with the Tuskegee experiments. They did it with the CIA dosing people with acid. They did it in so many different ways when it came to poisoning people, screwing them over, all in the name of science, doing what's best for everyone else, led to genocides and atrocities that the human mind can't even fathom right now.
What are your thoughts, James? Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, I'm genuinely going to say that this is a complicated issue, but it goes back to the point I made earlier about the mid-level violence. The shot was a mid-level provocation. It makes some sense to go get this vaccine thing, but at the other hand, of course, no, it doesn't. And so it's not this obvious case like we're talking about. Should we be allowed to, because somebody has a bacterial infection, do we take an antibiotic or whatever? Could we have an expert panel of doctors or whatever? Oh, no, death panels. Could we have an expert panel of doctors say, wait a minute, this was a completely reasonable thing, and therefore the state can mandate? These are questions that healthy, normal societies that don't have parasitical, evil-intended regimes running the thing, which is what he's warning us about. It will almost always become the case if we're not very, very, very...
One last point really quick. Look what Big Pharma did within the last few years. Look at the opioid epidemic. Look at the destruction of the American middle class that was done through doctors, that was done by the medical establishment, that was paid off by these sociopaths at Big Pharma that said, you know what? We're going to bunk the science. We're going to get you on heroin. We're going to get you baby heroin. These are evil, sociopathic son of a bitches that don't give a damn about you, never gave a damn about you, and we should never concede and give them anything ever.
And somehow...
That seems to be the thing. That's the thing. You can only have that in a high-trust society. You can only have the thing that you're arguing for, Tim, in a high-trust society, and we didn't break the detente on the trust. They did. They violated us. We have no reason to trust them now. We're here from Luke. Everybody's cheering. Of course they are, because we've lost trust in our society, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is on them.
Also, I think it's inherent in the nature. We're not supposed to trust each other. We shouldn't have to. The system should be trustless.
We really shouldn't trust a bureaucracy either. That's extremely important in this case. Because just like Luke's saying, they're going to pay off doctors. They're going to get this has become the big... we talk about Twitter being a crime scene. We're looking at the biggest crime scene in the entire world, maybe in the history of the world.
Tim, just to answer your question, we have to also be realistic of what we're living in. So that would be, the parents, I think, would make the wrong decision there. However, let's be honest about what's going to happen way more often. Parents don't want to give their 11-year-old Lupron, even though the doctor says that the boy thinks he's a girl. That's really what's going on. So hell no, the government should not be able to step in and overrun parents' rights.
Damn right.
This is exactly
I just want to make one little point here.
Hold on. This is exactly my point, right? We saw Matt Walsh on Rogan's show, and he was asked, how many kids do you think are getting this? And I think he said millions, and then it turns out it was in the thousands. And we are seeing an increase in this dramatically, but the more common occurrence is antibiotics and not Lupron. But this is my point exactly.
Well, no,
it's the same law.
You think thousands of parents are withholding antibiotics for their kids?
I would argue that antibiotics are prescribed to their kids more than Lupron is what I'm saying.
Oh, no, for sure. But I don't think there's a mass push of parents that are saying, hey, your 8-year-old might die, and I have, a deep-seated conviction that somehow amoxicillin is against my view. Like,
I'm not doing the math on this, guys. I'm not crunching the numbers.
My argument is that the same law, some people will say, oh, right, antibiotics, that's a normal thing. Oh, Lupron, that's a bad thing, but it's the exact same law. And so the issue is, it's culture, not law. The law can say a lot of things, but if you have a group of people who don't believe in morals and ethics, none of it matters. The police aren't going to these drag queens, these simulated sodomy shows like they're doing now in San Antonio, and they're not stopping it because there's no cohesive culture. That's a problem. The cops should no question. They should say we don't do that, but it's just not happening.
So I just want to point out, you guys are agreeing with the anarchist.
Well, look at me. I'm a liberal here.
But not you two. Or saying these guys right here. I want to make one other point.
I can say it differently. You're agreeing with the conservatives.
No, I just want to make a bigger point.
You all agree with James Lindsay. What the hell?
I just want to make one point specifically here.
Of course you do.
Now take this one example and you implement it everywhere. That's anarchy. And that's what we need more of, in my opinion.
Well, what about if there's a disease that's like
it's a bad idea. No,
wait, hold on,
I
guys,
think it's a great idea. No, for example, we need a border and a big wall. Okay, that is a function of government that we need.
And welfare? Do you need welfare?
Very little, minimum.
Have Harmeet come in. We were planning on having Harmeet Dillon come in when you were ready.
Yeah, I've got to go do another media interview.
Steve Bannon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so
Anything
much.
else? Give it up, say Steve Bannon, everybody.
Steve, anything you want to say, Steve, before you go?
Give it one more. Give it one more.
Yeah. Bring it, Steve.
You are not just the future, you're the present. If this country's to be saved, it's because of you. What is your task and your purpose? If it's to wake up every day and to save the greatest nation, the most powerful nation on earth, this nation will be saved. That I guarantee you. But if you don't and you falter, they're going to win. Okay? Just remember everything you just went through in this vaccine. I'm telling you, it's a fantastic win. Look at everything. Pull all these people that fought through Twitter crushing them, YouTube crushing them, Facebook crushing them. And this is the American cussedness to say, guess what? Go fuck yourself. We're going to win.
Steve Bannon.
Thank you, Steve. It is an honor and a privilege. Thank you, Steve. I feel blessed and lucky for everybody who's here. And we are going to have, I think...
We have Harmeet Dillon coming out, right?
Yes.
Which I can make an announcement while she comes out. Everybody, you guys have an email as an attendee of AmericaFest that is a poll of who you think should run the RNC. Maybe Mike Lindell, maybe Harmeet Dillon. Open up that email and vote. Don't yell it out. Just vote. Brought to you by Turning Point Action.
We got somebody coming up.
Oh, hell, what's this?
Who is this?
Oh, my God.
What's up? I'm here to strip.
Harmeet Dillon.
I can already tell who it is.
I think it's clear.
Even in the future.
You got 10 seconds.
I'm here to strip Charlie Kirk. I'm here to strip Charlie Kirk. I'm here to strip Charlie Kirk.
You didn't have to break.
I'm here to strip Charlie.
It's Alex Stein!
Alex Stein, primetime 99!
Alex.
He ripped the mic out.
Alex, wait.
I had 2 mics.
I could see him coming. And I knew it was him.
1 James, 2 mics.
Now I know how Dave Portnoy feels.
Vote in the straw poll, everybody. You got an email.
I don't think Dave was actually there, though.
Oh, no.
Is the microphone... Did he break the microphone?
I think the mic works. I think I fixed it.
He just wanted to say hello.
I caught it.
He just wanted... what did he even say?
He wanted to sniff Charlie Kirk.
While we're waiting for Harmeet, maybe we can do a little spiritual deep dive here really quick. Charlie, you mentioned something earlier about separating God and man.
Yes.
And the Old Testament says the second commandment is no false idols. You don't worship a human. And then Jesus comes along and he's a Jew, and he agrees with that because he's a Jew. And then the Catholic, all of a sudden, like 70 years after his death, 35 years after his death, they tell people to start worshiping him.
No, that's not totally true. So we believe that, as Harmeet Dillon enters,
Harmeet Dillon.
So this works out. Sorry to interrupt you guys. But
I really want to answer that question though, because that's important. So
we were thinking about Steve had I think it's another conflict, and but I think it's an opportunity to talk about solutions, because we talk a lot about problems, we talk a lot about hope, but I know that Harmeet is a potential solution. You got to grab the mic. I think Alex.
Alex, I hope this still works.
It does.
I think it does.
Good.
Yeah, sound great.
Hi.
I will answer that question, Ian.
We will talk later.
All right, okay. Because Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
Harmeet, what's happening?
Well, it's been a pretty busy 2-week campaign for chair of the Republican National Committee, and so it's been pretty nonstop.
We were just talking about Jesus Christ and spirituality right as you were walking out, so there's a lot of
things happening.
Yeah, so it was a lot of energy.
Ian's had this transformation. I was telling people, like, we're all of a sudden he's talking about the importance of God.
Do you believe in God?
Absolutely.
What do you think it is?
Well, God is the creator. God is over all of us.
We can't see Harmeet's face. Lower that down.
There and then do this. Yes. It's been
God gives us guidance. God gives us life. And God gives us everything that's worth fighting for in this country and this world. Yeah.
Let's talk, and just in the Christian view, just to answer your question, so Jesus claimed he was God. There is a misconception that Jesus never did that. He repeated the phrase, I am, especially in the book of John. The first verse in the book of John is, in the beginning was the Word was God, and the Word became flesh. This idea of the logos, right, which is rational speech, which is God, made in the image of God. And Jesus coming down in human form was he took the broken form that we became after original sin, because he loved us so much, to minister alongside of us, to show miracles, to then eventually die a death he did not deserve, to defeat death, so then he could be raised from the dead and we can have eternal life. Now the point is this: when we worship Jesus, we're not worshiping man, we're worshiping God that temporarily became man, lived a perfect life, and then gives us eternal life through what he did for us, something we did not earn nor that we deserve.
I'm concerned that a centralized authority wrote the storybook that tells us that he said he was God, because I never met him. I don't know.
No, that's fair, but it's not a centralized authority, because we have 4 different accounts, right, from 4 different people: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? And so what's interesting is they actually reinforce one another and never contradict each other. The most interesting is actually Luke, because Luke continues his gospel in the book of Acts. And so Luke is writing it to his benefactor, Theophilus, lover of God, who paid for him to actually go throughout the Middle East and saw it himself. Luke was a doctor. Luke was a non-committed person, right? He was like, there's something magical happening here in the Middle East. And so you're right, you've never met Jesus, but my belief is you can, because he is the living God, right? So that you can invite him in your life, and in a moment, you can have a spiritual transformation. Don't mean to hijack it too much, Tim, but
no
that's my metaphysical view, and Jesus will change your life, and you can be transformed in an instant.
Let's talk about solutions.
Sorry.
Let's talk about solutions, because
Harmeet is running for RNC chair.
That's right.
So what's going on? What's the plan?
Well, I don't think there is a plan unless we have a change in leadership at the RNC, and that's the problem, because for the last 6 years, we have lost successively. We've lost the House, we've lost the Senate, we've lost the White House, and we're losing our country. And the reason that I'm a Republican volunteer and activist, and I'm sure many of you are in this room as well, is because I love this country. I came here as an immigrant when I was 2 years old. My parents registered as Republicans when they were naturalized. And, my whole life I've fought for these values. But I'm afraid that we have a lot of Republicans in positions of power today, including elected officials, including certainly some of my fellow Republican activists, who are in it for the wrong reasons, who are in it for ego, who are in it for self-gratification, who are happy to be the controlled, failed opposition. And America cannot afford that. And so that's the reason why I'm running, because I think I can do a better job. And I think that we need vision. We need a plan. We need a plan to deal with these crooked election laws. We have to adapt to overcome them. And we need to get rid of the corrupt consultant class that is controlling the failure in our party. I pledge to do that at the RNC.
So could I ask you just really quick, what would you be doing different right now? Your head right now, what's the first thing you do?
Well, I'd probably hire some great young grassroots activists to handle the voter registration, ballot harvesting, yes, and ballot curing in states where it's illegal. Scott Pressler is one of the guys who comes to mind for sure. The second thing I would do besides personnel, I would do something like an Elon Musk style, come in and say, look, are you hardcore about electing Republicans?
Yes.
Are you hardcore about liberty? Are you hardcore about winning? And if you're not, here's your 2-week severance check and don't let the door hit you, okay? I would immediately initiate a top-to-bottom audit of all consulting and vendor contracts at the RNC, because from what I've seen, there is a tremendous amount of back-scratching, fat, waste, self-dealing, and generally stuff that doesn't get Republicans elected. So with those two things, that's off to a good start. But then there's policy, there's other things you have to do. Fundraising is important. We fundraise by abusing our donors. We call them names. The puppy will die if you don't give money.
Yes.
If you don't give money, this person that you like won't get elected. And then we use it for different things. I think that's not ethical. It's not consistent with my values as an attorney. That would stop under me at the RNC.
Sounds great.
So this is so important because what you have to understand is when the left makes its moves, you're like, oh, the left, the left, the left. When the left makes its moves, it's making, again, I keep saying this word, a provocation. When that becomes real is when the conservatives are like, okay, we accept, we reify the thing that you just wanted to do.
Right.
So, they pass some horrific policy. And when conservatives are like, okay, that's just how it is now, they change what it means to have an election. And conservatives say, that's just how it is now. That's when it becomes real. That's when we've actually given away a piece of our country. So having somebody that's going to get in there and try to stand up and clean this mess up, this controlled opposition, hell, half of them are probably active participants, not controlled opposition. They're pretending. At that point, what you have to be able to do is you have to get in and get in the way of that, because it's those people accepting it. It's the Republicans rolling over after Barack Obama passes Obamacare. They get, in 2016, Trump comes in on a mandate to get rid of Obamacare. What do? They're like, we tried. And then we're in this swamp of it. This is how it works. We don't lose our country until we give away the piece that they tried to take from us.
This is so important, and this is why I'm so enthusiastic about Harmeet, and why I'm enthusiastic for anyone that's going to challenge the RNC, Mike Lindell included, right? And which is this, is that when you lose, you should not be rewarded. I know that sounds so obvious. That's the way we treat our football teams, our corporations, or anything functioning. And we should have won the Senate this last election cycle. And the Democrats gained a Senate seat, period. Carrie Lake should have received far more support from national Republican organizations. And she did not. And look, I'm kind of a subject matter expert here. At Turning Point USA, we're super blessed. We have 150,000 donors. Many of you give us money, and we are good stewards of that money. In fact, we have a 100% rating from Charity Navigator, and our fundraising costs are right near 6%. The RNC's fundraising cost is 40%. So when you give money to the Republican Party, only 60% goes to programming. And then I have to read they spent $321,000 on flowers. They spent $17 million on donor mementos, $100,000 on clothing. Like, look, we run an organization, we run a really tight ship. That is unacceptable for the Republican Party to be doing. It's an insult to all of you that have donated to candidates, and change is needed immediately.
And I think people don't realize this stuff. I mean, I don't know a lot about the inner workings of the RNC or the DNC. It's only in the past maybe, I don't know, half decade or so we start learning more and more about the inner workings. And now a lot of the stuff we're learning about what was going on, $300,000 on flowers. How much for this
in 1 year? I mean,
1 year.
No, so let me unpack this. So that shrieking sound you hear from the building at the RNC is a lot of consultants and staff there jumping to the defense of the chair. And I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. She probably knew about some of these things and thought, okay, this is business as usual. That's part of the defense is, hey, everybody does it. And then part of it is done by her staff. Including some of these consultants who are making themselves rich off of donor money, big dollar and small dollar donor money. But if you're so tone deaf that you don't realize that $700,000 worth of flowers over a 6-year period showing up on your FEC report when the Democrats spent $1,000 during that time is problematic and you're defending that, you are totally out of touch, okay? And blaming Trump, which is another line of attack that happened out of the RNC. They said, well, when the president is of your party, you pay for all the mementos, you pay for the Easter egg hunt, you pay for the Christmas parties. Actually, that's a separate line item. That's another $5 million that we haven't even talked about. $5 million of parties and White House stuff. But $500,000 or $300,000 worth of the jet expenses happened after Trump left office. So how are you blaming Trump for that? A lot of the flowers, a lot of the limos, $3 million worth of the donor mementos came after Trump left office. Guess what, guys? I'm a donor. A lot of you are donors. Do you want mementos or do you want us to win elections?
Here's a question I have. In terms of winning these elections, how do you convince this guy to vote for a Republican?
And I have a question,
Good
too,
luck.
to add to this, because Trump was just brought up. Today, he also officially endorsed Kevin McCarthy as the head of the GOP, another career politician, which, as you can see from the... Yeah, keep going. You don't have to stop. Keep going. Let him hear it. Let him hear it. All right. How do you guys deal with things like this? How do you address it? What's your reaction to this kind of latest news item?
Well, I'm going to say something, which is that if we had done our job at the RNC and also the leadership of the other two committees, and Republicans had a large majority in the House, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't be having this really awkward conversation about a 5-member margin, the Freedom Caucus, some of them not being happy, and this even being a conversation. We might have been able to freely elect somebody who was popular with all of the members. But because of this odd situation that if they don't go that way, a Democrat might win, I think that is sort of the only choice that Republicans have right now. Kevin McCarthy is better than a Democrat. And so he's from my state, so I have to be, a little diplomatic.
That's tough.
But, look, I would say through the years of the last 6 years, there have been a lot of bad personnel choices. There have been a lot of bad choices about who's around the hand of power, and here we are. And so I think we're going to make one more at the RNC if we just say, please, sir, may I have some more losing?
Yes.
I don't want that. I don't want another helping of losing.
Well, and can I brag on Harmeet? I hope you understand how difficult this is for her to do. She's a member of the 168. This is a club, it's a cartel, it's a smoke-filled room. You are not supposed to ask questions. And she is receiving nonstop personal attacks on her business and her family. These people have the knives out. And it's a lot of courage for a person of the 168 to challenge one of their own. I think she deserves a lot of credit for that.
Thank you. But, Charlie, the pain is being spread around because while you've been sitting here, a member of the 168 made an attack on you.
Oh, what did they say?
Well, you sent out this email.
Yes, saying that
the
Turning
Mount
Point
Vernon
Action
project.
might remove members of the RNC if they vote incorrectly. Yeah.
Well, you're a bully.
Wow. Oh, I'm a bully?
You're a bully.
Well, hold on.
Harmeet's friends are bullying us.
This is why
Yes.
I kind of actually question one of your premises, Hamid. And the premise that I'm questioning is that a Republican who sucks is better than a Democrat who you see is it's an obvious enemy. And so at this point, it's like and I'm not saying that I have an opinion on this, but I'm actually more worried about the Republican who poses as somebody who's going to do the right thing and then flops it every single time than I am about the Democrat who we know they're going to do awful
devil
things.
you know.
Exactly. The devil you can mount a clear opposition to that. And we have to be
Well, it's not my premise. You asked about Trump's endorsement.
No.
That's the premise. That's why people do that.
That was him. I don't know.
I'm the one who's being told that Rana has 107 votes. So it's a fait accompli. I don't accept that.
No.
I am not accepting it, and I am stepping up to challenge it. And guess what? People are turning my way.
I think
that's me.
From a little bit of the earlier conversation, look, people on the right call me a liberal, people on the left call me conservative or far right. And for someone like me, probably Ian and Luke, we're not as easy to convince to vote, especially when we see constantly McConnell or McCarthy or whatever. So I understand you don't want to lose. Me, I'm more amicable to, okay, I get it. Let's get our incremental victories. But winning over more individuals like us to come to this side is going to be very difficult if we just keep saying the same thing over and over again.
Well, 100%. And look, I mean, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and expecting a different result. And so with messaging that isn't working, certainly not appealing to young people. The idea that a member of the 168 would attack the most popular youth movement in America right now shows you how out of touch they are. But by the way, all of us don't feel that way.
What state
I have also
was this
pledged
person from?
Washington State. But
yeah, they're doing really well up there, that Republican Party.
But look,
super robust.
Honestly, some of the members, by the way, many of the members I've spoken to, I got to call each of them, have hour-long conversations, which is wonderful. I hear from them. A lot of them are saying, Harmeet, and one of the things they're upset about is that organically, thousands of Americans began contacting them from their own states saying, we'd like change. This offends some members of the 168. They've said, how dare you sick this mob of low information bitchers on us. That's one statement that was made in the media by one of the members of the 168.
This is what the RNC thinks of you.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Well, currently they're saying it's a majority, though.
That's what they're saying. But some of them said, Harmeet, I don't mind at all. I came from the grassroots. I love to hear from the grassroots. We need the Mount Vernon Project to get more of those leaders in the party.
That's right. Yeah, so today, Turning Point Action, we announced the project. If you're not going to represent your voters at the RNC, Turning Point Action will work to remove you.
I also want to make a point here. You bully. One point I wanted to make here to Tim's question about how you get me to vote is that I think the political lines have broken. Tim deals with the corporate media attacking him from the left and right. I had Bill O'Reilly call me a jihad-loving liberal. I had Chris Matthews call me a right-wing racist teabagger. Right now, it's not left or right. It's establishment or anti-establishment, and there's a huge portion of this country that doesn't vote, doesn't participate, and if you could get those people, because those people are the anti-establishment, those people are sick of the two-party duopoly. They're sick of being told lies every election cycle only to be let down, only to be promised a bag of goods that gets taken away when they get out of that voting box. How do you get the American people to care that are anti-establishment? That's a question that I would love to hear from you guys.
Well, one thing I would say is that I will say that something I've been saying on the campaign trail for the last 2 weeks and for years actually is that our party is not the party of the Chamber of Commerce anymore and the warmongers. And it's not that party anymore. That was the party when I was young, Cold War era. Neocons everywhere running the party. But the people who run the party, some of the members of the 168 have actually been there since that era, and they haven't noticed that the voters have changed. They haven't noticed that the Trump populism has brought a whole new wave of people into the party.
Yes.
Unless we work to retain those by messages and messengers who believe that, who act that, who tell them that we want them, we are going to continue to lose elections. That's a reality.
Just real quick. Probably should have done this right off the bat, but can you explain the 168?
Yeah, the 168 is like we were joking backstage. It's now sounding like the Illuminati, but the 168.
That's my love language. Careful there.
The 168 are 3 members of each of 50 states and 6 territories, and believe it or not, my state with 40 million people has the same amount of power at the RNC as American Samoa. They also have 3, and they have like 50,000 people there. But those 168 vote to elect the next chair of the RNC, treasurer, co-chair, and so forth. And so you got to get a majority of them. That's 85 to win. And so Ronna started out with a big list. That list is smaller if we were being truthful. But people are being attacked. There was a story today that she, quote unquote, lassoed somebody from the herd who had flipped over to my side, got them back. This is the kind of humiliating language we see about this election.
Conservatives pounce.
Conservatives pounce.
Is it because the people at the 168 feel like they're going to lose like deals that they have?
They're going to lose. Like if I were the new chair, I would change who's the chair of all the committees. Okay, I would stop the tchotchkes at donor expense. I would stop the staff retreats at $1,000 a night. I think that's obscene. I would stop a lot of the waste and excess there. I have pledged to move most, if not all, of the operations of the RNC out of D.C. because D.C. is not America. I'm sorry for anybody who lives in D.C. And I want people who work at the RNC to live in America and be in touch with America because we represent America. And that's very threatening to consultants who live in America, lobbyists who have the pipeline to the consultants, all of that. So they're very upset about that.
Well, 2 things. So first, it's kind of similar to the College of the Cardinals, but it's a secret ballot, which is upsetting to me, but it's also really exciting to me personally. It's upsetting because I want to be able to know who to hold accountable. But I think a lot of people are going to flip on Ronna, and vote for Harmeet since it's a secret ballot. So I think it's actually, I think, a better thing in some sense. But number two, to answer the question of how do you win over me, I will just keep on reiterating this. We're a conservative organization at Turning Point USA, and we allow different opinions and different voices. There is a trend that on the right, free speech is protected and preserved. Show the equivalent left-wing group that would invite Tim Pool to go do his show and just kind of take questions. It just doesn't exist.
Well, Luke's, he's pro-Biden Fetterman. You can tell by his shirt.
It's a no-brainer, he says.
No-brainer.
Hey, 2 potatoes are better than 1 potato, okay?
I speak in my language.
I agree with what you're saying, though, and it's that there's that meme comic where it's, you know, a guy in the middle and there's a blue person and a red person. The blue person pushes the guy in the middle and the guy on the right says, "Oh, are you okay?" And then they're like, "Why are you siding with the right?" And I'm like, clearly, like, if I have discussions with people, I fall on the more traditional liberal spectrum. I'm sure James does on a lot of issues as well. But here,
sliding a little bit, man. I'm telling you.
No, I'm lassoing James over to my side.
No, your lassos don't work.
Yeah, there you go.
I have a tremendous integrity, but they're freaking me the hell out, man. The left is out of control. They're freaking me out.
Something that bothers me, you mentioned insanity earlier, Harmeet, doing the same thing over and over again, is that recently we've been using digital voting machines, and they're tallying the votes in secret with proprietary code. I think that's unethical. I think that the code should be open source.
Of course.
So that we can watch the tallies. And I'd like to see a backup of the voting on a blockchain so that we can verify our votes without having to rely on a company telling us what our votes are.
I mean, the whole idea of these corporations having proprietary access and they can't show you the code because that would break some NDA, that's nonsense, and we must stop allowing that.
And think about what this means, too. It means that there was a period where we used paper ballots that you could physically see and check from a box, and then one day, without anybody realizing it, a private corporation got full control over that knowledge and took it away from us.
Is it something at the RNC that you can change?
I can't change it at the RNC, but the RNC can strongly encourage certain policies. We can go to court and fight. We didn't do that for 4 of the 6 years I've been at the RNC. I'm a lawyer, so of course I started jumping up and talking about that. In the last 2 years we began to do it. Mark Elias and company were doing it a decade earlier. They're extremely well funded. After the Democrats didn't do well in the 2004 election, they all had a meeting of their Illuminati. Okay, they sat around a table and they said, okay, Bob, Chuck, Jim, Sue, each of you is going to give hundreds of thousands of dollars to the following 200 nonprofits, okay? And then we're going to use that to control America's elections. And it took them a while, but they control America's elections now for the most part. And Republicans are like, oh, whoops, isn't that unfortunate? Too bad, so sad, try again next time. But we can do something about it. We can start filing lawsuits right now to protect us for the 2024 election, and we have to.
And I think it's real quick, I would say one simple thing you can do is win. And then once there are more good people who are in Congress and in the Senate, then they can start actually pushing those.
Yeah, I mean, I was arguing with a great conservative activist online about this, and they said, Harmeet, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? The way that we change the voting laws in each of the states is, you have to do it state by state, is win elections, win the legislature, and win the governor's race. And, by the way, that's not enough. You have to have judges on the state Supreme Court who are willing to uphold the laws. You have to have all three of those things. And if you have that, you can absolutely go back to the way it was 20 years ago if you want. But it requires that combination. If you don't have it, you got to play the game the way it is. And it's foolish to just say, I wish we were operating in this state under those rules. Let me take my ballot and walk it on election day and vote in person. Maybe it's snowing, maybe I forgot. That's a bad idea. If you can vote early right now, my advice and the advice of most activists is go ahead and take advantage of that. I'm calling it claim your vote early so that somebody else can't take it. That's the way to go until we change those laws.
The next couple of years moving forward, I think the most important thing is ballot harvesting. I think when you look at the polling, likely voters don't matter. They ask everybody, are you likely to vote? Are you registered? Yes. But then all of a sudden the numbers don't equal up because they're going door to door. They're ballot harvesting.
That's right. We have to hustle our ballots into the ballot boxes, not emotionally appeal with expensive ads and hope people show up on election day. That is one of the reasons why we're losing.
I agree with you, Tim, that it's important. I think the most important thing is a message of something we can do as a society. We can create a new industry of graphene. Are you familiar with graphene?
I knew where he was
going.
Everyone drink.
Yeah. We can
take a shot right now.
Actually, a lot of activists, you might say left-wing activists, are concerned with carbon in the air. You can withdraw the carbon from the air and turn it into graphene. So we can set up an industry where we're healing the earth and building the new material that will be used in the 21st century is the most epic building
I think
material.
you should tell Kevin McCarthy about that.
Let's broaden that. Let's broaden that and say, when they talk about climate change and they try and use that as a message for elections, the simple answer is technology will solve all these problems if we advocate for it, be it graphene or something else.
It will solve this problem, but then create a new one where we start to take so much carbon out that the trees are suffering, and we'll need to balance that out with countries across the world and create like a global initiative.
Sometimes I think he just says graphene to get a rise out of people.
I wouldn't. I don't even want to. I just have to.
Maybe it's just a pathway to seeing a global initiative. I don't know.
Yes.
I've had a lot of conversations with libertarians and anarchists, and I feel like they're revolutionary. I'm more of a reformer. I'm looking for a few wins here and there and a path towards success. And right now we're looking at the loss of free speech. The platforms where we have our political communication, political conversations have been stripped away from basically everybody. It's more apparent than ever now, especially with Elon leaking all this stuff. So for me, I'm kind of like, Harmeet, you winning is a huge net advantage. You take a look at what happened in 2022 with the midterms. It was still good, but everyone was surprised it wasn't good enough. I think Republicans are still very much, it's changing. But it was like what you were saying, Ian, they want a good message. They think, unfortunately, they can stand on stage to a bunch of good people and try and convince them why they're right. And then what ends up happening is the Democrats just knock on someone's door and say, who cares who's right? Just mark the box with a D on it.
I mean, that's how you have a Fetterman, that's how you have a Katie Hobbs. Absolutely empty vessels, but it doesn't matter because the machine will elect whoever has a D behind their name. Now, on our side, we're asking people to elect the same leadership again and again at the RNC, the Senate, the House, and expect that things will be different. That's not very inspiring. So I know I can change one of those things. I can't change the other two.
You think there should be term limits for a congressman?
Well, I was not of that view years ago, but I've begun to come around to that. I think we should.
What would be a reasonable term limit?
Probably 12 years, something like that, a decent amount of time. Maybe 2 years for senators or three terms for senators.
That'd be 2 Senate terms.
Yeah, 2 Senate terms.
For me, 1 day. In and out. That's it. You're gone.
No, that's chaos.
Again. But again,
term limits are not some magic potion. California's messed up, and they have term limits in their state government. Term limits are good. I think it will improve D.C., but it's a lot structurally more broken than just term limits.
What about term limits for administrators?
But I just want to bring up. Sorry, go ahead.
Term limits for the administrative staff.
That's a better reform.
Yeah, but again, if you move people out of D.C., including government agencies, people will not find it so attractive to hang on to those jobs because in the real world, those are not very attractive jobs. They're not fulfilling. And however, they get paid pretty well and there's no accountability. That is the industry. That's the industry of D.C. So if people lived in America and they were like, hey, Bob looks happy across the street and Bob has a job at, a factory or doing something useful, there's just more mixing it up in the real world.
Where would you move it to when you go out of D.C.?
Well, I wouldn't move it to a particular place, but we have all these swing states where we need to win them, Arizona, Georgia. Texas is even becoming a swing state, unfortunately. Ohio, Pennsylvania. I would move it to those places where we need to win. And just, we have the following departments. We have communications, we have fundraising, we have political, we have digital, we have administrative. All of those things could be, we learned from COVID. My law firm at the beginning of COVID had 1 office. I have 5 offices today. I haven't even visited them. But the offices are running beautifully because we have telephones, we have Zoom, we have ways to communicate with each other. We don't all need to be sitting in some, decrepit, edifice in D.C.
So you're considering decentralizing the RNC?
Yes, absolutely.
This is a huge reform. This cannot be emphasized enough. This alone will give a competitive advantage worth tens of millions of dollars. To be out of the Beltway, in the place where you have to win over voters, it will humble the staff, you'll hire better people, you'll be out of the because that way consultants just can't take an Uber and walk a couple blocks and get all their work done.
And then go to Morton's, and then go to K Street.
It's you got to get on a plane, you got to come visit us in Buckhead, you got to tell us why we got to use your service, you're coming into our culture with our locally hired people. It changes everything. Instead of just the same incestuous Washington, D.C. hiring carousel. Day one, my recommendation to Harmeet is to say the RNC DC building is closed. We are going to sell it. You'll make like $40 million right there by selling that building. And we're going to open up field offices in Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia, and we're going to go win elections.
Fundraising in Florida.
There you go.
Harmeet, you've been involved in a lot more than just this.
Yeah.
Especially with social media censorship and things like that. Do you want to just explain some of the battles that you've been in culturally and politically?
Yeah, sure. I've been a First Amendment lawyer for almost my entire career now, almost 30 years. And it first came to my attention what was going on. I mean, to be honest with you, the first time I got on Facebook, I ran for state assembly, and a young staffer told me to get on there, and it became fun. I got on Twitter when I became more active in the state party in California. But then what I learned about the case of James Damore. James Damore, young software programmer at Google, I didn't know him, but he got fired for saying the shocking truth that maybe we should be considering in diversity, we should be talking about diversity of ideas as well. And then that was anathema. It got him fired. And so his friends tried to find a conservative lawyer in California, in San Francisco Bay Area, who has expertise in employment law. And that was a, sort of Venn diagram of one. And so I took his case, and we really made that cause celeb. We exposed what was going on inside Google. And, I can't discuss the details, but the case had a positive ending. And so as a result of that, I really began to look at some of these things. Then we get into Communications Decency Act, Section 230, social media censorship. I represented a prominent Canadian feminist named Megan Murphy. Megan Murphy was critical of a transgender activist, Jessica Yaniv, in Vancouver, who hadn't transitioned medically, but was going to immigrant women's homes and asking them to wax this person's genitals. And these women wouldn't want to do it, and then he would file civil rights lawsuits against them for violating their rights.
And Megan Murphy was banned initially for saying men aren't women, though.
Exactly.
Recently reinstated by Elon.
At the time, the terms of service of Twitter did not make misgendering a violation of the terms of service. This is an important point. But the Twitter Illuminati, if you will, simply retroactively changed the law, that changed the terms of service, and bounced her permanently. And so I sued over that case, went to the state court and the Court of Appeals, and the court said, sorry, Communications Decency Act Section 230 means their terms of service don't matter. It's irrelevant what they say to you. They can do whatever they want. And there have been other cases, Rogan O'Hanley, a.k.a. DC Drano, another client of our firm.
I have a question for you on the Section 230 thing. So Wikipedia, this one really lights a fire in me, because the article about Project Veritas is just a fabrication. It's a whole bunch of op-eds.
Most Wikipedia of any conservative is a fabrication.
Absolutely. But it says at the top of the article, from Wikipedia. That's their byline, not the user-generated content. I'm wondering if there's some vector there for suing on defamation terms.
Well, they have all these editors, and I'm not sure they fit the definition of a social media network. So I haven't really deeply examined that issue, but they have editors who are appointed there. It's a nonprofit foundation. Wikipedia is a joke, by the way. If anybody here, cites them or thinks of relying on them.
I want to give a special shout out to our friends in the corporate press who created their own Wikipedia entry called Thursday Night Massacre because a small handful were suspended temporarily on Twitter.
For 12 hours or something.
12 hours.
Yeah,
and they wrote themselves an encyclopedia entry. I guess they assume that in 1,000 years humanity needs to know this happened to them.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, until we have a Republican Congress, Senate, president, and we still have judges who are willing to uphold things. I mean, I keep talking about 2017, 2018. We had all of those things. We had the Supreme Court. We had all the branches of government. And then we have Republican congressmen who love to pound the table and point fingers at the executives at these social media companies, and then go to a reception at K Street and pick up checks from them. That's the uniparty that people are talking about. Until we have elected officials who are willing to stand up and say there needs to be a social media users bill of rights that gives us a private right of action, that Communications Decency Act 1996 law, way before any of these social media companies, needs to be edited to make clear that it does not exempt these companies from normal laws that govern corporations.
You mentioned earlier when you were saying Twitter, I agree with you. Also check out the Manila Principles, because they've got 6 great principles that are on a path for law, internet law. But what you were saying when Megan Murphy was dealing with getting banned, Twitter changed the law after the fact. Then you corrected yourself and said the terms of service.
Yes.
I do kind of see it as a law. And
it's
I wonder,
the law of the corporation,
should we, when a corporate social media network changes its terms of service, should that go to Congress? And then they've got to... and let them vote on it?
I'm not sure I trust Congress necessarily. I would definitely trust plaintiffs' lawyers more than Congress. So I think we just need we need the right to be able to go into court and prove our case in court.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a few super chats, and then in about 10 minutes, we're actually going to go to audience Q&A. I think we are.
Cool.
Pretty sure. And then, but there's a few things that I'll bring up. We're not going to get as many super chats as we normally do because clearly I don't even have a computer in front of me. But there was one I saw that's really good. Ty Beham says, I would like to see the RNC pledge to repeal the Patriot Act. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Can I address that?
Yeah.
Okay. I am certainly the only member of the Republican National Committee who, when the Patriot Act was passed, joined the board of the American Civil Liberties Union in order to try to repeal it.
Wow.
Okay? And it's held against me, believe me, every time I run for any office. It's part of Rana's oppo that she's dumping on me. I'm proud of the fact that back in the day, I saw that the government having this kind of power in the name of national security was rapidly going to be wielded against Americans. And there was only one member of Congress who voted against it. It was a Democrat. I think it was Barbara Lee in California, across the bay in Oakland. Good for her. But those of us who were paying attention on both sides of the aisle, there were Republicans back then still supporting the ACLU, not today, and including not me for many years. But exactly what I was worried about 21 years ago has come to pass. And it came to pass years ago and we didn't know about it. And so we should wake up and smell the coffee. The government should never have that kind of control to be able to read our emails, read our chats, treat all of us as guilty until proven innocent. That is anathema to the Constitution itself.
But what if we got rid of the Patriot Act? I don't like the Patriot Act at all, but if we got rid of it and then our government couldn't spy on us anymore, but then the Chinese government could and would, and the British government would, and the Mexican government would that put us at a disservice as Americans?
No, I mean, I don't really follow that. I mean, if we're allowing other governments to spy on us, we got to stop that. It's not a solution to just say we should all be spying.
So maybe the Patriot Act itself is irrelevant, that we just need technology that's resilient to spying.
Or we need a government that's resilient to pandering to every, foreign innovation. I don't know why TikTok is allowed in this country.
Ban it. Ban it.
I love this one, too, because there's a lot of liberal and lefty types who are like, oh, I'm so free speech, I'm in favor of banning an entire social media platform, and I've seen that from some of the enlightened centrists, too. And it's a foreign-owned corporation that's manipulating our youth, and we're banned from it.
It's a spying, it's a Patriot, it's the Chinese version of the Patriot Act that we, like gullible fools, are willingly allowing onto our devices.
We could demand that the code is open source before it sets foot on our soil.
I mean, look, I praised Elon Musk for his innovations. You can't do business in China without being beholden to the Chinese government. That's a fact.
Yeah.
By the way, when I show up at RNC meetings, I hate to harp on this, but I pick up the water bottle that they give me that says RNC. This is my husband and I, it's our reflex. We turn it over. What does it say? Made in China? I give it back. You have to have some principles. No tchotchkes from China in my administration.
Luke, what do you think about banning TikTok?
Complicated issue, fifth generational warfare. I think we need more awareness. More people need to be made aware that every single piece of their data is being used, harvested, and weaponized against them. The U.S. intelligence agencies do it. The Chinese intelligence agencies do it. We need to be, I think we need a Bill of Rights of privacy and liberty where we could protect individuals' privacy. I think that's more important than ever.
Yeah, data privacy in particular. This is so important. We must treat our data. I don't know exactly. We got a lawyer. She can deal with it. But it really does need to fall under the idea of something akin to copyright law.
Yeah.
If you produce the data, you somehow have ownership over that data. You somehow have control over that data. Because if we're not doing that, then it's getting used, it's getting sold against us.
There is a patchwork of laws in different states that give you certain rights, but it's not at federal law.
Yeah. All right, let's read some more. I've got Raymond G. Stanley Jr., who, of course, is a big super chatter. Shout out Raymond, who says, Tim, crew, guest, killer show. I dig IRL spreading the different perspectives to the youth. Tim, does this mean you're now coming out as a right-winger conservative? Nope, just a milquetoast fence-sitter as per usual. But Luke can harp on the government all day, and everybody seems to get a kick out of that, so we're good. And then we have Waffle Sensei. He says, remember when World War II ended and we decided to create a one-world government in order to prevent falling into a one-world government? What I love about this one is that Ian brings up the liberal economic order, which is on the website of, I think, the CFR, we bring it up from time to time. George H.W. Bush talked about a new world order. There were a few statements recently about creating a new world order. I'm curious, I guess, you know, Harmeet, you weren't here for the earlier part of the conversation about the Great Reset, this international, I don't know, you will own nothing and you will be happy kind of mentality that we're seeing.
I mean, my parents didn't leave their homeland and bring me here to America for America to turn into some kind of socialist utopia. We don't want that. And so, in fact, most of the people who come to this country don't want that. It's amazing how many Americans who grew up here and have all the privileges in the world have no awareness about world history or human nature or the brutality that happens in the name of equality.
I agree, and that's tough. Every day, you know, I think about there's a lot of people who are not getting accurate information. They're either believing the lies from the corporate media or they just don't care. And the question is, how do you convince them?
You convince them by being a part of the solution. You homeschool your children. You promote open carry laws. You expose the controlled intel agencies controlling social media. You get engaged with the dialogue. You show up at your school boards. You get involved where it matters. And I think we are having victories. We are winning in some extent. There's a bigger fight here. It is spiritual as well, but it's a fight that is absolutely incredible to be a part of, and I'm so happy and blessed to be alive for it.
Well, let me ask a tough question. How do you guys feel about the fact they banned guns in this building?
No. That's a Phoenix City thing.
It's a Phoenix City thing.
Yes. So,
no, that's what I mean. Like. Well,
no, I don't like it. I'm just. Yeah. Someone said, Charlie, are you not pro Second Amendment turning point? We are here under the regime of the Phoenix City Council. Okay, just so we're clear.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, would you feel better or worse if everybody here was armed? Better. I'd feel better.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with it. I think we'd be better off, you know, I'm coming in and I see they got all the big security and stuff like that, and there's the signs, and I grew up in Chicago, and I'm just like, I'm not going to live that way. If I want to be up here and I want to put myself at risk, that's nothing about everyone. That's no reason to take away someone else's rights.
I agree.
But Luke mentioned open carry laws, and I agree with that.
Which have been growing and developing, and we have more gun rights than we ever had, I think, especially on the local level. This is a huge victory that we need to remember, that we need to promote, that we need to keep up the fight with.
Hey, why vote Republican? Vote Republican for that. Only one party's fighting for your gun rights, man.
Yeah.
One response, but it's not bump stock Donnie.
Okay, I mean, fine, but he was better on guns than Biden.
I mean, look at the record now.
Yeah, well, there's.
And I disagree with you. As of right now, no, because of the laws passed, because of what Donald Trump did, and I think on the local level, government actually, you know.
Well, hold on. Trump did a bump stock thing, which I didn't like, but Trump also appointed Supreme Court justices that upheld the Heller decision, which is way more consequential than some aesthetic configuration on a gun.
But what did Biden do other than just rhetoric?
Biden, I believe, has now directed the ATF and the FBI to go after purchases, bank transactions.
No, the bank transactions are a private company. But Biden does talk a tough talk, but he hasn't done anything yet.
From what I understand, is he is re-weaponizing the federal government to go after what they called Operation Choke Point, which is basically destroying firearm manufacturers in our country. I mean, not to mention...
By the way, nothing is done by a private company anymore. If anything, over the last few days of the Twitter dumps has told us, do not believe that anybody is organically doing things that are taking away your rights.
Yeah,
your government is doing that.
And come on, Biden appointed Ketanji Brown Jackson, who said she doesn't believe in the Heller decision, and Trump gave you 3 justices that did. Heller decision is the Roe versus Wade of Second Amendment. Everything that we have with gun rights hinges on the Heller decision, which was 5-4. Biden wants it repealed. Trump put people in office that upheld it.
And if it was Hillary in 2016, it would have been 3 liberal justices, and those gun rights would have been gone.
They would have overturned the Heller
Jobs
decision.
would never have happened.
That's right.
So many things would never have happened.
And Heller, just so you know, was the Washington, D.C. plaintiff that said, I have a right to own a firearm. And Clarence Thomas was the deciding vote and wrote the opinion. And he said, yes, not only is the Second Amendment critical for your safety, but you have a moral right to be able to defend yourself because of the Second Amendment.
You guys make very good points.
Yeah.
I can see it on some of them. But I'm still mad at Reagan banning machine guns, and that's really messed up and horrible that he did that.
Didn't Reagan do no-fault divorce as well? That's
yes. If you want the thought crime, it's Reagan wasn't as conservative as people remember.
What do you guys think about term limits for Supreme Court justices?
I'm against it.
I don't like it.
Because the way you're talking about, because of this guy, we saved our gun rights makes me very nervous. So I don't want to rely on hoping that someone can come in and save me.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, in my opinion, even with the ones who were there for a long time, I like the system where we have to be forced to elect good people to of the presidency so that we aren't just waiting for the justices to term out. It does up the stakes for the presidency, but that's okay because what's at stake is our liberty. And I don't want them to just be rotating out and have new versions of them.
We're going to wrap up the live portion for everybody watching at home, and we're going to take questions from the audience. But for those who are watching at home, become a member at timcast.com because we're going to have that members-only Q&A up as the members-only portion for tonight. So there's still something there available for you. So smash that like button. You can follow the show at TimCastIRL. You can follow me at TimCast. But let's go around if you guys want to shout anything out. Charlie.
Well, first, thank you all in the audience for sitting through all this. You guys are amazing. We do what we do because of you. I want to just say a couple shout-outs. I want to thank Tim for making the journey out here. This is unusual and it's really fun. We love having you at Turning Point USA. You're welcome at all of our events. This is really cool and exciting. For everyone watching at home, we do 3 podcasts a day. If you guys want to subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, if I piqued your curiosity at all, we are unabashedly conservative, but we have James Lindsay on a lot, Harmeet on a lot, and Tim, I think you're coming on the show later. You guys could type in Charlie Kirk Show to your podcast provider and hit subscribe. It would bless us. And if you guys are interested in Turning Point USA, start a high school or college chapter, tpusa.com.
Yes, well, thank you, Tim, for having me here today. This has been a lot of fun. I look forward to joining you next month as well. Thank you, Charlie, for starting Turning Point USA, one of the most exciting and innovative organizations in the country. If you are a Republican, since many of my Republican fellow members are very triggered at hearing from their voters, I would ask that you perhaps contact Republican delegates or activists or committee man or precinct man in your state and ask for a vote on the leadership of the RNC at that activist level. That's been successful in Arizona, in Texas, in Tennessee, and increasing in other states. So finally, make your views known, stand up and be counted. Thank you.
I want to thank, all of you all for coming out. I want to thank all of you for coming to AmericaFest and supporting this great event. Thank you, Charlie, for hosting it, making it work. Thank you for everything you do with having me work with Turning Point and come do things with Turning Point. It's been a fun journey with you guys. Thank you, Tim, again, for having me on. Thank you, Harmeet, for running for chair. Thank you for that. That is so important that we clean that up. Since I guess I get to have a pimping something of my own moment. I just published a book, y'all. It's called The Marxification of Education.
Really good.
You should pick it up if you want to see how they stole our education from our kids and our society. I won't keep doing a commercial. Thank you.
Well, you guys have basically proven the concept that we can do this show live, so this has been extremely epic. Thank you. I do.
Where can people find you, Ian?
You can find me online at Ian Crossland, but what about you, Luke?
Before we go, I just wanted to say war is murder, taxation is theft, police are gangs, and politicians are criminals. Thank you guys so much for being here. I disagreed with some of you guys, but at least we could have this honest conversation. I really appreciate it. You guys could find me on youtube.com/wearechange. I've been an independent journalist for way too long. If you like this Biden-Fetterman 2024 shirt, which is probably a reality, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And because you do, that's why I'm here. Thank you again so much for having me.
Everybody who's watching online, thank you all so much for hanging out. Stay tuned for the members-only section at timcast.com, and we will see you all then. And now we're going to take questions from the audience. So you guys want to just... I think we got to wait a minute or something.
No, I think we got it. Is that Chloe? Hey, how you doing? Just let's turn on that mic and...
What was the best thing so far tonight, you guys?
Hello?